Lucian and Medea sat across from each other at the same table where the fates once gathered. The lingering tension from the gods' judgment had faded, leaving behind a quiet intimacy. So, Medea began, resting her chin on her palm. Tell me what happened after I was taken to the Underworld. You vanished from my life like a dramatic ghost. Lucian sighed. Well, I kind of fell into a depression. Spent about a month just lying in bed, doing nothing. Medea's smile softened into concern, but she waited. Eventually, I forced myself out. Decided to head to camp and, try again. But the moment I stepped outside, I got jumped by giants. Giants? She blinked. Already? Oh yeah. Real warm welcome, Lucian said with a grin. Anyway, I went on a cross-country road trip, found a bit of myself, followed in my father's footsteps. Medea raised a brow. What legacy are we talking about here? Lucian chuckled awkwardly. I kidnapped a girl from her home. Medea froze. Please tell me you're joking. Lucian leaned back smugly. Depends. Does it make it better if she's my girlfriend now? She stared blankly at him, then sighed and pressed her fingers to her temple. You're impossible. It's not my fault. Lucian defended quickly. We children of the Underworld follow a sacred law. See pretty girl, kidnap pretty girl, boom, future bride. The look she gave him could have killed a lesser man. In my defense, and my dad's, they wanted to leave their families. Voluntary abductions. Super consensual. I should probably stop talking. Yes, Medea said dryly. Yes, you should. Lucian cleared his throat. Right, moving on. After the kidnapping, I gave her some survival training. We met Luke and Talia, got attacked by monsters. Again, got to camp, fought an army, made friends, made enemies, probably traumatized a titan. Lucian launched into his story, telling her everything. Zeus's threats, battles, narrow escapes, rituals, divine punishments, and chaotic victories. When he finally finished, Medea was speechless. So let me get this straight, she said. You've survived giant attacks, stood trial in front of the gods, twice became a student of Hecate, defeated a god, stole golden apples, emotionally broke a titan, practically ruled Camp Half-Blood, became the centerpiece of a prophecy, and kissed the thunder god's daughter in a temple you built for him? Lucian shrugged. It was just a kiss. Medea stared. Lucian, you're not even 13 yet. When I was your age, I was twirling in castle gardens pretending to cast spells. I know, he grinned. Say it again. Praise me more, mother. But her smile faded. I'm not just impressed, she said quietly. I'm worried. Lucian blinked. Medea reached across the table and gently ran her hand through his hair. You've already endured so much, Lucian. You're still just a child. And the path ahead, it's only going to get harder. I'm afraid that one day it'll be too much. That I'll lose you. Lucian held her hand. I won't lie. I can't promise you nothing bad will happen. But I'll fight with everything I've got. I'll survive because I have to. Not just for me. For the people who believe in me. Medea nodded, brushing a thumb across his cheek. You're brave, my love. But even the brave need protection. She sat back, trying to lighten the mood. Now about the fates. They were quite insistent about earning my forgiveness. Lucian smirked. I told you. You made me irresistible. Women of all ages just fall head over heels. Medea leaned in, lowering her voice. So they did all this. She gestured broadly around them, just so they could have you as a husband in the future. Lucian leaned in too, elbowing her playfully. Greeks, am I right? She raised an eyebrow. Lucian, we are Greeks. Greek gods, am I right? By the gods, she muttered, shaking her head. So, you're angry at them because of what they did to me. You're withholding forgiveness until I give them mine. Your forgiveness would earn them neutrality, Lucian clarified. Not approval, just a reset. Medea nodded thoughtfully. Well, honestly, I'm not angry at them. Not anymore. Lucian blinked. Wait, you're not. She smiled warmly. I lived a long, strange life. I got to see the world evolve. I got to start over. Most importantly, I got you. She leaned forward and kissed his forehead. You are the greatest gift the gods could have ever given me. Lucian's ears turned pink as he rubbed his forehead awkwardly. You gave me the chance to raise a child right. To learn. To love. You gave me purpose, Lucian. I'll always be thankful to them for that. Lucian looked down, trying to hide the way his lips trembled. But just because I forgive them, she added, doesn't mean I condone their intentions. If they try anything now, when you're still a child, I'll claw my way out of the underworld and tear Olympus apart. Lucian snorted. Thanks. For what? She asked, blinking. He gave a small shrug. For being an amazing mom. Medea paused, then smiled softly. She stood and pulled him into a warm embrace, kissing his cheek and resting her chin atop his head. I'm only an amazing mother because you're an amazing son. Lucian and Medea sat side by side at the long stone table where the Fates had once convened. Soft candlelight flickered around them, casting warmth on their conversation. So, Medea said, brushing her hair back with a curious glance, how's your magic training going? Better than ever, Lucian replied, raising his hand. A deep, dark red aura shimmered around his fingers. Medea's eyes widened slightly. You've already reached the stage of manifestation. Impressive. Do you remember what that means? Lucian nodded confidently. It means I've started shaping magic as an extension of myself. When your aura changes color, it reflects your influence over the craft. Mine's dark red. Medea smiled and lifted her own hand. Her glow shimmered a vibrant magenta, and mine stayed magenta. It's been that way for a while. Lucian tilted his head. Since when? Since I was 9. It happened after I found my true affinity. Lucian leaned in, interested. Which is? Curses and hexes, Medea said proudly. Although I dabble in other areas, that's where I shine. Did I never tell you how I beat Baba Yaga in a duel? Lucian raised an eyebrow. You fought Baba Yaga and won, she said, smirking. Lucian leaned back, intrigued. That's where I get it, huh? You know, I actually fought her too. Medea blinked. You what? Lucian recounted the tale with animated flair. And then I gouged out her eyes with my bare hands as she turned to dust. Medea laughed. And what did you do with the eyes? Still got them. I was thinking about implanting them. Might get some foresight out of it. Could be useful. Medea tapped her chin thoughtfully. Do it. You're smart, resourceful, and just reckless enough to make it work. Lucian blinked. Wait, you're serious? I am. Foresight might just be what keeps you alive next time. And if things go sideways, I trust you'll find a way to fix it. They kept talking, enjoying the rare stillness. But then Medea's expression shifted. Her smile faded, replaced by reluctant calm. Lucian's eyes narrowed. That sigh? I don't like that sigh. Medea chuckled sadly. I'm afraid my time's up. Lucian's shoulders slumped. Already, I've stayed longer than I should have. Hades will get grumpy if I delay any further. Lucian scoffed. Let him sulk. Who cares? But Medea only smiled at him, tender, proud. He let me come here. That kindness deserves respect. You know how strict your father is with rules. Lucian looked down. I just hate saying goodbye. I do too, she said gently, brushing a hand across his hair. But you'll be all right. You're stronger than you realize. She stood and pulled him up with her. Then, with a mischievous grin, she grabbed his cheeks and puckered his lips in a duck face. Stay safe, all right? She whispered, kissing his forehead. Golden particles started rising from her skin. I love you, Lucy. Forever and always. Lucian gave a small smile despite the ache in his chest. Forever and always. She vanished in a shimmer of gold. Lucian stood still for a long moment before exhaling sharply. You three can come out now. In an instant, the Fates appeared at the table, smiling like schoolgirls who'd just watched their favorite scene from a romance novel. Thank you, Lucian said with a small bow, for letting me see her. They nodded in unison. So, Clotho asked hopefully, are we good? Lucian rolled his eyes. We're good. Clotho pumped her fist. Yes. The room fell silent. I mean, that's good to hear, she said quickly, blushing. Lachesis leaned forward. Does this mean we can speak with you more often? Once a week. No more. Atropos. Clotho turned. Atropos approves, she replied like a judge passing sentence. Lucian began to flicker. I'm waking up, aren't I? He asked. They all nodded. Lucian gave a casual salute with 2 fingers. Until next week. Until next week, my love, Clotho whispered, reaching toward him. Lucian froze. Nope. Nope, don't do that. That's weird. We're not there yet. And with that, he vanished. The room was quiet for a beat. Lachesis slowly turned. What was that? Clotho buried her face in her hands, ears burning red. I didn't mean to say it. It just slipped out. Kill me now, please. Back in a mortal realm, Lucian sat up in bed, shirtless, in sweatpants, the early light of dawn spilling across his room. He looked at the ceiling and smiled faintly. I'll see you soon, Mom. Running a hand through his long hair, he gave it a playful tug. Beatrice, are you busy? Finishing the ruins, Master. Do you need me? Yes. Come by when you can. Moments later, Lucian descended to his lab. He placed a chair in the center and waited with eyes closed. A minute later, Beatrice rose from a shadow, her red glowing face calm and devoted. You called, Master? I need help. 2 things: cut my hair and implant your eyes. Beatrice's smile turned mischievous. Gladly, she retrieved scissors, then stepped behind him. Ready? Lucian nodded. Snip, snip, snip. When she was done, she gently lifted his chin, admiring her handiwork. Perfect. Lucian grinned. Now, for the painful part. Beatrice's expression sobered. She retrieved a small vial. Inside, her former eyes floated in preservation. My lord, she said softly, those eyes are cursed. Anyone who looks into them sees their worst fears. They'll isolate you. Even those who love you might struggle to meet your gaze. Lucian didn't flinch. I know, but curses are my craft. I'll turn it into a weapon. Beatrice nodded, then cast a spell to dull his pain. Ready? No. Do it anyway. With care, she removed his eyes. Lucian screamed despite the magic numbing the pain. Blood streamed down his face. Then, she gently pressed her former eyes into his sockets, healing and binding them with ancient spells. Open them, she said softly. Lucian did. His eyes now glowed crimson, with curling wisps of red energy trailing from the corners like smoke from burning coals. Mirror, he asked. Beatrice held it up. Lucian stared. His hair now fell just to his eyebrows. His new eyes glowed like dying stars, sharp and intimidating. He wiped the blood away and tied a black cloth across them. Bartholomew, he called. A large crow rose from his shadow and perched on his shoulder. Beatrice, he said. Thank you. Even with short hair, I'm still stupidly good-looking. It's clearly not the hair, it's just me. Yo amo, he muttered, half-joking. Beatrice smirked. Lucian blushed. You saw nothing. You were dismissed. She gave a bow and sank back into shadow. Lucian sat alone now, red wisps escaping the cloth tied around his eyes. Time to master the curse, he said, as Bartholomew cawed beside him.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Lucian was sitting on his bed with his legs crossed in a meditative position, with one hand on top of the other and his thumbs connected. As Lucian opened his eyes, the white around them started turning black, while his pupils glowed bright red. He used Bartholomew to get a view of how he looked and couldn't help but smirk. I could use this as an intimidation factor. Cool. Suddenly, he wasn't in the middle of his bed anymore. He was now in a graveyard surrounded by tombstones, feeling the sudden cold air, the ominous breeze, and the thick scent of death. Out of nowhere, white skeletal hands shot out and grabbed him, taking hold of his body. Lucian felt their bony fingers grip him tightly, another skeletal hand covering his mouth. The ground started to split open and began dragging him down, causing more hands to appear covering face before covering his eyes. As they pulled him down, a single red, glowing eye was visible through the multitude of hands. There wasn't a hint of worry or fear in his eyes as he watched the ground above him close shut. He slowly closed his eyes. When he reopened them, he was back on his bed. It's one thing to have fear. That's normal. Everyone has them. But it's an entirely different thing to let those fears control you, he said as he grabbed his mask from his side and wrapped it around his eyes, though there was no overlooking the small bead of sweat at the corner of his temple. So that's what happens when I amplify the curse. Even I become affected by it. Good to know. Just then, Lucian felt his phone buzz, a phone he and Annabeth had created and enchanted so they could keep in contact with one another. It wasn't the only thing Lucian and Annabeth had created over the year. Due to her wanting to fully digest her architectural engineer potion, she went into a crazy creative episode where she built mostly anything they could think of and could at the time. Ultimately, her creative bug was contagious as it affected Lucian as well, leading him to join her in making a multitude of items. Texting. Annabeth Owl. Can you come pick me up? Lucian, why? Annabeth Owl. Don't want to be here anymore. Lucian. Stepmother. Annabeth Owl. Stepmother. Lucian. I'm pretty sure with all the improvements you made on your wings you can fly back here. Annabeth, please. Lucian. Lucian. All right, I'll be there in a few. Wait for me. Annabeth. Thank you. Lucian sighed as he stood up and got dressed. I think this will be the first time I'll be meeting them. I'll dress to impress. Lucian wore a black turtleneck with black dress pants. He reached into his shadow, pulled out his Nemean lion skin fur coat, and turned it into a black dress coat for him. He took off his eye mask, which turned into black shadow wisps. Lucian rolled it up in his hand and began changing its shape. When he was done, they had turned into round sunglasses which he immediately put on. Lucian started posing in front of a mirror. I hope her stepmother doesn't fall in love with me. I would hate to break her heart. I'm not even a god, and my looks are already divine. My father is the Lord of the Dead. That must be why I am killing it. Lucian said these lines with every pose he struck. After he was done admiring himself, he walked out of the cabin. Lucian put a hand in his pants pocket and began walking like he was a runway model. This ultimately drew attention, mostly from the girls. A few of the girls from the Aphrodite cabin walked up to him and began complimenting him and asking questions. Lucian, is that you? Whoa, I love what you did with your hair. I'm going to miss your long hair. Sorry, ladies, but I have someplace to be, he said, as he controlled his curse slightly so it wouldn't affect people. He lowered his glasses to the bridge of his nose and winked back at them as he began walking away. Some were captivated by his red eyes, while others were just amused by the way he was acting. As Lucian walked out of the camp, he stepped into his shadow and sank down effortlessly. He reappeared a few houses down from where Annabeth lived. As he arrived where he once kidnapped Annabeth, he went off and quickly bought something before rushing back to Annabeth's home. As he arrived, he heard shouting coming from inside. I know you don't want me around. I'll be perfectly fine on my own. Lucian heard Annabeth yell before detecting her going to her room and shutting the door. Lucian smirked as he went around the house and climbed up towards her window. He found her with her face down on her pillow. She pulled out her phone and began scrolling through pictures they took together. Her sad expression slowly morphed into a smile. Lucian smirked as he secretly opened her window. He sat by the window ledge and began swinging his feet to the side while he leaned on the window frame. He summoned his scythe as he looked in her direction with a smile. I see you could use some help, Lucian said as he swung his leg side to side. Annabeth's head snapped towards the direction of the voice, her expression blossoming into a big smile. Lucian, she yelled excitedly as she rushed towards him and practically tackled him into a hug. Luckily, he managed to turn his scythe back into a ring in time. Hey, Tinkerbell, miss me? Lucian asked teasingly. Annabeth, with her face buried in his chest, nodded without hesitation. She practically melted in his arms. When she looked up, she was taken aback. You cut your hair? She asked, reaching over to touch it. Yeah, it was getting pretty long. I'll explain later. Why are you dressed so nicely? I thought I was meeting my future in-laws. I think I would die of embarrassment if I let you meet my father. So I dressed up this nicely for nothing? Annabeth pouted slightly. Am I nothing then? Just say you dressed up nicely since you were coming to see me. Lucian patted her hair. All right. I dressed up nicely since I was coming to see you. Annabeth smiled and nodded. So what's wrong? Lucian asked. They want to move to San Francisco. And you don't want to? It's not that I don't want to. I'm barely around enough to care. But it's the way my stepmother brought the news. Annabeth's voice went high-pitched as she moved her head side to side in a mocking manner. We'll be moving away from all the strangeness and danger. It will be a fresh start. Do you know that she looked right at me when she said strangeness and danger? She then looked at her kids and my father when she said a fresh start. My dad agreed. Annabeth looked down and bit her lips slightly as she muttered, like I would willingly put them in danger. It's fine, though. Since they want to have their fresh start, they can have their fresh start. This could be a misunderstanding, you know? I think it's better to talk it out with them before thinking about cutting contact. I'm sorry. I know that's probably the right thing to do, but I don't feel like doing the right thing right now. Please take me away. Just like last time. Annabeth looked at Lucian hopefully, which caused him to sigh. All right, he said, kissing her forehead. But let me leave a little note first. Lucian pulled out the bouquet of flowers he bought to introduce himself and set it on her study desk with a little note. The note read, Asterisk K, Mr. and Mrs. Chase, Lucian Blackheart here. You might or might not have heard of me, but I kidnapped Annabeth last time. Anyways, I'm doing it once more. Teehee, asterisk. Death and Shadows. Peter Pan, a.k.a. Lucian Blackheart. Death and Shadows? Annabeth asked questioningly. Yeah, you know, like how some cards end with sincerely. Mine ends with death and shadows, Lucian said, nodding proudly. Lucian then went and stood by the window ledge. He made Bartholomew appear and fly into him. He leaned back and held out his hand towards Annabeth, which she happily took. From his back, 2 large crow wings appeared. You were so dramatic, Annabeth said with a large smile. As he fell back, pulling Annabeth with him, he said, What can I say? It's a part of who I am. A few days later, everyone around camp was seen wearing togas, even though it was the beginning of the winter solstice. I can't believe you actually managed to convince everyone to wear a toga, Annabeth said in amusement. Lucian shrugged his shoulders. What can I say? I can be very persuasive, not to mention charming. Meanwhile, Talia looked a bit nervous, which Lucian and Annabeth both noticed. Is someone too nervous to meet their father? Lucian teased. It's one thing meeting him in a dream. It's another meeting him in person, Talia mumbled. All right, everyone. May I have your attention, please? Chiron called, making everyone stop what they were doing and walk up toward him. As you all know, we will be taking a trip to the home of the gods, Olympus, in a few seconds. I want to take this time to warn you all, be on your best behavior. I'm mostly talking to you, Lucian. What? Me? Why am I being singled out? This caused the majority of them to chuckle. I'll have it be known that I'm an angel. Even my middle name is well-behaved. Lucian, well-behaved Blackheart. See, that's what I'm talking about. Don't do that, Chiron said with a straight expression before turning toward everyone else. Be sure to treat the gods with great respect. Otherwise, you might end up offending them, which could lead to unfortunate circumstances that not even I will be able to save you from. As Chiron was warning everyone, Lucian was kicking a rock around with a pout. He's talking like I'm some sort of problem child. Well, Talia, Annabeth, and even Luke all said in unison. Lucian stared at Luke. Do you only appear to come insult me? Yes, Luke said shamelessly with a nod. Lucian gave him the middle finger, which caused Luke to chuckle. Just then, Chiron finished speaking and began guiding everyone out of the camp. Lucian, along with everyone else, was now cramped inside an elevator. There was a tense silence as they all began heading up. The tense silence was then broken by Lucian humming elevator music. Talia looked at him with a weary smile. You don't ever take anything seriously, do you? Nope, Lucian smiled with delight. A few seconds later, the elevator door opened, and they were welcomed by the sight of clouds and golden buildings everywhere. Everyone had a look of awe as they admired the place, except for 2 people, Lucian and Luke. Chiron started guiding everyone toward the throne room, where all the other gods were waiting for them. Follow my lead, Chiron advised. As they entered the throne room, Lucian was a bit surprised to see there were other gods standing around apart from the 12 Olympian gods. Chiron walked in front of Zeus' throne and went down on his knees. Lord Zeus, Chiron greeted. The others followed, kneeling on one knee as they bowed. Lord Zeus, they repeated. No one noticed that although it looked like Lucian's knee was on the ground, it was elevated just a millimeter away, giving the illusion that he was kneeling. "You all may stand," Zeus announced. "Welcome, young demigods, to eternal Olympus, the home of the gods. I hope you all enjoyed the view," he said, trying to sound charming. "You may now all stand by your godly parentage," Zeus commanded. Everyone soon started to break into cabin order and walk towards the throne of their godly parent, while those without a throne stood in front of them. Lucian and Hades came face to face. "Father," Lucian nodded. "Lucian," Hades greeted back. Hades developed a faint smirk. "Are you going to punch me again?" Lucian smirked back. "You do anything that warrants me to punch you again?" "No." "Then you have nothing to fear." The other gods, listening to their conversation, looked at them weirdly. Hades scoffed in amusement as he patted Lucian's head. "I see you decided to cut your hair." Lucian shrugged. "Was trying out a new look." "Looks good." Hades nodded. "Don't I always? Can't you just take a normal compliment?" "Nope." Meanwhile, Talia walked toward Zeus' throne and bowed a second time. "Father, daughter, I see you've been well." Zeus then snapped his fingers, which changed Talia's black toga to a pure white one. Zeus gave a satisfied nod, while Talia simply stared at him. "What was that for? White is a better color for you." "It's the color of purity," Zeus grinned. Talia was close to rolling her eyes in annoyance. Meanwhile, Hades and Lucian appeared to be having the most fun out of this tense reunion. "You have to come and visit the Underworld. Persephone keeps nagging me to bring you." Hades sighed with a faint smile. "You know, I've been interested in exploring the Underworld. It sounds cool. Only you would describe the Underworld as cool. Others would describe it as dreadful, hell, a living nightmare, etc. Are you trying to keep me away or something? When you're selling something to someone, you should advertise the good parts." Hades casually shrugged. "It's the Underworld. There's nothing to sell." "Well, except Elysium. But come on, we both know you aren't going there," Hades scoffed. Lucian just stared at him with his mouth slightly agape and an offended look. "Who the hell says that to their child? What's the matter with you?" "It was a joke, calm down." "Since when can you make a joke?" Lucian asked, looking at him weirdly. Just then, Zeus cleared his throat to demand everyone's attention. "Well then, since everyone has gotten acquainted, why don't we gods join you and give you a tour of our home?" All the gods proceeded to stand up from their thrones and walk in front, motioning for everyone else to follow them. Hades decided to stay at the back and continue talking to Lucian until Lucian heard someone calling out to him. "If it isn't my ungrateful student." When Lucian turned towards the voice, he found Hecate walking up to him. Lucian put his fist on his palm and bowed. "Sensei, you're never going to stop doing that, are you?" Hecate asked. "Nope. So how am I ungrateful?" Hecate scoffed. "After our short lesson ended, you don't call or send a message. It's been a few years since we last talked." Lucian scratched his cheek, a bit embarrassed. "Sorry about that. I've been a bit busy." She said skeptically. Hecate then turned towards Hades and bowed slightly. "Lord Hades," she said in greeting. "Hecate." Hades nodded towards her. "I've heard you taught my son a bit of magic." Hecate nodded. "Yes, although it was only for a few short months. He's a quick learner." "I had to learn quickly, otherwise I was going to die," Lucian muttered. Hades and Hecate both ignored his words and began talking among themselves. "Really feeling the love here, you guys," Lucian said, rolling his eyes and joining the others. Talia, noticing Lucian was next to her, leaned in and whispered, "I didn't know your dad was such a dilf. I was expecting him to be a really scary-looking man." Lucian slowly turned to look at her, giving her a "what the fuck did you just say?" expression. "I should smack you for even saying those words to my face." Annabeth, who was next to them, backed up and asked, "What's a D?" Both Lucian and Talia's hands quickly went to cover her mouth. Lucian glared at Talia. "Look at what you did." I wasn't expecting her to repeat it. Annabeth smacked their hand away. "Stop treating me like I'm your child or something." As that was happening, the gods were giving them a tour of all the buildings and statues that belonged to them and explaining their purpose. Soon after their little tour, they were led to what appeared to be a banquet hall. There was a large, long golden table in the middle, laden with plates and plates of food of various kinds. "Now come, children, eat to your heart's content," Zeus said with a smile on his face. EW, Lucian thought to himself. Ah, I see what's going on. He wants to satisfy his ego, wants to see us do the offering thing right in front of his face. Lucian concluded as he studied Zeus' expression. Lucian just played along with it, rolling his eyes. As they finished the offering, the gods and demigods began to interact ever so slightly, but not all. Athena calmly walked toward Lucian, who was happily eating chocolate cake. Sensing someone behind him, he turned with the spoon in his mouth. Seeing Athena, he tilted his head in confusion. I'm going to be honest, I don't support your relationship with my daughter. Lucian still had the spoon in his mouth as he gave her a what expression. Not only does it appear that you have a relationship with Annabeth, but you also seem to have one with Talia. I do not condone such a relationship. Either choose one or the other. You know what? I'll make that decision for you. Break up with Annabeth. Lucian slowly pulled the spoon from his mouth and just stared Athena in the eye. Listen, lady, I don't know what your deal is. My deal is that I have never met a demigod with so many fatal flaws. Because of them, the people around you will suffer. I don't want my Annabeth to be among them. First of all, like I said once before, I didn't choose the harem life. The harem life chose me. And second, it's not like I'm holding them hostage. If they want to break up with me or not, it's up to them to decide. And since they haven't, that means they're happy with the way things are. Which also means it's our relationship, not yours to meddle in, Lucian said, pointing a spoon of cake towards her and then eating it. Athena felt her eye twitch. Do you want to know your greatest flaw of them all? One flaw that is greater than any other. Lucian looked at her, waiting for a response, his spoon back in his mouth. It is your avarice and cupidity. Oi, I'm a very smart individual. I'll have you know, or at least my mommy says so, Lucian said as he wagged his spoon at her with an offended look. What? Athena asked. There was a short pause as Lucian saw the gears in Athena's head turning. Athena covered her face and sighed. I said cupidity, not stupidity, but at this point I'm not so sure if there's really such a difference with you. Lucian rolled his eyes. I was joking, I know what it means. It's another word for greed, more towards wanting to possess a multitude of things, Lucian said, raising an eyebrow. Athena nodded. Your greed doesn't know when enough is enough, and one day your greed will be directed towards something you have no hope of possessing, which will result in your destruction and in the destruction of those around you. Can I ask you something? Lucian asked with a serious expression. Athena stared at him for a bit and then nodded. Does one of your divinities that I do not know about involve seeing into the future or something of a similar nature? Athena raised a brow and shook her head. That's more Apollo's forte. Then stop speaking as if you know what the future has in store for me. I know your thing has to do with strategy, anticipating your opponent's next moves based on what you know, but one, you don't know me that well to guess what I'm going to do next. For that, you would need to know all the variables about me, which is something you currently don't possess. What you see and know is what I allow others to see and know. And two, you more than anyone should know that no matter how much you strategize, you can never anticipate the unpredictable. And I'm as unpredictable as anyone can get. Not even I know what I'm going to do next. Anyways, it was nice meeting you, mother-in-law, but I can't say that I enjoyed our little chat. You should work on that, Lucian said as he gave her the peace sign and began walking away. This cake is very good. I need to ask for the recipe before I leave, Athena heard Lucian mutter. Athena just stared at Lucian's back with a shocked look. Athena then felt someone patting her back. When she turned to see who it was, she found Hestia with a large smile looking at her sympathetically. I'm sorry, my little niece, but he just ate you up. I think this is the first time I've seen a mortal leave you so speechless, Hestia happily giggled. I'm glad you find this so amusing, Athena rolled her eyes. He's going to have an early grave. Hestia had her hands on her hips as she wore a proud expression. I wouldn't be so sure. Lucy is very strong, and I'm not talking about strength-wise. He's a good boy who secretly cares for others. He wouldn't do something dangerous if those he cares about would be in danger. Lucy? Athena asked, looking at Hestia amused. Yeah, he only allows those close to him and people he cares about to call him that. So if he hasn't given you permission, don't you go calling him that. Hestia advised with a waggle of her finger. Whatever. Athena rolled her eyes before walking away. Meanwhile, little by little, Lucian started lowering his presence before walking out of the banquet hall. Luke walked through an empty hallway with his hands in his toga pockets. His steps didn't have a single ounce of hesitation. He secretly snuck his way into the throne room, causing him to smirk once inside. He walked straight towards Zeus's throne, ignoring all the others. He saw Zeus's master bolt in the armrest. As Luke reached over to grab it, a hand suddenly appeared and grabbed his wrist. He felt his heart drop to his stomach, his head snapping toward the owner, and found Lucian at the other end. "My God, Lucian, you almost gave me a heart attack," Luke said, holding his thumping chest. Luke then snatched his hand away. "So what are you doing here? I should be asking you the same. What were you planning on doing?" Lucian asked. "It's none of your business," Luke scoffed. "Yeah, it is my business when I want to make it my business. And would you look at that? I'm making it my business," Lucian smiled joyfully. Luke stared at Lucian for a while before exhaling sharply. "What do you think I was doing? Once you do this, Luke, there is no going back. I hope you know that. You would be walking on a path of no return. Are you seriously giving me a speech right now and trying to stop me?" Luke asked with an annoyed expression. "I wouldn't really be your friend now if I didn't at least try. You're going to be betraying a lot of people who care about you and whom you care about by doing this." Luke developed a small smile. "Thanks, Lucian. I truly mean it when I say you're a good friend." His expression then turned serious. "But you're wrong about one thing. It's already too late. There's no going back." Luke immediately grabbed the thunderbolt, which crackled slightly in his hands. Lucian closed his eyes and sighed. Luke turned his back and began walking away. He stopped briefly. "I'm really sorry, Lucian. I truly am," he said before continuing. As he closed his eyes, he felt half of the betrayer potion being digested. With that, Luke walked out of the throne room, his steps not once faltering. As Luke left, Lucian felt something watery run down his nose. As he checked it with his finger, he saw red. "I guess that's what I get for tracing all 3 divine items," he smirked. Lucian managed to slip back into the banquet hall and immediately noticed Hades talking with Annabeth and Talia. Before he could join them, Aphrodite, the goddess of love, intercepted him with a teasing greeting. "Why, hello there. Fancy meeting you here," she said, smiling beautifully. Lucian blinked a few times and tried to walk past her, but she blocked his path with her arm. "Can't you see I just want to talk?" she said, still smiling. Lucian sighed and called out in a whiny tone, "Deawad, this strange woman is talking to me. I think she wants to offer me candy." Aphrodite's smile twitched as veins appeared on her forehead. "Listen here, Deawad, your boy is about to be touched in places he doesn't want to." Lucian continued, closing his eyes and leaning his head back. Aphrodite turned to see Artemis laughing and pointing at her. Irritated, Aphrodite was about to retort when she felt a dark presence behind her. She turned to find Hades with a tired expression. "Just leave the boy alone, Aphrodite. Can't you see he doesn't want to talk to you?" Hades said. Before she could respond, Lucian walked behind Hades. "What took you so long? Do you have any idea how many times I could have been molested by the time it took you to get here?" "I wasn't going to molest you, you stupid brat," Aphrodite snapped. "I'm just as handsome as Adonis, if not more. Anything is possible. I don't want to take the risk," Lucian replied. Hades sighed and started pushing Lucian away. "Seriously, what is the matter with you?" he whispered harshly. "She was literally about to touch me." "I am the victim here," Lucian insisted. As they were leaving, Lucian pulled the skin under his eye and stuck his tongue out slightly with a smirk, only to be smacked on the back of the head by Hades. "Your mother and I seriously need to have a talk about your attitude," Hades said. "What? Don't bring my mother into this," Lucian protested, rubbing the spot where he was smacked. Aphrodite watched them go with gritted teeth, only to hear Artemis laughing next to her. "It looks like someone doesn't like you very much," Artemis said, chuckling and biting into an apple. "Shouldn't you be out there with your lesbian horde or something? What are you even doing here?" Aphrodite snapped. "And missed the chance to see you get humiliated? Not in a million years," Artemis scoffed. Aphrodite bit into the nail of her thumb. "I understand he doesn't like me, but it's more than that. It's close to hate. It's a very strong dislike. I wonder why. What could I have possibly done to get such a negative reaction? I've never interacted with him or anyone close to him before. Artemis rolled her eyes. There doesn't need to be a reason for them to dislike you. I mean, it's not that hard, she teased. Aphrodite gave her a sideways glance, but chose to ignore her. Not every mortal has to like you, you know? Maybe Lucian is just different and doesn't find you attractive, Artemis smirked. Well, that's a first. The man-hater has complimented a mortal man, Aphrodite said, studying Artemis's expression. And that same mortal doesn't like you. Look at that. A first for you as well, Artemis said as she walked away. She's running away. This is all so fascinating, Aphrodite pondered. She then turned her attention back to Lucian, who was talking to Hades with Talia and Annabeth around him. So do I just follow you to the underworld after all this is over? Lucian asked curiously. Is that what you want to do? Hades asked back. Honestly, a bit, yeah. Can we come along? Talia and Annabeth asked, both a bit shy and embarrassed, not to mention scared as they looked up at Hades. Hades leaned back in a corner, his hand over his arm, raising an eyebrow. You guys are weird. Huh, both Talia and Annabeth exclaimed. You want to come to the underworld like it's some sort of vacation. The last place people want to visit is the underworld. Why do you even want to come? Well, for starters, it will be quite boring without Lucian around, Annabeth said, looking down and pressing her fingers together. Because she's an emo that is interested in dark and scary places, not to mention the dead, Lucian answered for Talia. Talia glared at Lucian. I've told you this a million times. My style is more punk rock. You're the edgelord, all about darkness and death. Talia then sighed. I want to see if I can find my brother, or if he has reincarnated already. Your brother? Hades asked, looking towards Zeus, who was giving him a warning look. And how old is that brother of yours? Hades asked, ignoring Zeus completely. He was 2 years old when he died. If he was alive today, he would be Lucian's and Annabeth's age. Tell me, is that brother of yours your full brother or your half-brother? Hades asked. Full. That hypocrite. Hades narrowed his eyes at Zeus, who was doing the same, his eyes sparkling with lightning. Huh? Talia asked. Sorry, I was talking about your father. Here he was giving me grief for breaking the vow and fathering Lucian. When he went and broke it twice at that, Hades scoffed. Now, as for the matter of your brother, I would have known if one of his children made it to the underworld. There hasn't been any for the past decades, as far as I'm aware. But you are welcome to look when you visit, he smiled at her. Talia nodded, before Hades raised a finger. Although there's one thing you two must do first. You have to ask Chiron for permission. Lucian doesn't have to, since he's my son and all, but I can't say the same about the two of you. Talia and Annabeth both nodded and began walking towards Chiron. As the two were alone, Lucian looked at Hades strangely. What? Hades asked. Why are you happy with their visit? Lucian asked. Well, for starters, not a lot of people just come to visit the underworld like I said. It's unexpectedly a nice change of pace. Not to mention Persephone would like the unexpected company. She'd tend to be a bit lonely. She has somewhat changed since your mother came along, though. Oh, I wonder whose fault that is. Lucian said mockingly. Lucian, yeah. Don't make me hit you. Sorry. The more I interact with you, the more I realize you need some serious discipline. I said I was sorry, Lucian muttered. Hades simply sighed, shaking his head and rolling his eyes. It wasn't long after the banquet of the gods that their short field trip came to an end. As everyone was preparing to leave, Hades turned towards Annabeth and Talia. So, did Chiron give you permission? Annabeth and Talia both nodded excitedly. But wait, we don't have any clothes for our stay, Talia said. Lucian turned towards Hades. I'll shadow travel us quickly to the camp. We'll pack up and meet you back here. What do you say? Hades nodded. Sure, but don't take too long. Yes, sir. Lucian nodded, placing a hand behind Annabeth and Talia's backs before disappearing into a shadow with both of them. As they left, Hades narrowed his eyes, his expression tightening. Now, then, who took my helm? He muttered, his eyes gaining a dangerous look. I know it wasn't Lucian, Hades thought. As childish and immature as he might be, One thing he is not as foolish. Although it was never said, he knows he would be seriously punished if he ever messed with my symbol of power. And it couldn't have been Zeus' child. I had my eye on her the entire time. There was just no way she would have gotten it. Hades pondered multiple possibilities. Was it Zeus? Or perhaps Poseidon? Zeus has a lot to gain if I lost my symbol, but Poseidon doesn't. Well, not that I'm aware of. Where I stand, they're all suspicious. So what are you thinking about? Hades turned and saw Lucian with both Talia and Annabeth, all three wearing backpacks that were too big for their bodies. They all held onto their straps and looked up towards Hades, waiting. Hades scoffed in amusement before shaking his head. You guys sure got ready quickly. Quickly? We were gone for 10 minutes. Really? Time moves differently for immortals. You still haven't answered. What was on your mind? Lucian asked, tilting his head in confusion. Hades shook his head. Nothing. I was just a bit absent-minded waiting for you guys. I can't let him know I lost the helm. It would destroy my image in his eyes. Now then, do you have everything you need? Hades asked. They all nodded. Seeing them nod, Hades nodded back before facing the road. The area around them began to shake, and the ground started to split open. From underground, there was the sound of galloping followed by a loud horse neigh. A row of skeletal horses with manes made out of black flames appeared, pulling what looked like a mixture between a carriage and a chariot. This won't go away when it strikes midnight, right? Lucian said teasingly. Hades simply scoffed at his statement. Just get on. And so they did. Hades was pulling the reins while Talia and Annabeth sat at the back. Lucian put his bag in the back and went to sit next to Hades. When Hades looked towards him, he saw Lucian looking down, embarrassed. This caused Hades to silently chuckle to himself. Hades snapped the reins, causing the horses to neigh and make a U-turn. The horses began galloping downwards. All three of them grew a bit nervous and frightened. Their surroundings started to become pitch black, with the way behind them slowly closing up and fixing itself. After a minute of rough terrain, they were met with an aerial view of the entire underworld. There was a road made from the dirt leading down towards a large castle in the far distance. Lucian turned towards Hades and shyly asked, "Can I drive?" Hades looked amused. "Do you know how to?" "I was kind of hoping you would teach me." Lucian squeaked, his ears turning bright red. Hades laughed. "Sure, here." He handed him the reins. Lucian smirked as he held them in his hand. Hades began instructing him on how to maneuver. Meanwhile, Talia and Annabeth just gave each other a look and didn't say anything else. Lucian nodded along as Hades kept guiding him. Hades ruffled his hair. "You're a natural. I barely had to say much, and you already knew what to do." "Well, I'm great at everything I do, so it wasn't much of a challenge. Just take the damn compliment." Lucian chuckled. "Never." As they kept going down the road, it disappeared behind them. It wasn't long before they arrived at the front of the huge castle. By the entrance of the castle was a ginormous three-headed Cerberus, sleeping and keeping guard. They all began to dismount, and as Lucian jumped down to the ground, he froze and slowly closed his eyes. Annabeth and Talia looked at Lucian worriedly. "What's going on with him?" they whispered. Interesting," Hades muttered as he saw what was happening. A dark red aura slowly seeped out from Lucian as he spread his arms to the side and began looking up. Cerberus slowly woke up from his sleep, shaking all three heads awake. He walked up towards Lucian and bowed his head towards him. Although the others couldn't see it, other beings were also bowing in his direction. The Underworld, it's accepting him as its prince. It's deeming him worthy, Hades said in a hushed but proud tone. Annabeth and Talia's eyes widened as their mouths hung open in surprise. Lucian took a deep breath before sharply exhaling. He reached out his hand and began petting the middle Cerberus on the snout. He opened his eyes back up again. They were glowing bright red, but now instead of simply glowing, they were as beautiful as rubies. "This is trippy, man. I don't know how to really describe it. I feel like I'm finally home after being away for years on vacation," Lucian muttered. "Not to mention, I feel like I just received partial access to this place." The other two heads of Cerberus started licking him, asking for his attention, causing him to giggle and start patting all of them. "Who's a good boy?" he said as he scratched all their chins, causing their tails to wag happily. Hades gained a serious expression as he looked towards him. Lucian Blackheart, he called out. Lucian stiffened as he looked towards Hades. Yeah. Hades put a hand on his shoulder. You can now officially and proudly call yourself Lucian Blackheart, the son of Hades, the prince of the Underworld. Welcome home, son. Hades put a hand on his shoulder. You are now officially Lucian Blackheart, the son of Hades, the prince of the Underworld. Welcome home, son. Lucian had an astonished look as he gazed up at his father. You mean my name wasn't official before? Then what in the Underworld was I before all this? That's the part you're most shocked about. They all shouted in disbelief. Annabeth practically had stars in her eyes as she looked at Lucian. That means I'm dating a prince? Kya, she muttered. Wait, does that mean I have official duties and responsibilities as the prince of the Underworld? Lucian asked, his expression turning serious. He's immediately thinking about his duties and responsibilities as a first thought. He's really a good kid, Hades thought with pride. Hades nodded. That's right. I'll be sending you out to collect lost souls that have strayed from the Underworld and to deal with those who are actively trying to escape death. Isn't that Thanatos' job? Lucian asked, tilting his head in confusion. Hades put a hand over his chin as he muttered, How can I put this in a way you would understand? Okay, let's use mortal terms. In this case, you would be a police officer, while Thanatos is an entire FBI SWAT team. I can't believe you actually managed to simplify that in modern terms, Lucian said, shaking his head. Hades shrugged his shoulders. I'm in charge of mortal souls. It would be weirder if I wasn't that informed about what goes on. Anyway, let's discuss this matter another time. You have someone waiting for you inside. Come follow me, he ordered as he began walking toward the castle. Lucian petted Cerberus goodbye. I'll come play with you after I finish settling in. Cerberus whimpered sadly and started licking Lucian in farewell. As they entered, Lucian let out a whistle in approval. This place is nice, he said as he studied the black marble floors and the decorations on the walls. After passing through many doors, they finally arrived at a large one, which Lucian assumed led to the throne room. As Hades pushed the door open, he announced, I have brought some guests with me after my little trip. As soon as Lucian stepped inside, he was barely able to react as he was tackled into a hug. Lucy, mother, Lucian choked out. I can't breathe. Right, sorry, Medea said, a bit embarrassed. Lucian took a deep breath as she let go of him. Medea then started petting his head. You cut your hair? It's nice. You look very handsome, she said teasingly. Lucian just looked down, embarrassed. Mom, you're embarrassing me, he muttered. Medea chuckled and kissed his forehead. Well, it's nice to see you for real this time. It's good to see you again, too, mother dearest, Lucian said, smiling slightly. As Medea looked up, her smile disappeared, and her expression turned serious. She walked past Lucian and stared at both Talia and Annabeth, who gulped lightly as they looked at her. Annabeth bowed toward Medea. And nice to meet you, ma'am. I am Annabeth Chase. I am your son's girlfriend, she said nervously. Medea crossed her arms and turned to look at Talia, who, although not as nervous as Annabeth, was still a bit anxious. Hello, I'm Talia Grace, and I honestly don't know what to call the relationship I have with your son, but we've known each other for a long time, and he has really helped me out. I'm really grateful to him. Medea nodded before hugging them both. It's finally nice to meet my daughters-in-laws. I am Medea, as you can already tell, Lucian's mother. I always wanted daughters, and now I have two. Thank you for looking after Lucian. I know he can be a handful. Your son is right here, woman, Lucian said, raising his arms and gesturing to himself. Medea playfully shooed him away. Shoo, let me get to know my daughters-in-law. Go bother someone else. You've already served your purpose as my son. Lucian just stared with his mouth open before scoffing. Fine, I see how it is. Lucian walked up to Persephone, who was seated on her throne, watching everything with a smile. Lucian bowed to her. Hello, stepmother. It's nice to finally meet you after so many years. Persephone smiled and chuckled lightly. It's nice to finally see you face to face, Lucian. How have you been? Good. Even better now that I've seen your beauty. Persephone couldn't help but laugh out loud. That earned him a punch on the top of his head from Hades. "Stop flirting with my wife, you stupid brat," Hades said as he walked up and sat next to her. "Ow!" Lucian exclaimed, holding the top of his head. "Why? Do my good looks make you insecure, old man?" "Real mature, Lucian. Real mature," Hades scoffed. "Anyway," Lucian said, ignoring him and focusing on Persephone. "I've come bearing gifts." Persephone was surprised and interested upon hearing that. Lucian then reached into his shadow and pulled out a packet of flower seeds. Persephone looked at them in confusion. "These are seeds I personally created that will grow in the underworld. I imagine all the flowers that grow here aren't the most beautiful or appealing. So I made these that are vibrant in color and smell. As the goddess of spring and nature, you must miss seeing these, so I hope you enjoy them." Lucian pulled out more packets. "I actually brought a lot more, so you can have your own garden of beautiful flowers." Persephone covered her mouth in surprise and looked at Hades with teary eyes. "That is so thoughtful." Persephone walked down from her throne and hugged Lucian. "Thank you, truly. Don't thank me just yet. Try them out and see if they work. Then you can thank me," Lucian said as he handed her the packets of seeds. "Sorry to leave so early, but do you mind if I go plant them now?" Hades nodded with a smile and watched as Persephone walked out of the throne room with a skip in her step. Hades then smiled at Lucian. "Thank you. It's been a while since I've seen her that happy and excited." Lucian looked at him weirdly, which caused Hades to look at him in confusion. "What's with the face? That says more about you than anything else. What the hell have you been doing or not doing that she hasn't been that happy or excited?" Lucian asked, his expression still wary as he looked at Hades with suspicion. Hades sighed and rubbed his head. "I didn't mean it like that, you brat. And I do try to make her as happy as I possibly can. She knows I would gladly offer her the world in her palm if I could. I was only joking. Sorry. No need to get all sentimental on me now," Lucian said a bit awkwardly, not expecting that reaction. Medea then appeared and rubbed the top of his head. "So where's my gift? You brought one for Persephone, right? So where's mine?" Lucian just looked at her and scoffed. "Go ask your daughters-in-laws." It was Medea's turn to look at Lucian in shock. "Whoa, why are you being so petty? I wonder who you got that from." Medea and Lucian stared at each other for a bit before they both began laughing. After their introduction to Medea and Persephone, Lucian and the others were given their own rooms to settle down in. Afterward, they decided to start exploring the castle together. "You think your father has a torture chamber?" Talia asked curiously. "Maybe. Perhaps it's mixed with his sex chamber as well. You know what? Maybe his torture chamber and his sex chamber are one and the same." Talia and Annabeth both just stared at Lucian weirdly. "Thanks for that. My interest in the torture chamber is now long gone," Talia said sarcastically. "You are very welcome." Lucian turned around and stuck his hand out, conjuring a dark red protective barrier using his magic. A bolt of magical energy hit the barrier and tried to break through. There was a clash of power between the two forms of magical energy until the bolt started losing its power and dissipated. Lucian raised a brow as he asked, "What are you doing, mother?" Medea, who was the perpetrator of the magical attack, only smiled. "I was testing your reflexes and how strong your magic has become. Got to say, that's a fast reaction time. Good work." Lucian only smiled as he sent his attack of magical energy. Medea returned his smile and shook her head. She covered her hand in her magic energy and swatted it away, causing it to hit the wall. "Anyway, come along. Persephone wants to show everyone how the new garden looks," Medea said as she came to fetch them. "Already?" Lucian asked, tilting his head in confusion. "Lucian, she's a goddess. She was able to get it done quickly." "All right," he muttered as they followed Medea out of the castle. They went behind the castle to find a field of flowers, all beautiful and neatly arranged. Instead of looking like a garden, it appeared more like a meadow. In the middle of the meadow was Persephone, sitting at a small white round table with a large umbrella over it. In the middle were cakes and tea, with Hades sitting next to her, one leg crossed over the other as he calmly sipped tea. Persephone was sitting down with her hands joined together, smiling and taking deep breaths of the air, exhaling in contentment. Feeling their presence, Persephone waved them over. She went and hugged Lucian, kissing his cheek. "Thank you. This is one of the best gifts I've ever received." Lucian looked over to Hades smugly, who only scoffed, turned away, and continued drinking his tea. As they all sat down, Medea gained a large smile. "Now, then, I can finally do something I always wanted to do since you were growing up." Lucian looked at Medea in confusion. "Huh? As your mother, it's my job to show my daughters-in-laws your baby pictures and embarrassing moments I managed to capture over the years. I always wanted to embarrass you in front of them. First of all, that's horrible. I'm your son. And second, I have really thick skin. I doubt you can embarrass me." Lucian scoffed confidently. "Oh, Lucian, when will you learn that you will never win against your mother?" Medea sighed as she pulled out a small bag from her robe. "Are we really going to see his baby pictures?" Annabeth asked excitedly. Talia also had a look of great interest. Medea had a large smile as she nodded. She turned the bag over the table and dumped all the contents, revealing small light crystals piled up. "They're light crystals, aren't they?" Annabeth asked, looking at the crystals on the table. Medea nodded in confirmation. "Yup, they capture the light in front of them and store the image in the crystal." "Get with the times, Grandma. We have a thing called a camera now," Lucian scoffed. Medea whacked him over the head and glared menacingly at him. "Watch it, young man, or I will make you stay in this underworld permanently." Lucian massaged his head in pain. "I can't believe you actually threatened to kill me." Medea scoffed. "Anyways, where was I?" "All right, let's start in chronological order," Medea said, smiling once more and picking out a crystal. A projection of baby Lucian fast asleep in his crib, wrapped in a blanket, appeared in the air. "Oh!" Both Annabeth and Talia exclaimed as they looked at the projection. "This was Lucian when he was born," Medea happily explained. "Then this was Lucian a month later." The next crystal showed an image of Lucian on his stomach with his feet up while he tried to lift himself up, looking up in confusion. He always had this look of curiosity around him since he was just a baby, wanting to know the world around him, Medea said lovingly. She began showing them images from his upcoming months. "This is him at 5 months old, already trying to stand up by himself." The image showed Lucian grabbing a table leg as he tried to pick himself up. Annabeth and Talia were both gushing over his serious face as he was concentrating. Even Lucian looked at the picture with a smile. "It's funny how fondly I remember those moments. Here he was at 6 months, taking his first steps," Medea said as she smiled at Lucian's proud baby look. "Here he is at 7 months old, saying his first words, 'Mama.'" Medea looked at Hades smugly as if she won a competition. Hades only had an amused look as he was also enjoying looking at the pictures. "Here's him at 8 months, trying to learn how to read." It showed a picture of him sitting with a large book on his lap, looking at it in confusion, which earned a few chuckles. In this picture, he was still 8 months old, but this time with glasses. "Isn't he just the cutest?" Medea gushed as she pinched Lucian's cheek. "Funny enough, I still have those glasses," Lucian smiled. "This is when Lucian just turned 1 year old. He was helping me bake his cake. The image was of a small 1-year-old Lucian with a dirty face from the flour as Medea was stirring. This is him blowing out his candle. And surprisingly, that same day was the time he gained access to his magic for the very first time." Medea then paused and put a hand on her chin as if she was remembering something. "If I remember correctly, I think this was the first time I told you about your father. I was there." "Huh." Lucian turned towards Hades, looking at him in surprise. Hades gained a teasing expression as he said, "If I remember right, I was someone's favorite god. I was 1 year old. I was talking nonsense." Lucian denied completely. Hades didn't believe him for a second as he drank his tea with a smile. "I was a 1-year-old baby. I didn't know what I was talking about." Lucian kept on denying. Hades didn't respond to his words and just continued to sit there happily. "Next picture," Lucian grumbled. Medea smiled as she kept going. This was when Lucian was 3 years old. He would not stop practicing. The image showed Lucian wielding a wooden sword against wooden figures. "You really did practice since you were very young." No wonder you're so strong. And all this time, I was thinking how unfair it was that you had so much talent at a young age, Talia said, her respect for Lucian growing. Actually, I managed to record a video of something. Medea looked towards Lucian teasingly as she picked up a crystal that had a bit of a different coloring to it. The video showed 3-year-old Lucian with a scythe over his shoulder walking with a stride. He spun the scythe between his hands and around his body before pointing it at the empty air. Any last words? They heard Lucian's small baby voice. There was a silence as he raised an eyebrow. No, he asked before he began swinging his scythe around once more. Then consider your soul reaped, he said as he swung his scythe at the empty air, followed by him dropping to the ground in shame. Annabeth and Talia couldn't hold in their laughter, with Hades and Persephone chuckling. Then consider your soul reaped. Annabeth and Talia both mocked. Har, har, har. Yeah. Laugh it up, Lucian rolled his eyes. Medea chuckled as she ruffled his hair as he was beginning to pout. Medea continued showing them pictures as Lucian grew older and began looking at how Talia and Annabeth remembered him from when they met him. This was when he was 5 years old and received his weapon from Hades. The image was of Lucian with an excited look as he wielded his purple scythe. This was Lucian at 6 years old. He had just finished making his very first enchanted weapon, a pair of twin daggers. Annabeth looked at Lucian in surprise. Wait, the ones gifted to me were the first enchanted weapons you ever created? She was touched. Lucian simply shrugged his shoulders. Maybe. Now then, what I'm about to show everyone is what happened a few minutes after. It is the last picture I ever took of Lucian, and if I'm being honest, it is the picture I treasure most, Medea said as she picked the last crystal. As the image was projected, Hades spat out his drink, while Persephone started choking on a bit of her cake. Lucian stood up as he looked at the photo, his face turning bright red. Why do you have that? The picture was of Lucian, but naked in the shower, leaning against a shower wall, fast asleep. Annabeth and Talia both almost fell out of their seats as they laughed. They had tears in their eyes and kept holding their stomachs as they couldn't stop laughing. Medea leaned forward on the table, her cheek resting on her hand, as she looked at Lucian's embarrassed expression as he looked down. So what did you say about having thick skin? She said teasingly. I hate you so much, Lucian glared. Medea only smiled and kissed the side of his forehead. I love you too, honey. 6 months later. Hey everyone, it's your host, Murray, on the Murray Talk Show. And today, we have 2 very special guests with us. And who's this guest? You all might be wondering, Murray asked as he looked at the camera with a charming smile. Well, I'll tell you a bit about them. Our guests are 2 up-and-rising authors. They simply appeared out of nowhere and took the whole world by storm with their story, breaking the record for having sold over 1 million copies upon official release. And of course, you must know what I'm talking about. Murray reached over and pulled out 2 books. One read, Ascension Through Paradoxes, Book 1, Arise, while the other one read, A Journey Through Ruins, Book 1, Awakening. Now, then, everyone, let's give a very warm welcome to the authors of these books, Lucine and Annabelle Hart. 2 people then appeared, waving, a girl with white skin, black hair, and eyes, wearing a cute dress. Next to her was a man with tan skin and blonde hair, wearing a 3-piece suit. They shook hands with Murray as he handed them their respective books to hold. Tell me, how does it feel to suddenly gain a lot of fame from your books? Are you nervous about this newfound fame, or excited now that so many people know who you guys are? Murray asked. It is certainly interesting, I'll tell you that much. It's such a surreal experience having so many people know who I am, Lucine answered charmingly. Oh please, you know you love the attention, Annabelle replied, nudging him. But I'll say this, it's nice to know so many people have enjoyed our story. Murray nodded with a smile. I'm sure you've told this story many times before, but please tell us, for those that possibly haven't heard it, how did you come up with such an interesting plot? It's a really creative masterpiece. It's an interesting story, really. It came to us in a dream. When we woke up the next day, we shared with each other the strange dream we had just experienced. That's when we realized we had the same dream, but from different perspectives, Lucine explained, to which Annabelle continued. We were both a bit freaked and weirded out by the entire ordeal, but we also found it so fascinating. And so we began writing about it. We wrote everything we remembered and saw. As we looked it over, this one here joked that this could be a book we could make. Lucine chuckled. I still remember how we both just stared at each other after I said that. We both then knew that we had to share this story with everyone else. We had to share the dream we had experienced with everyone else, and so we began writing. I wrote the story from the perspective of the character I experienced, and he wrote it from his experience. We decided to turn our own perspectives of events into their own books, Annabelle shared. It's almost unbelievable that a single dream you two shared has led to such a creation. Murray shook his head with a smile. His expression then turned serious as he asked, So then, tell us. A week ago, an archaeologist by the name of Beatrix Black discovered an ancient ruin. Now then, the reason I'm bringing this up is because those ruins were scarily similar to what you have written. Do you have anything to say to that? Murray asked, looking curious. Honestly, we're a bit fearful of what this could mean. I mean, we both have similar dreams and write a story about it. Then a while later, this ruin appears, making the headlines. I can't help but wonder if it's a message of some kind, Annabelle answered with an uneasy expression. Murray continued asking them multiple questions, some about the story, some about their own personal lives, and some about the ruins that were discovered. After an hour of the interview, it came to an end. They all shook hands as they left and made their way out of the studio. As they walked out, Annabelle sighed. That's the third interview we've done since those ruins appeared. I know. I'm beginning to get tired of them already myself, Lucine said as they both held hands and made their way toward a back alley. Lucine loosened his tie, while Annabelle tied her loose curly hair back into a ponytail as they both began shrinking in size and returning to their normal appearances. None other than Lucian and Annabeth. Annabeth lifted her dress up to her thigh, revealing her purple pouch, and pulled out a card that read, Outfit Change. While Lucian simply covered his body in a shadow, both changed their clothes into something more comfortable. Annabeth turned towards Lucian as she asked, Did we really need to change skin tones and hair color? No, I just thought it would have been really funny. And it is. Annabeth simply stared at Lucian and sighed while shaking her head. Let's just go find that lost soul your dad is making you find. Lucian looked at her in amusement. What? You don't even find it a little bit funny? I find it as funny as my name being Annabelle, and you Lucan, real original. Annabeth rolled her eyes. Lucian shrugged his shoulders. Hey, no one told you to go along with them. You could have had a whole different name if you wanted. I left the name choices to you, which, realizing now, was a mistake. Annabeth shook her head. Hey, I'll have you know those names are genius. Now, come. Tony Chomper found who we needed, he said as he put a hand on Annabeth's shoulder and they sank into his shadow. They reappeared behind Tony Chomper as he bit down on the leg of a ghost, who began screaming in panic and trying to kick him away. Get this little shit off of me. Lucian created chain shackles using his shadow and put them on the man's neck. Come on now. The three kings await. WAHHH, what is going on? The ghost man screamed as he was getting dragged. Both Annabeth and Lucian ignored the screaming man as Annabeth asked, Is it just me, or is your dad becoming more and more irritable? You haven't found out? Lucian asked. Found out what? Lucian sighed. You've been hanging out and spending too much time with my mother to realize what's going on. Lucian pointed up and said, His bolt was stolen, and he believes it was either me or someone else. I can't remember who. He's been pressing my father for an answer. If not, there would be war. But what he doesn't know is that my father's helm also got stolen and suspect him of doing it. Or that kid stole both of their symbols of power. Things are escalating, and it could lead to a war. Annabeth stared at Lucian in surprise. What the hell have I been missing? I just know that when camp starts next month, things are about to be a whole lot interesting. Lucian smirked as Tony Chomper jumped and landed on his arm and began licking him. My mother suddenly took me on a trip after the crazy day I just had. Luckily, the trip was to my favorite place, a cabin by the beach at the edge of Long Island. We started by casually walking on the beach, feeding the seagulls blue corn chips, while I also ate some of the blue goodies my mom brought from her work. Did I mention I really love blue food? As it began to get dark, we started a fire and roasted hot dogs and marshmallows. My mom shared stories about her younger days. I then asked her about my father. Although I've heard the story 1,000 times, I still enjoy listening to it again. Mom finally revealed that he wasn't even there when I was born. I couldn't help but feel a little bit of anger and resentment hearing that. Are you going to send me away again? I asked her. To another boarding school? I don't know. Honey, she said with a heavy tone as she pulled her marshmallow from the fire. But we'll have to do something. Do you even want me around? I instantly regretted asking as her eyes turned watery and she squeezed my hand. Of course I do, Percy. More than anything. But I have to do this. It's for your own good. Because I'm not normal? I retorted, a bit more sarcastically than I intended. Being normal isn't always a good thing, you know? You just don't realize how important and special you are. I finally thought we were far away enough, that you'd be finally safe. Safe? Safe from what? I asked. Memories of what occurred today surfaced in my mind. Battling my math teacher, those grannies I saw, which just gave me the creeps. I knew I should tell her, but it didn't feel like the right moment. And that was just today. Every time something strange or weird happened around me, we were suddenly forced to move. My mom then told me that my dad wanted to send me to some special school. Not a school, a summer camp, she corrected me. What? Why? I had so many questions, but looking at her expression, I knew if I asked any more, she would start crying, which isn't something I wanted, so I decided to drop it. Later that night, I had a strange dream. There were two beautiful animals fighting each other, a white stallion and a golden eagle, on a stormy beach. The ground beneath them let out a chuckle, but it was far from amused. It was angry, as if it had enough of the two animals fighting. The ground split open, and from the crevice, a beautiful black owl appeared. As the owl emerged, it let out a loud, ear-piercing screech that shook me awake. I couldn't help but hold my ears in pain. There was thunder roaring outside, accompanied by heavy rain, as if the sky was falling on us. What followed was the sound of heavy banging on the door, which woke my mom up. She hurried to the door, confused, and when she opened it, I was surprised to see Grover, except it wasn't really Grover. Searching all night, he gasped. What were you thinking? Mom looked at me in horror, not because of Grover, but because of why he'd come. Percy, what happened in school? Why haven't you told me? I stuttered to get my words out as I was still distracted because of Grover. Why, you might ask. Because the Grover I know doesn't have goat legs. Percy, my mom shouted, which caused me to explain what happened. How I had to fight my math teacher who turned into this scary Batwoman, and seeing three grannies who were just staring at me. Mom quickly put something over her nightgown and grabbed her purse. Come on, we have to go, she said anxiously. Grover and I followed her, getting drenched in the rain. Grover wasn't exactly running, more like trotting. It all made sense now about his supposed disability. Well, I don't know if I would count having goat hooves as a disability. We quickly got into my stepfather's Camaro. It wasn't long before we were on a country road, the wind and rain hitting heavily with the occasional loud sound of thunder. I kept looking at Grover. So, how long have you known my mother? We don't exactly know each other. She just knew I was watching you, he said, shifting nervously in his seat. Watching me, keeping track of you, making sure you're all right. But I wasn't faking being your friend, he hastily added. I am your friend. Even through all this, I still didn't know what he was, so I asked him if he was part donkey, which seemed to offend him. He explained that he was a satyr, like those beings from Mr. Brunner's story, my homeroom teacher. Looking at Grover, I'm now beginning to wonder if Mr. Brunner was also really disabled, or if he was just another animal from the waist down. I began asking him a lot of questions, like about my math teacher, and why everyone just acted as if she didn't exist, and many more. After the sounds of destruction kept getting louder, my mother interrupted those questions. Percy, we don't have time. We have to get you to safety quickly. Safety? Safety from what? From who? Oh, not much, just the Lord of the Dead with a few of his bloodthirstiest minions. Grover, Mom yelled out in a warning tone. I'm sorry, Ms. Jackson. Can you please drive a little faster? Grover said, slouching in his seat slightly. We passed a sign on a white fence that read, Pick your own strawberries. The sound of trees being tumbled down got eerily closer behind us. I couldn't help but ask where we were going, and she told me about the summer camp she didn't want to send me to, the summer camp my father wanted me to go to. And all this because of some old ladies with yarn, which Grover quickly explained only appear when someone's going to die. That someone was me, wasn't it? We soon got into an argument about it, until Mom interrupted us by shouting, "Boys!" She pulled the steering wheel to a sharp turn, causing me to get a good look at the figure she tried to avoid, which I assumed was the one chasing us. Its giant, flicking shape in the stormy night was only visible due to the flash of lightning. What was that? I couldn't help but exclaim. My mother ignored my question as she focused all her attention on the road, her hands gripping tightly on the steering wheel. "Please, please, please," she muttered, her foot heavily on the gas pedal. Just another mile. Before I could open my mouth to ask another question, the car exploded. Glass shards went flying everywhere as I began feeling crushed and weightless all at the same time. My limbs moved out of control as we tumbled. All I felt was pain as my head pressed against the driver's seat. Ow, I groaned out. "Percy!" I heard my mother calling out. "I'm okay," I responded. I was still feeling disoriented and had a large headache. I was sure I also felt blood. The car hadn't really exploded. We flew into a ditch. Rain was pouring in through the rooftop, which was cracked open like an eggshell. I turned to look at Grover worriedly. There was blood running down the side of his face, but he was muttering and groaning about food, so I knew he couldn't be that hurt. "Percy, get out of the car," she said, deadly serious. She tried to open her door, but it was stuck in the mud, so I tried mine as well, and it was the same. "Climb out from the passenger side." "Percy, you see that giant hill in the distance, the tallest one?" she asked hurriedly. Before I could ask, a flash of lightning illuminated the area bright enough to see which hill she was referring to. "Just over that is the property line. You will see a big farmhouse. I need you to run towards it and get to safety. The people there will keep you safe." "You're coming too, Mom," I shouted. I wasn't going to leave her behind. The figure I saw walked towards us in an imposing manner. As he got closer, I began to take a good look at his figure. He was hairy. No, it appeared more like fur covering his arms and face, with two large horns on the side of his head. "He doesn't want me. He wants you," she shouted. "Besides, I can't cross over the property line. We don't have time, please, Percy." I wasn't just going to abandon her. I climbed over Grover and opened his side of the door into the rain. "Come on, Mom. Help me with Grover. Don't even begin to think I'm leaving you behind." I wasn't giving her a chance to protest. We quickly got out of the car, with a limp Grover over our shoulders. The furry thing that was chasing us was moving deliberately slow, almost like a bull. We began stumbling over the high, wet grass. I looked back and got a real good look at the monster. It was 7 feet tall, with strong muscles, like a bodybuilder. The top half belonged to a bull, while the bottom half belonged to a man. A minotaur. That's Pasiphae's son. "I wish I knew how badly they wanted to kill you," my mother said. "But that's a me." "Don't say its name. Names have power," she quickly advised. The minotaur was loitering around the cars, smelling the air. I asked why he was back there, and Mom informed me that it had terrible sight and hearing, but a good sense of smell. The rain was masking our scent, but not for long. My mother then began giving me instructions on how to fight it. Her knowledge of it was pretty weird, in my opinion. When I asked her about it, she told me she prepared for everything if we were ever attacked. The minotaur bellowed in rage as it began charging at us. It picked up our scent. We were a few meters away from the hill, and Grover wasn't getting any lighter. As it closed in on us, Mom told us to separate. I didn't want to, but I feared she might have been right. It was the only thing to do. We went the opposite way. When I turned to take a look, I saw that it was right on my tail, its head lowered, its horn aimed right towards me. Although fear grappled my heart, I turned to face it. When it charged closer, I followed my mother's advice and quickly rolled to the side away from its charging momentum. The bull ran past me like a speeding train and began to turn, but it wasn't towards me. It was towards my mother, who was setting Grover on the ground. Just over the hill, I saw the place my mother was talking about. The bull kept an eye on my mother as she began running back down towards the road, trying to distance herself from Grover. "Run, Percy! I can't go any further." Get to safety. All I could do was freeze in fear as I watched it charge towards my mother. My mother tried to do what she had instructed, but the bull had learned its lesson. It shot out its hand and began lifting her up by the neck. She struggled and began pummeling and kicking the air. "MOM!" I couldn't help but cry out. "Go!" She choked out before the Minotaur squeezed her neck, and she began turning into golden dust. No, my anger took over my fear. I charged with newfound strength towards the Minotaur and reached into my pockets. I pulled out the pen Mr. Brunner had given me and uncapped it, revealing a bright gold sword, the same one I used to take down my supposed math teacher. The bull angrily bellowed once more and began charging at me with its horns aimed right towards me again. Time seemed to slow down as it charged towards me. As it got closer, I grabbed its horn and used it as a handle to swing around towards its head. It began shaking around, trying to shake me off, not giving me a moment to adjust myself. I began hitting it with my sword, but its skin was difficult to get through. So I quickly made up another plan. I began hitting the horn I was holding on top of. As it began to crack, it threw its head back strongly, causing me to lose my grip and fall off, hitting my head hard on the ground. Groaning, I heard the Minotaur charging towards me once more. I instinctively rolled out of the way and quickly jumped to my feet. As it tried to grab me, I used its extended arms as a springboard and maneuvered myself to its neck. I locked my legs around its thick neck to secure myself and continued hitting its horn. As it reached over for my legs, angrily mooing, the cracks on its horn grew large enough for me to rip it off. It had a hand on my legs, but I tightened my grip. It let out a choked bellow as it lifted its head back once more to throw me off. But I just screamed angrily for what it did to my mother. "Ah!" I yelled, channeling all my fury, and impaled the horn right through its forehead. Blood splashed everywhere as it let out a soft and reluctant moo and began turning into golden dust, just like my mother. I ended up falling and hitting my head on the ground once more. I felt my strength leaving me, and as I closed my eyes, the last thing I saw was a boy with red, glowing eyes squatting down, looking at me. He let out a whistle as he moved his wet hair from his face. Talk about something else. Managing to take down a Minotaur without any training. I didn't have a chance to retort as I lost consciousness. A bit earlier, Lucian, along with the other campers, watched the battle that occurred. They saw Sally Jackson and Percy Jackson both carry Grover to the top of the hill. They saw Sally run away from Grover, but eventually get caught by the Minotaur. Lucian put a hand on both Talia and Annabeth a second before they moved. "What are you doing?" Talia asked. "I saw you guys running towards her just now. I'm stopping you two from doing it. Don't interfere." "Right, that foresight of yours, but she's going to die if we don't do anything and just stand here watching," Talia said. "I'm with Talia on this," Annabeth agreed. "Just don't interfere," Lucian said with a tone that brooked no questions. They were confused and watched as the Minotaur squeezed Sally's neck. They watched in horror as she turned into golden sand. That horror turned into confusion. "Wait, how?" Talia asked. She was on the verge of life and death. Someone took her before she could really die, Annabeth immediately inferred. She immediately connected the dots and turned towards Lucian. "It was your father, wasn't it?" Lucian just smiled at her and gave her a nod. "Okay, but why would you allow your father to take her?" Talia asked curiously. "Because she would be safer in his hands than anywhere else right now," Lucian replied. "Okay, but why would she need to be safe in the first place?" Talia asked curiously as they watched Percy shout in anger and charge towards the Minotaur. Annabeth had a hand on her chin as she tried to guess. "He's the one you told us about not long ago. He's one of the suspects of who stole the Master Bolt along with you-know-what." Lucian just patted her wet hair as they watched Percy fighting the Minotaur. Luke, who was watching nearby, was leaning against a tree as he said, "He's doing quite well for someone who hasn't had any formal training." "You can tell as well, right?" Lucian asked with a smirk. "Seriously?" Clarice, who was near Luke, asked. Lucian rolled his eyes as he said, "You're a warrior as well. You should be able to tell at first glance if someone is trained or not. I mean, look at his skinny frame and tell me if he is training." Just then, the Minotaur threw its head back, causing Percy to hit his head on the ground. "I suppose you have a point," Clarice said with a scoff as she watched him fall down. "But shouldn't we go up there and help him?" "There's no need. He can take care of himself," Lucian said as his eyes glowed red, which always sent a shiver down anyone who had the chance to see it. Everyone watched how Percy jumped onto the Minotaur's extended arms, swung over to its neck, and ripped off its horn from the side. He let out a scream filled with all his anger and impaled the horn in the Minotaur's forehead. The Minotaur let out a reluctant moo as it began turning into golden dust. "He got lucky," Clarice said, seeing Percy defeating the Minotaur. "It wasn't luck," both Lucian and Luke said at the same time. Lucian shadow-stepped and appeared crouched down towards Percy as he was slowly losing consciousness. Lucian smirked as he let out a playful whistle, moving his wet hair from his face. Talk about something else. Managing to take down a Minotaur without any training. "You have skills, kid." "Ah, he fell unconscious." "Talk about anticlimactic, What's this?" Lucian muttered as he looked at something slipping out of Percy's pocket and falling to the ground. It was a card with an image of a future Percy sitting on a throne with a trident, the words, "Ocean," at the bottom. "Son of a bitch. I'm going to literally kill myself if I ever interact with my future self." Lucian muttered with an unamused grunt. "What's wrong?" Talia asked as she carried Grover in a princess carry. Lucian just flipped the card in her direction, causing her to widen her eyes in surprise. "Well, I'll be damned," Talia muttered as Lucian put the card in his pocket. Lucian used his magic to lift Percy and the Minotaur horn from the ground. Both Talia and Lucian then began walking downhill to where everyone else was. "Let's take them to Apollo's clinic," Lucian sighed. Talia nodded. As they were walking, Lucian stopped and turned towards everyone. "I just want to make something clear. My introduction to the camp was cooler." Everyone mostly scoffed and rolled their eyes, already used to Lucian's narcissistic tendencies. "I just wanted to make it clear. I don't want anyone else thinking otherwise. Just take them to the clinic to seek medical attention," Lucian, Chiron said. "Just saying," Lucian said with his arms slightly raised, heading towards the clinic. The next day, Percy blinked slightly, looking up towards the white marble ceiling in confusion. He grunted in pain as he held his head and tried to sit up from the bed. "Good morning, princess." Percy heard a teasing voice. He looked towards the source and saw the boy he had seen last time before losing consciousness. He saw the boy with black hair and unnatural red eyes sitting on a chair, peeling an apple with a knife, next to his bedside table. "Where am I? And who are you?" Lucian saw his lip tremble slightly as he asked. "And my mother? Was last night real? You sure have a lot of questions, don't you?" "Well, I can't say I don't understand. Let's answer your questions one by one. You're in Camp Half-Blood. I am Lucian Blackheart, and you saw what happened to your mother." "Yes, last night was real." Percy leaned his head back on the bed, tears falling down his face as he looked towards the ceiling. Out of the corner of his eyes, he saw Lucian reach over and grab a plate. He looked over in confusion as Lucian threw the apple in the air. He then held the knife and rapidly swung it around the falling apple, landing perfectly in cute slices. "Here," Lucian said, handing him the plate. Percy just stared with his mouth slightly agape. "Are you just going to stare, or are you going to take one?" "Aw, no thanks," he muttered a bit awkwardly. "I didn't just go through the trouble of peeling you an apple just for you to reject it. Come, take one. You know what they say, an apple a day keeps the doctor away." Percy awkwardly took an apple slice and calmly ate it. "Thanks." Lucian stuck a knife into an apple slice and ate one as well. "I know this isn't what you want to hear right now, but I know what you're going through." Percy scoffed. Lucian simply smiled and chuckled hearing him scoff. "You aren't the only one who has lost their mother, you know. I remember when my mother died, I stayed in bed for an entire month without even moving an inch, only getting up to eat." Percy just stared at Lucian before looking back up, holding his chest slightly. His voice trembled as he asked, "Does the pain get any lighter?" Percy looked towards Lucian once more and saw him looking at the place before looking at him with a smile. "No, not even a little bit. I think this was the part where you were supposed to say that it gets better. You want me to lie to you?" "No. Thanks for being honest. So how did you get over it?" "I didn't. You're not supposed to. Percy just looked at Lucian with a bit of a surprised look. But then, Lucian scoffed. When you truly love someone, there wouldn't be a moment that goes by when you don't miss them. The only way to move on is to grow stronger than the constant pain, the pain of them being gone. Well, I might be weird for this, but I look at that pain as a good thing. It's a constant reminder of her. It shows how much she meant in my life and how much I loved her. Percy just stared at the ceiling and took a deep breath. Thank you. Lucian said. Anyways, I have a question if you don't mind me asking. Percy just looked at Lucian in confusion. Where did you get this? Lucian asked, pulling out the card. Percy just looked confused. I actually had that for a while. I found it in my bed a few years ago, actually. Why? Do you know something about it? Lucian reached into his pocket and showed him his own, causing Percy's eyes to widen. So, do you know what that thing truly is? I honestly don't know what to think of it. I've just carried it around as a good luck charm, Percy asked. Also, can I have it back? I've done a fantastic job of not losing it so far and don't want to start now. Lucian flicked the card to him. I'll explain what it is later. Just keep it hidden from everyone. Don't let anyone know about it. Okay. As Percy put it in his pocket, Grover appeared, running in. Percy, are you all right? He asked anxiously. Yeah, I'm okay. Grover sighed in relief. Thank goodness. I'm sorry, he said apologetically, looking a little downcast. What for? Percy asked, looking at him in confusion. It was because of me something bad happened to your mother. If I hadn't been such a burden, you would have made it to the camp on time, and your mother would have been Ollie. His words were cut short by an apple slice flying through the air and hitting him on the side of the head. Percy and Grover looked towards Lucian, who was just looking at Grover. Percy narrowed his eyes at Lucian, thinking he was bullying Grover until he heard Lucian say, Every time you start blaming yourself for things that aren't your fault, I will throw an apple slice at your head. Please stop wasting food like that, Grover said with an awkward expression. Well, it's up to you if we're going to keep wasting food. Are you going to keep blaming yourself? Lucian asked, reaching for another apple slice. A smile formed on Percy's lips as he realized what Lucian was trying to do. He's right, Grover. It wasn't your fault. You weren't the one who rammed us into a ditch and chased us all the way to whatever this place is. Anyways, what is this place? I know you called it Camp Half-Blood, but I have no idea what this place is. You haven't told him? Grover asked, a bit surprised. I didn't get the chance to. He just woke up. I didn't want to overwhelm him with sudden information. Information? What information? Percy asked. That you're actually Grover started before Lucian covered his mouth. It's better if we explain everything to you while we give you a tour of the place. It will make more sense to you and cement the idea in your head, Lucian explained. So, get up and let's go. Percy looked towards Grover, who nodded his head in agreement. Percy then removed the covers from himself and got up from the bed. At the desk by his bedside, he saw the Minotaur's horn. Is that yours, yeah? Your spoil of war, Lucian briefly explained. Percy looked at it for a bit before grabbing it and following Lucian and Grover out. They passed many kids carrying medical supplies around. Percy found it a bit weird, but didn't say much. His eyes then widened when they stepped outside. It appeared as if he had suddenly been transported to a brand new world. There were marble-white buildings all around, the sun shining above them with birds flying close by and chirping. Kids and teens all wearing bright orange t-shirts that said, Camp Half-Blood. Some were carrying weapons around, while others were carrying armor. As Percy spun around, taking a good look at everything, Chiron appeared, galloping slightly. Percy, you're awake and looking well. How are you feeling, son? Percy just stared at Chiron's lower half, the horse part, and sighed. So you weren't normal either. Why am I not surprised? Sorry for lying to you before, but it was to keep you safe, Chiron said apologetically. Like I haven't heard that excuse 1,000 times already. Could someone please just be truthful and tell me what is going on? Just then, Talia, Annabeth, and Luke appeared, walking side by side. You guys haven't told him yet? Talia asked as they heard what he just said. Would everyone please stop doing that? No, nobody has told me anything. Percy said with an irritated expression. Just follow me. I'll try my best to explain everything as I can. The orientation film won't be enough for what we have to cover, Chiron said, leading them to the big house where Mr. D was seen relaxing with a can of Coke in his usual seat, wearing sunglasses. When they all arrived, Chiron went and sat down, motioning for Percy to do the same. Lucian and Annabeth sat on the railing of the porch of the house, while Luke and Talia leaned on the railing next to them, and Grover pranced around nervously. Can everyone have this conversation somewhere else? Why does it have to be during my time? Mr. D cried out. Luther, take you and your little group away from here. Can't you see I'm busy pretending to drink beer? You're such a prick, Lucian said, scoffing in his direction. Why don't you go be a dick somewhere else, then if we're bothering you so much? Mr. D lowered his glasses and looked threateningly at Lucian. Watch it. Just because I'm trapped here doesn't mean I still can't kill you. You're right. You're too scared of my dad to do anything, Lucian said with a confident smirk. You might be your daddy's favorite, but your daddy isn't here to protect you. You little shit, Mr. D said, raising his hands, his eyes glowing with power. Mr. D, Chiron called out. Not right now. We're in the middle of something. And Lucian, please be mindful of how you speak to others. He started it, Lucian mumbled. Chiron just shook his head. He then turned towards Percy, who was looking at their interaction curiously. Tell me, Percy, how much did your mother tell you? Nothing much. She told me she was afraid to send me here, even though my father had wanted her to. She said that once I was here, I probably couldn't leave. She wanted to keep me close to her. Percy remembered their conversation at the beach. Mr. D scoffed. That's how they get young kids like you killed. Chiron ignored him and sighed. There really is a lot to cover. Well, for starters, he said, pointing at the minotaur horn in Percy's hands, there's no denying you killed a minotaur. That is no small feat either, lad. What you may not know is that great powers are at work in your life. Gods, the forces you call the Greek gods, are very much alive. Percy said, taken aback. He looked around, expecting people to say it was a prank. When he looked towards the others, he saw they were all nodding in confirmation. Are you saying there's a god? Whoa there, throwing around a capital G is a bit much. We're dealing with something smaller, the forces of nature that govern this world of ours. Like what I taught you in Latin class, Chiron explained. That's what you consider small. So are you saying Zeus? As Percy mentioned his name, thunder sounded, even though there wasn't a cloud in the sky. Don't mention the gods by name, doofus, Talia said, rolling her eyes. Names have power. It could get you killed if you just start throwing them around recklessly. But they're stories, Percy said in disbelief. They're myths to explain lightning and the seasons and stuff. They're what people believed before there was science. You literally fought a minotaur, the same stuff from the things you say are make-believe, and you are having trouble understanding that gods exist. Annabeth scoffed. Yes, Percy exclaimed. A monster is one thing. A god is another altogether. Gods, as in plural. More than one, Lucian reiterated. You are literally looking at one. You're a god, Percy asked, looking at Lucian in shock. PhD. Talia covered her mouth, trying to stop herself from laughing. No, I'm talking about him, Lucian said, motioning towards Mr. D, who had secretly created a goblet and filled it with wine. You're restricted, Mr. D, Chiron said in a reprimanding tone. Mr. D clicked his tongue before pretending to be surprised. All right, goodness me, how could I have forgotten? Habits are hard to get rid of, he said, snapping his fingers and turning it into a can of Diet Coke. Percy just stared with his mouth agape. The wine, Mr. D, Greek gods, Grover's scared and nervous look, satyrs. Percy was slowly putting the pieces together. You're Dionysus. The one and only, Mr. D said, snapping his fingers. Percy then had a pondering look before looking towards Lucian. You said he was scared of your dad. I ain't scared of nobody. Just then, thunder rumbled once more, making Dionysus shrink back. Does that mean your dad is a god as well? I doubt anything would be able to scare a god except for another one. Percy, this camp is called Camp Half-Blood. What do you think this place is about? Not to mention your dad wanted you to come here. Half-blood half. Demigods, he muttered as his eyes widened, looking at all of them by the railing. Are you saying you're all demigods? They all had smiles on their faces hearing his answer. His surprised look quickly turned into shock as he then pointed at himself. They all then nodded their heads before Percy let out a yell. "I'm a demigod. Are you saying my father is a god?" Percy asked with a look of disbelief. "Look at that. You can catch up quickly," Lucian said teasingly. "So who is he? Who's my father? And why hasn't he come and visited me at least once? He's a god, right? You should at least be able to do that once." A god's move is often restricted. They can't interact much with the mortal world, Annabeth informed him. "You said restricted and interact much, which means he should have still been able to at least drop by and say, 'Hi, I'm your father,' and then left." Luke gave Lucian a side eye with a raised brow, and Lucian, noticing his gaze, rolled his eyes. There are many reasons why a god wouldn't interact with their offspring. Not to mention, you're not even claimed, so we don't know who your father is, Lucian said, shrugging his shoulders. Claimed? It means your godly parent claiming you as their child. But for that to happen, you need to prove your worth, like almost begging for mommy or daddy to pay attention to you, Luke said mockingly. "Are you serious?" Percy asked, taken aback. "That's messed up. No child should be begging their parents to be acknowledged." "Thank you. You know what, Percy, you and I are going to get along just fine," Luke said, nodding his head. "Wait, so did all of you get claimed then? If so, how did you do it? I want to have a word with my father." "Then perhaps getting claimed is the best way to do it. At least then he would have to stop ignoring me," Percy asked, his expression a bit irritated. "I'm so glad you asked," Lucian said, rubbing his palms together. Percy looked at the others in confusion at Lucian's actions. Annabeth rolled her eyes. "He's really proud of how he managed to get claimed." Mr. D scoffed. "I don't even like the twerp, but I even have to admit it was most impressive, although a little too showy." "Aw, Mr. D, that's the nicest thing you've ever said to me. I will promise to cherish this moment dearly." "I take it back," Mr. D grumbled. "No take-backsies," Lucian teased. Percy then became more curious about what Lucian might have done. "So, I was 7 years old, right?" Lucian started off. "Then I knocked Annabeth unconscious by hitting the back of her neck and had Grover and Luke carry these two to safety. To give them time to make it to safety, I stayed back and fought off the entire army. I'm pretty sure I died at one point, but I lived. I faced the entire army until there was none standing. I remember letting out a war cry, standing on top of that hill, shirtless, blood everywhere, while the symbol of my father was on top of me, getting claimed. I gotta say, that's the third proudest moment of my life." "There's no way that happened," Percy said with a look of awe. "You were only 7. Percy, I can confirm. That in fact did happen," Grover said. Percy just looked at Grover with a look of shock. "There's no way I can do something like that. What about you 3? What did you do to get claimed? Wait, before that, that's your third? Where are the other 2? Luke said, looking at Lucian in confusion. "The second is when I fought that mountain god and won. And the first is getting a harem. Oof," Lucian exclaimed as both Talia and Annabeth elbowed him in the side. Luke rolled his eyes before turning back to Percy. "I became one of the camp's best swordsmen. I came up with a strategy that managed to impress my mother enough to claim me," Annabeth said as she gave Lucian a side eye. "I showed I could be a great general that can lead others," Talia said as she narrowed her eyes toward Lucian as well. "Can I even do something like that?" Percy muttered. "Well, you won't know unless you try," Lucian said. "Lucian, why don't you and the others give Percy here a tour of the place? Perhaps he might find his calling," Chiron suggested. Lucian shrugged. "Sure, I don't mind. Now then, come along," he said, jumping off the porch with the others following along. "The 12 major gods in Olympus have a cabin where their claimed children are placed and sorted," Lucian briefly explained. "You know, when you mentioned cabins, I expected wooden houses, not these marble buildings that look like they belong in a museum. Though they're kind of beautiful." "Why, thank you," both Lucian and Annabeth said proudly. Percy then looked lost as he looked at them in confusion. Grover then leaned over and whispered, "Lucian and Annabeth both designed and built these. Before, it was like you said, they were wooden cabins. You see, each cabin has a specific building they have to maintain and be in charge of. You see the Hermes cabin. Since Hermes is the god of trades, traveling, and messaging, their cabin is in charge of the communication hub that goes along with it, etc. Each building by the cabin goes along with what the god represents. Percy nodded in understanding, but then froze as he looked up towards the side. I'm sorry, but is that a giant statue of you?" he asked as he looked at the black obsidian statue. Yes, it is," Lucian said proudly. "Every Friday, the most important event in this camp occurs. Capture the flag," Talia began. "There are two leading captains in this camp, Lucian and I. We split the camp into two teams and then face off against each other. The winner of the game would have their face be made the statue with supporting cabins in the flag that the statue is holding." "Whoa, that sounds awesome," Percy said, looking at the statue. "Yes, however, there comes a problem. No one has been able to beat Lucian, like ever. No matter how hard we try, it got to the point where they even gave him some stupid nickname because of it." "Oh, please, you're just jealous that my nickname is 10 times better than yours," Lucian scoffed. Talia just grumbled, while Percy just asked, "So what's the nickname?" They all sighed as they said, "The Red-Eye King." Lucian just began walking with a smug expression. "Cool, although it's a bit corny," Percy said with a bit of shrug. "What? You wouldn't know a good nickname if it even hit you in the face," Lucian said, a bit offended. "You mentioned your nickname being better than hers. What is it?" Percy wondered curiously. "The Thunder General," Talia muttered displeased. "Ha!" Lucian scoffed before he was punched in the arm by Talia. "I know this may be a bit late, but I have no idea what some of your names are," Percy suddenly added. I mean, the only person that properly introduced themselves was Lucian. Percy then got a bit embarrassed as they all just began looking at him. "You know what? Perhaps I'm better off not knowing," he said nervously. "Forget I asked." Luke just patted Percy's shoulder. "No, you have a point. We haven't properly introduced ourselves. I'm Luke Castellan. It's nice to meet you, Percy, right?" Percy nodded his head. Talia gave him a 2-finger salute. "Talia Grace." "Annabeth Chase." Annabeth nodded her head towards him. "I mean, you all probably heard my name already, but I'll say it again just in case. My name is Percy Jackson." After their introduction, Lucian showed Percy where he would be staying. "That place right there is the dorm for children that haven't been claimed yet, and where you would be staying." "Is it possible to never even be claimed?" Percy asked anxiously. "The possibility is there," Lucian shrugged. "I see." After they showed Percy his room, and he put away his stuff, they took him to the training grounds of the camp. They then began showing him around the different training grounds for the different activities. "Have you thought about what weapon you're going to use?" Luke asked curiously. "I mean, I've only used this sword before," he said as he reached into his pocket and uncapped his pen, transforming it into a sword. "So I'll probably focus on that." "Lame," Lucian rolled his eyes. "You're only saying that because you're not the best swordsman here," Luke said with a confident smirk. "You might be a better swordsman than I am, but you're not the one who's better with his weapon." "Well, of course I'm a better swordsman," Luke thought to himself. "I'd have to be. After all, I only received one ability from that swordsman potion apart from having the previous ones boosted. Enhanced swordsmanship. This ability grants the swordsman significantly improved proficiency with bladed weapons, allowing for expert-level sword techniques and maneuvers. This includes heightened precision, speed, and strength in sword strikes, making them a formidable opponent in close combat. Percy simply capped his sword and looked at Lucian in confusion. "What weapon do you use then?" Lucian stepped back and lifted his hand, caressing his ring. "I'm so glad you asked. I use multiple weapons actually, but if I had to pick my main weapon, it would be this." Lucian's ring transformed into a scythe, which he began moving and twirling around his body. The scythe then began moving faster and faster until it started looking like a blur as the wind started to pick up due to the force. There was a gust of wind as Lucian ended it by pointing it at them with a smirk. When he opened his mouth to say something, he heard Annabeth mutter, "Consider your soul reaped," in a mocking tone. Talia immediately covered her mouth and turned her body to stop herself from laughing too loud. Lucian just felt his eyebrows twitch. He gave her a look and chose to ignore her as he transformed his scythe back into his ring. "A scythe," Percy said, looking at him weirdly. "What? Is your dad Hades or something?" Just then, the sound of the earth rumbling was heard. Lucian's eyes glowed bright red as he opened his mouth, revealing his fangs. What do you think? Lucian teased as black smoke was released from his body slightly. We told you to be careful in mentioning a god by name, Grover said wearily. Especially his name. He could, any point in time, open up these very floors and swallow you whole. Percy gulped slightly. Right, sorry. I'm still not used to it. So, since you're like his son, does that mean you're evil or something? The smile on Lucian's face slowly dropped. I should turn you into a frog for that comment, but I know how ignorant people can be, not to mention you're new here. No, I'm not evil, Lucian said, rolling his eyes. That came out mean. I didn't mean it like that, Percy said apologetically. Whatever, dude. Anyways, since you want to focus on the sword, Luke should be your go-to guy. If you want to focus on any other weapon, then you should come to me. And if I were you, I would start practicing right away. Percy said, tilting his head in confusion. Tomorrow's Friday, Lucian reminded him. I see. So I'm going to be part of the war games tomorrow, he asked. Yes, and after all, you're going to be on my team tomorrow. I don't want you embarrassing me. Whoa, Talia intervened. And who decided that? The new kid is obviously going to our team. He might be the final piece we needed to finally beat you. Oh, babes, when will you learn that you will never win against me? But still, Percy is coming with me, Lucian said with a smug expression. What? Are you scared that with Percy on our team, we will finally beat you? Talia teased, try to get under his skin. No, but since it's Percy's first game, I want him to at least have a win on his record. I mean, who would want to be on the losing team? What did you say, you little punk? Talia said, grabbing Lucian's shirt with both hands. You heard me. No one wants to be on a team that is always destined to lose. Lucian said, grabbing her by her shirt as well. Are they always like that? Percy asked awkwardly. Yup, the others all agreed instantly. Grover then leaned in. It's mostly because of their fathers. Both gods have a giant rivalry/dislike toward one another, and it kind of transferred to them a little bit. I know now who Lucian's father is, but who's her father then? Percy asked as both Lucian and Talia jumped away from each other and pulled out their weapons. Talia turned into a streak of lightning as Grover said, the Sky Father himself, the ruler of Olympus. Lucian turned into a black wisp of smoke as the sound of their weapons clashing together was heard. They left afterimages due to their speed. All the afterimages had one thing in common. They both had a bloodthirsty smile. Do they always get into a fight? Percy asked in awe as he had never seen anything like what he was witnessing. His eyes and head were moving, trying to keep up. Yes, and surprisingly they're dating on top of that. Anyways, let's continue with your tour, Annabeth answered. Wow, Percy said surprised. While Lucian and Talia continued their sparring session, Luke and the others continued, giving Percy a tour of the training room. After which, Percy began taking swordsmanship lessons from Luke. Later into the night, Annabeth put on a baseball cap and disappeared from view, which she used to sneak out of the cabins. She went towards Lucian's cabin and snuck her way down to the basement. She froze as she entered, finding Talia on top of Lucian as they made out. Lucian had his hands on Talia's waist, while Talia was holding his cheeks. They both froze as well, seeing the door open. Annabeth took off her cap and closed the door behind her. She then gave them an aggressive eye roll. Ugh, I didn't need to see that. Talia quickly got off Lucian and slightly wiped her lip with a blush, hiding her smudged black lipstick, while Lucian just stayed lying down with his hand behind his head. You could have knocked, you know. Anyways, Annabeth said sassily, changing the topic. I'm curious. Why are you so interested in Percy? You've never shown that much interest in newcomers. He had a card of blasphemy on him, Talia informed her. Well, that complicates things, Annabeth muttered. So what was this thing about? The ocean, both Talia and Lucian answered. Annabeth raised a brow. I see. So his father is the Lord of the Seas, both of your cousins. Yup, but he hasn't been claimed yet, which is why I want him on my team. So when we win, he will get claimed for winning, not for losing, Lucian said with a smirk. And who said he won't win if he's on my team? Talia asked with a raised brow. Lucian just pinched her cheek. That unwavering confidence. Even when you know you're going to lose, is very attractive. Talia smacked his hand away and blushed. Shut it, dumbass, Talia glared. Wait, Annabeth interrupted. Doesn't that mean that all 3 Greek gods broke their vows? Yup, Lucian answered. Why am I not surprised? Talia sighed. The next day marked the time for Camp Half-Blood's most famous event, Capture the Flag. Excitement buzzed through the camp as demigods hurried to put on their armor and grab their weapons. The anticipation in the air was palpable. Lucian and Talia stood facing each other, their respective teams lined up behind them. Percy stood awkwardly between them as they both argued over which side he would join. It's just one guy. Why do you even want him on your team anyway? It's not like it'll really make a difference. Talia argued. I'm standing right here. Percy interjected with a straight face. Thank you for your kind words. Exactly, it's one guy. What difference does it make? You guys are still going to lose either way, so he might as well come to our side. Lucian retorted, smirking. Seeing the way you're fighting for him just makes me want him on our side more. He might just have something that will be able to defeat you, Talia said, glaring at Lucian for his earlier comment. This feels like I'm in a custody battle, Percy muttered under his breath. Please decide quickly. We don't have all day. Chiron, who is supervising the event, said with a sigh. Lucian met Talia's glare with one of his own. Then you leave me with no choice, he said as he removed his helmet and tossed it to the side. Talia did the same, removing her armor and throwing it aside. I should be the one saying that. That just leaves us with one option left. Percy sighed and took a few steps back. Why? He was cut off by Lucian and Talia's next move. Rock, paper, scissors. They both shouted, throwing their fists between them. Shoot! Lucian threw out paper, while Talia threw out rock. Damn it! Talia grumbled, kicking a piece of rock on the ground. The rock shot out, hitting a tree and embedding itself deep into the trunk. Hell yeah, baby! Lucian exclaimed, raising his fist to the sky. Percy, it looks like you're on the winning side today. Lucian happily put his armor back on, while Talia grumbled as she did the same. When they were done, Lucian turned to her. How about this? Just to prove to you that Percy wouldn't have made a difference whether I win or lose. Next game, he's yours. You guys know I have feelings as well, right? Does my opinion not matter? Percy grumbled playfully. Lucian patted Percy on the shoulder. Here's a rule of the supernatural world you might not like or want to hear. When you're weak, your opinion and feelings are more than likely to be overlooked or outright ignored. If you want people to listen to you and respect your decisions and words, grow stronger. Then your opinion will matter. Wah! Percy began to ask in surprise as everyone started moving to their respective flags. Annabeth lingered behind. Believe it or not, he's right. He was trying to teach you a lesson just now. Really? Percy asked, concern evident in his expression. Annabeth nodded. In this world, strength triumphs over all. You'll survive longer if you're smart too, but that's neither here nor there. Now, come, Lucian's about to share what he has planned. Percy nodded, trying to mask his nervousness as they joined the rest of the team. We'll be dropping from the skies, Lucian announced with a smirk. Huh, the others muttered, looking at Lucian as if he was crazy. Lucian extended his hand, and a ball of purple electricity appeared. Suddenly, everyone began to rise off the ground. Whoa, 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 how are you doing this? They shouted. A new magic I created based on electromagnets. I'll carry everyone with me, and those who use bows will strike from the skies. Of course, some will move on foot, flanking them from the sides and intercepting any attackers. I'll leave that part to Athena's cabin. Those I'll be carrying will mostly be from the Apollo and Hephaestus cabins. We still have a few minutes to plan, so Castor, Pollux with me. There's another magic I have at my disposal that I'll need your help with. Our defenders will be Annabeth and Percy. Are you sure about leaving the new kid to defend the flag? Charles asked, glancing at Percy. No offense. None taken, Percy replied, still trying to process everything that was happening. You all saw how he took down the Minotaur, so have some faith in him. Plus, have I ever led you guys astray? Have more confidence in my leadership, Lucian said, reassuring the group. They nodded in agreement, their expressions serious. Now, then, into positions. Percy, a word with you for a bit. Huh? Sure. Lucian led Percy to the side of the river. Listen, I have no doubt you're going to be attacked. If at any point you feel like you might lose, head for the water. It's your source of strength. It makes you powerful. Why would the water make me powerful? Percy asked, confused. You remember the card, right? Lucian asked. That should give you a hint as to who your father really is. Percy's eyes widened as he connected the dots. You mean my father is... Don't say his name, but yes. I'm certain he's your father. The reason you were able to take down that Minotaur was that the rain was empowering you. Which, by the way, also means you and I are cousins. Percy's mouth hung open as he absorbed this revelation. If you want to use your demigod abilities, stay near a source of water. You'll feel a tug in your gut. You should be able to manipulate the water defensively. That's all for now. We'll talk later if you have any more questions, Lucian said, patting Percy on the shoulder. Pollux, Castor, come on. The Dionysus twins jogged over. What is it, boss man? Castor asked. Yeah, boss man, what do you need? Pollux added. I've got this new magic, and it's all about traps. I need your abilities to manipulate a bit of madness. I'll also need bait for these traps. Bait who know how to act their asses off to get them hooked. Yeah, boss man, you couldn't have chosen a better set of twins, Pollux said as he and Castor high-fived. I know, Lucian smirked. Meanwhile, on the opposing team side, I need the Ares cabin to flank through the woods. Use the trees as cover. You should be able to sneak past them and get to their side. Knowing Lucian, he'll have set up Annabeth and Percy as guards. Percy isn't that experienced in fighting, so to take him down, you'll need to overwhelm him. I want Luke to lead his cabin through the riverside and flank them. Luke, you'll have the best chance of taking down Annabeth. With Annabeth occupied and Percy taken down, the flag will be ours for the taking. The rest of you will go straight down the middle between Ares' cabin and Hermes' cabin and face Lucian head-on. As you all know, Lucian is confrontational and won't back down from any fight. We'll use that against him. Wear him down, and I'll stand guard to face him. Clarice, arms crossed, scoffed. You can't beat Lucian. You've never been able to. Once he gets past everyone, you won't be able to stop him. The plan isn't to beat him, Talia replied. It's to stall him. Our victory depends on all of you. I might lose the battle, but I won't lose the war. The sound of the war horn echoed across the camp, signaling the start of the game. The war horn was blown, which means the games have begun. Lucian's hands glowed with a deep purple light as he hovered above the battlefield, manipulating the magnetic forces in his armor. As he rose higher, the others around him also lifted into the air, guided by the same force. Below them, the troops moved into position. The ones in the air struggled to keep their footing, bracing themselves against the sudden pull. Are all of you ready? Lucian called out, his voice carrying over the field. Yes, they responded, steadying themselves in midair. Good. Archers, prepare yourselves, Lucian commanded, pulling his hands back before shooting forward, leading the charge with the others close behind. The archers from Apollo cabin knocked their arrows, ready to strike. As they flew overhead, they observed Talia's army splitting into 3 groups, each advancing in a different direction. Focus on the center, Lucian instructed. Athena's cabin will handle the west side by the riverbed, and the traps I've set in the forest will take care of the east. Begin firing, Lucian ordered, his tone sharp and authoritative. The sky darkened as arrows rained down from above, catching Talia's forces by surprise. Some soldiers fell under the onslaught, while others quickly raised their shields to protect themselves. As the storm of arrows slowed, enemy archers began firing back, but with a simple gesture from Lucian, their arrows halted midair, suspended in place. Hephaestus' cabin, prepare yourselves. Lucian called out. Aye. They responded in unison, raising their shields. With a wave of his hand, Lucian sent them plummeting towards the ground, their shields up, spears and swords ready. They collided with the enemy ranks, knocking some down and wounding others. Once in the thick of the fray, the Hephaestus children formed a protective circle, shields out, slowly pushing their opponents apart. Lucian made a beckoning motion, and the arrows hanging in the air flew towards him, swirling around him in a protective vortex. He then directed them back into the quivers of his archers. He lowered them to the ground, his voice calm yet firm. Use the surroundings as cover and watch each other's backs. They nodded in understanding as they descended, ready to continue the fight. Meanwhile, the Ares cabin members navigated through the dense woods, using the trees as cover. Clarice led them silently, signaling with hand gestures. They moved cautiously, their senses on high alert. Suddenly, Clarice raised her hand in a halting motion and signaled everyone to keep watch as she spotted something ahead. Two twin boys stood there, swords slung over their shoulders, looking disgruntled as they grumbled to each other. "What does Lucian expect us to do? He's just feeding us to the wolves, that bastard." Castor complained, his expression dark. "I know, right? We messed up, sure, but sending us out here is just cruel. We're not even that strong," Palix whined, clearly unhappy with their assignment. Clarice narrowed her eyes and signaled to her team with a slicing motion, instructing them to take down the twins quickly. Without hesitation, some of the Ares cabin members charged towards Castor and Palix, who seemed oblivious to the approaching threat, lost in their conversation. But just as they closed in, a magic circle flared up beneath their feet, and the ground opened, swallowing them into a hidden pit. Another magic circle activated near the trees, causing thick vines to shoot out, wrapping around the remaining attackers and dragging them towards the tree trunks. Castor and Palix slowly turned to face the ensnared warriors, pulling down their lower eyelids and sticking out their tongues. "Dumbass," they said in unison, smirking. "Damn it, the forest is full of traps. Watch your step," Clarice shouted, frustration evident in her voice. "And someone take out those idiots." The Ares warriors proceeded with extreme caution, tossing rocks and branches ahead of them to test for more traps. Once they thought the path was clear, they resumed their approach. But as one of them stepped forward, they triggered another magic circle that hadn't activated before. Their eyes flashed red as they suddenly turned and attacked their own comrades, the same fate befalling others who tried to move forward. "You think Lucian didn't account for baiting the traps? Come on, be smarter than that," Castor taunted, watching the chaos unfold. "And just so you know, some of these traps are imbued with our madness, so tread carefully," Palix added with a wink. Before they could react, Clarice hurled her spear with deadly precision, catching one of the twins by surprise and injuring him. She then leaped into the trees, moving swiftly from branch to branch towards them. Clutching his injured side, Castor turned to Palix. "Run." Palix grabbed Castor and nodded, "Run." Elsewhere, as the cabins of Athena and Hermes clashed, Luke charged ahead with blinding speed, his sword ablur as he cut through the enemy ranks. His movements were almost undetectable, a whirlwind of steel and fury. Annabeth, observing the battle, reached into her purple bag and pulled out a pair of goggles, slipping them on under her helmet. Now able to see clearly from a distance, she turned to Percy. "Keep guard while I deal with Luke." Annabeth flexed her shoulders, and with a metallic sound, sharp knife-like feathers unfurled from the wings that emerged from her back, glistening in the sunlight. Percy could only stare in awe as Annabeth took to the skies with a powerful flap of her wings. Luke, sensing something, instinctively halted and raised his sword just in time to deflect a feather-like knife that had been hurled at him. The knife returned to its place among Annabeth's wings as Luke felt the earth tremble beneath him, his legs suddenly trapped by the ground. Looking up, Luke saw Annabeth descending rapidly, her wings bristling with lethal intent. He slammed the hilt of his sword into the ground, shattering the stone that bound him, and rolled out of the way just as Annabeth attempted to tackle him. She landed smoothly, pressing her foot into the ground to pivot and face Luke, her fist striking the earth as she crouched with a smirk. "You're turning scarier by the day, Annabeth," Luke said with a scoff, a smile tugging at his lips. Annabeth stood up, her expression bright with satisfaction. "What can I say? I've got to keep up with Lucian." Luke twirled his sword in his hand and pointed it at Annabeth, settling into a fighting stance. Annabeth mirrored him, adopting a martial arts stance, her metal braces glinting in the sunlight as her wings expanded, the feathers trembling slightly, ready to strike. Lucian soared through the sky, leaving the chaotic battlefield behind as he zeroed in on his target. Below, Talia stood resolute, guarding her team's flag, her shield raised and spear poised for battle. "Of course, you'd fly ahead, coward," Talia taunted with a scoff, her eyes narrowing as Lucian descended. Lucian landed with practiced grace, his feet barely making a sound. "What can I say? I miss seeing your beauty so much that I couldn't wait," he teased, a confident smirk playing on his lips. Talia's cheeks flushed despite herself, and she grumbled under her breath, "I hate when you do that, you sly bastard." Lucian only winked in response before closing his fist and making a pulling motion. Instantly, Talia felt her spear and shield tugged by an invisible force, trying to wrench themselves from her grip. She grit her teeth, refusing to let go. Lucian intensified the pull, aiming to drag her toward him, but Talia had anticipated his move. With a shout, she unleashed a burst of lightning, the energy crackling around her and her weapons, disrupting Lucian's magnetic force. "Smart," Lucian acknowledged with a nod of appreciation. "What can I say? You don't make it easy," Talia shot back, her lips curling into a smirk as her entire body became engulfed in an aura of pure electricity. Lucian's eyes gleamed bright red. "I've always loved battling you," he admitted as his form began to shift, his body turning into a wisp of black smoke. Talia responded by transforming into a streak of lightning, her movements as fast as thought. The two clashed with the speed and power of natural forces, the air around them crackling with electricity and dark energy. Lucian and Talia moved at speeds that defied detection, their weapons clashing with a rapid succession of strikes. Lucian's eyes glowed red as he tapped into his foresight, predicting Talia's swift movements with precision and countering each strike with calculated grace. Talia, realizing the difficulty of landing a hit, distanced herself slightly before creating afterimages using nothing but her incredible speed. The images surrounded Lucian, all aiming their weapons at him, a daunting sight that would have overwhelmed any ordinary opponent. Suddenly, a blur of motion materialized behind Lucian. Talia's eyes glowed bright blue, a stark contrast to Lucian's red, and she thrust her spear toward his back with deadly precision. Lucian, however, remained unfazed. His expression stayed neutral as he shifted his scythe into a bow staff, twirling it behind him just in time to block Talia's attack. The staff spun with expert control, and Lucian launched a counterattack, twirling the bow staff with such force that it sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. Talia, her reflexes just as sharp, blocked the powerful strikes with her shield. The force of Lucian's attacks was immense, but Talia absorbed the shock waves into her body, channeling the energy down to her feet. With a swift motion, she raised her leg and stomped down, releasing a massive shockwave that caused a miniature earthquake in the area, a feat made possible by the heavy boots Medea had gifted her for Christmas. The ground beneath Lucian trembled, causing him to momentarily lose his footing. Seizing the opportunity, Talia thrusted her spear forward with incredible force, piercing through Lucian's armor and chest. Lucian gripped the spear embedded in his chest, his expression a mix of surprise and amusement. Then, in true Lucian fashion, he stuck out his tongue playfully. "Kidding, you've already taken my heart figuratively. We didn't have to do it literally," he quipped with a wink. Talia couldn't help but smirk, despite the intensity of their duel. "It will always amaze me how you're able to come up with those corny lines so quickly," she said, withdrawing her spear. As she did, she noticed the hole in Lucian's chest was surrounded by swirling darkness. The darkness began to coalesce, knitting itself back together until the wound was completely healed, leaving no trace of the damage she had inflicted. "You're impossible," Talia muttered, shaking her head with a small smile. "And you're irresistible," Lucian retorted with a grin, readying his bow staff for the next round. Lucian's smirk widened as a shadow expanded, spreading across the ground and giving rise to multiple figures, each an exact replica of him, all wielding bow staffs. "Want to see something I've learned while I took magic lessons from Hecate?" he asked, his tone brimming with excitement. As the shadowy clones fully materialized, they all spoke in unison, their voices echoing eerily. "I was finally able to do this," they said with identical smirks. Lucian then exclaimed, "Apart from turning my body into a pure elemental for a while, I've learned shadow clones, bitches." With that, all the clones surged forward, bow staffs twirling as they swung lightly, but with enough force to demonstrate their potential. Talia, unfazed by the approaching horde, leaped into the air, her body enveloped in a crackling aura of lightning. "I think you've forgotten something," she called out, her voice laced with confidence. "While you were training with the goddess, Annabeth and I were training under your mother. And you, more than anyone, understand she's one badass woman." As Talia spread her arms wide, the javelins of pure lightning and electricity formed around her, thick and glowing with immense power, crackling with energy that lit up the space. The air hummed with the anticipation of her upcoming attack. Lucian, seeing the impending assault, didn't hesitate. With a confident wave of his hands, he conjured an identical attack using his black flames. Javelins materialized in the air, each one wreathed in dark, fiery energy that seemed to absorb the light around it. The intense heat emanating from the black flames caused the air to shimmer and distort, creating a sense of overwhelming pressure in the battlefield. Both warriors locked eyes, a silent understanding passing between them. Without another moment's hesitation, they launched their javelins at each other simultaneously. The two opposing forces collided in midair with a deafening roar, each javelin meeting its counterpart with explosive power. The clash of lightning and black flames created a series of massive explosions, each one shaking the ground and the air around them. The force of the blast sent shockwaves rippling through the area, uprooting nearby trees and shattering rocks. Black and blue smoke billowed out from the point of impact, the two colors swirling together in a chaotic dance, obscuring the battlefield. The smoke was thick, choking, and charged with residual energy for both attacks. The air was heavy with the scent of ozone and burning ash. For a moment, everything was still. The sounds of the explosions faded, leaving only the crackling of lingering flames and the distant rumble of shockwaves. The smoke slowly began to clear, revealing the battlefield once more. As it did, Lucian's shadow clones suddenly appeared beside Talia, dark smiles on their faces. Talia waited until they were close, and just as they all attacked in unison, she released a powerful electric pulse from her body, causing the shadow clones to dissipate into nothingness. "Was that all?" Talia asked smugly. "I never said they were durable," Lucian replied with a shrug, unfazed by the outcome. "Since you've shown off a new move, why don't I do the same? I based this one on a lightning attack you once described to me, and honestly, it might just be my strongest yet." Dark clouds began to gather overhead, crackling with electricity, growing denser and more ominous. Seeing what Talia was preparing, Lucian laughed. "Oh, we're using our strongest attacks? Then here's one I've developed recently. One of the things I've learned from my training is how to add details to my attacks, making them more realistic and intimidating, kind of like psychological warfare." Lucian raised one hand, igniting it with black flames, while the other summoned a swirling wisp of shadows. His shadow expanded, and from it, a serpentine figure began to rise. The creature grew larger and more detailed, scales forming across its body. Long antlers sprouted from its head, sharp shadowy teeth took shape, and a mane of pure black flames ignited along its back. Two flame-like whiskers flickered from its snout, and its eyes, burning with black fire, slowly shifted to a bright, swirling red, filled with madness. Meanwhile, Talia retracted her weapons and raised a hand towards the sky. The lightning within the dark clouds converged, gathering in the center before shooting down towards her hand, forming a massive animal head with two forelegs, its eyes glowing orbs of plasma. "What did you call this move?" Talia asked teasingly. "Oh, that's right, Kieran." She shouted the name with a burst of energy. Lucian stepped forward, pointing 2 fingers at the incoming lightning attack. "Oh, so we were shouting out attacks. Cursed dragon," he declared. The dragon let out a mighty roar as it soared past Lucian, charging towards the Kirin, swimming through the sky. As the 2 legendary creatures collided, they released a final, earth-shaking roar, and then everything went white. A bit before, Luke and Annabeth were locked in a fierce duel, her feathers shooting out like knives, trying to pierce through his defenses. But Luke, moving with near superhuman speed, expertly twirled his sword, deflecting each attack with precision. Luke said, maintaining a focused expression as he dodged another barrage. "This is a really good workout. We should spar more often." His eyes darted around, tracking every feather, before he began spinning rapidly, becoming a blur. The speed of his movements made it impossible for any of the feather knives to touch him as he charged forward. Seeing Luke rush toward her, Annabeth wrapped her wings protectively around her body. Even so, she felt the force of his charge pushing her back. She quickly unfurled her wings, sending Luke flying off his feet. He twisted midair with a smirk, landing gracefully and sliding back slightly before immediately charging again. Annabeth activated the thrusters embedded in her wings, propelling herself forward to meet him head-on. Luke swung his sword overhead with tremendous force, but Annabeth raised her arm, blocking the strike with her metal braces. She then poured all her stamina into her other fist and delivered a powerful punch to Luke's midsection, landing it squarely on his armor. Luke couldn't help but spit out in surprise as the impact sent him flying backward. He hadn't expected her attack to be so strong. As he flew back, he slammed his sword into the ground, slowing himself down. Coming to a stop on one knee, gasping for air, he looked down at his armor in shock. The once solid metal was now dented and twisted, with the clear imprint of Annabeth's small fist at its center. He looked up at Annabeth, astonished, as she stood there breathing heavily, flicking her hand in pain. "I didn't expect that to hurt me so much," she admitted in a tired tone. "How the hell did you do that?" Luke asked, still catching his breath. Annabeth just smiled as she adjusted her metal braces. "I have an amazing mother-in-law, what can I say?" Meanwhile, Percy, who had been watching the entire fight, was stunned. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a twig snapping beside him. He quickly turned and saw 5 members of the Ares cabin charging towards him, led by Clarice. "Those stupid twins were such a pain in the ass," Clarice muttered. Percy raised his shield and spear, his eyes filled with determination. "I can't fight all 5 of them at once." "Well, let's see if I should have invested my time in becoming child actor." "Stop. Don't come any closer," he warned. "Or what, pipsqueak?" Clarice scoffed, confidently striding toward him. "I will not hesitate to put you down," he threatened, thinking to himself, "Ooh, that was pretty good. Now let's see if she buys it." Clarice scoffed. "Let's take him down," she ordered. "Well, Mom, your baby boy might be coming to see you soon," Percy thought as one of the campers charged at him, shield up and sword ready, swinging it at Percy. Percy rolled out of the way, hitting the camper behind the knee with his shield, making them kneel. He then spun around on one knee, blocking a spear thrust from another camper with a shield, while swinging his sword behind him to strike the first camper in the back, sending them to the ground. He barely managed to jump away as a different member thrust a spear at him, but not quickly enough to avoid a scratch on his leg. Clarice sneered. "Is all you know how to do is crawl on the ground? Pathetic. And is all you know how to do is bark?" Percy winced as he got back on his feet, feeling blood trickling down his leg. Clarice's spear began to glow bright red. "You're so dead," she growled, charging forward with the others following. They surrounded Percy as he fought back, getting scratched and cut all over. Blood smeared his arms and legs, but he managed to push one camper back with his shield and jump out of their encirclement. As he escaped, Clarice lunged at him with her spear, but Percy caught it between his shield and body, rolling away and breaking the spear in half. "No!" Clarice shrieked in rage, causing Percy to jump back in shock, frightened by her outburst. As he retreated, he felt water soaking his feet. Looking down, he realized he was standing by the river. Clarice glared at him, tears of fury in her eyes. "I will fucking kill you." Percy took another step back, his gaze shifting to the Ares campers emerging from the woods, pointing excitedly towards the flag. Lucian's words echoed in his mind. "The water will empower you." He focused on Clarice as she and the others charged again. As she got closer, Percy closed his eyes, remembering Lucian's advice, a twist in my gut. When Percy opened his eyes, they were glowing a brilliant green. He saw Clarice reaching out to grab him, and the other Ares campers stretching their hands towards the flag. "Step away," Percy commanded, his voice filled with authority, as a massive wave rose up behind him, crashing forward with a powerful push of his hands. The wave swept over him, slamming into Clarice and the others, and then surged ahead, knocking back the remaining Ares campers from the flag. Percy stood soaked and gasping for air, feeling weak. Clarice groaned on the riverbed as she slowly lifted herself onto her elbow. "You'll pay for this," she said, her voice strained with pain. But before she could make another move, she, along with everyone else, froze as they watched the skies overhead. A massive cairn formed in the dark clouds, crackling with lightning, before being sent down from the heavens. Simultaneously, from the ground, a large black eastern dragon rose up to meet the cairn head-on. The two legendary creatures roared as they clashed, a blinding white light exploding from their collision. It felt like a nuke had gone off. The shockwave knocked everyone off their feet, followed by a deafening explosion that echoed through the battlefield. Percy was thrown back by the force, while Clarice was sent skidding along the ground by the gust of wind. In the aftermath of the explosion, the battlefield was a scene of destruction, scorched earth, uprooted trees, and a massive crater under the darkened sky where Talia's thunderclouds once loomed. The force of their clash had thrown both Lucian and Talia back, but despite the intensity, they were quick to rise, each with a smile of exhilaration. "That was so cool," Lucian remarked, a smirk playing on his lips. Talia laughed, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "I know, right? It's like we created a mini nuke with that attack." Lucian, still grinning, pointed behind her. "I hate to rain on your parade, but..." Talia turned around to find one of Lucian's shadow clones standing there, smugly holding her flag. Her expression shifted to one of realization and amusement. "So, you didn't send all of them to attack me earlier." "I should have been more attentive," she admitted, still buzzing with the thrill of their battle. "But honestly, I don't mind. That clash was worth it." The shadow clone rejoined Lucian, and soon after, the war horn echoed across the battlefield, signaling the end of the war games. Lucian regrouped with his teammates, who were dusting themselves off from the earlier blast. Hoisting the captured flags, he began to march with a triumphant chant. Another day, another win. His team, catching on to his enthusiasm, joined in, chanting along with him. Another day, another win. On the losing side, groans of annoyance could be heard, but the victors paid them no mind, reveling in their success. As they approached the flag area, Lucian spotted Percy emerging from the water, looking a bit unsteady. Lucian acknowledged him with a nod. "Good work, Percy. I saw how you held off the Ares cabin from taking our flags." Some of the other campers noticed the drenched members of the Ares cabin and looked puzzled, until a few from the Athena and Hermes cabins chimed in. "Yeah, Percy created this massive wave that swept everyone away from the flag." Before anyone could finish, the camp fell into a stunned silence. All eyes were fixed on the top of Percy's head. Chiron approached, galloping slowly, and began to bow, his actions quickly followed by the rest of the camp as they dropped their weapons and bowed as well. Percy, utterly confused, noticed only Lucian and Talia standing upright. Lucian pointed upward, directing Percy's gaze. When Percy looked up, his eyes widened in shock. A glowing trident symbol hovered above his head. "Did I just get claimed by my father?" Percy muttered in disbelief. Chiron nodded solemnly. "You've been claimed by Poseidon, the Earth Shaker, Stormbringer, father of horses. All hail Percy Jackson, son of the sea god." Lucian spread his arms wide, his smile broadening. "Ha ha! Welcome to the family, cuz. Talia, her hand on her hip, added with a smirk. I guess that means we're this generation's big three. As she spoke, her eyes crackled with lightning, while Lucian's eyes glowed ominously red. Percy, feeling slightly overwhelmed, joked, "So when do I get my pair of glowing eyes?" Chiron then stood up, and the rest of the cabin members followed suit. "Everyone, you may now return to what you were doing," Chiron commanded, prompting everyone to rise. Clarice, who was nearby, glared at Percy with disdain before scoffing and walking away with the other members of the Ares cabin. As the crowd dispersed, some campers continued to glance at Percy with awe. Chiron turned to Lucian and Talia. "Can I trust you two to explain everything to Percy and lead him to his new cabin? I think it'll be easier for him to understand if it comes from someone of a similar age and experience." Both Lucian and Talia nodded in agreement, accepting the task. "Huh? What does he mean by that?" Percy asked, puzzled. "Well, Percy, there's a lot to learn. Come along now," Lucian said, marching ahead smugly with the flag still draped over his shoulder. Talia and Annabeth followed, with Annabeth leaping gracefully from above to land beside Lucian. Percy sighed, looking down, where he noticed the broken spear. He stared at it, recalling Clarice's anguished scream as it shattered. He bent down, picked it up, and jogged to catch up with Lucian, slipping the broken pieces into his pockets. After removing their armor, Lucian led Percy back to the dormitory to gather his belongings. They then headed toward the third cabin, Poseidon's cabin. Percy stared at the marble structure in awe, realizing this would now be his new home. As they approached, Percy heard the sound of hooves behind him. Turning around, he saw Grover trotting toward them. "Percy, I heard you got claimed. Congrats, buddy." Thanks. I'm still trying to wrap my head around it." Percy replied with an awkward smile as Grover patted his back sympathetically. They all entered Poseidon's cabin, and Lucian immediately began. "All right, let's start with the basics. You're a forbidden child, a child that shouldn't have been conceived." "What?" Percy asked, shocked by Lucian's bluntness as he placed his belongings on his bed. "But don't worry, you're not the only one. Talia and I are forbidden children too," Lucian explained. "I don't understand. Is it because we're children of the three major gods?" Percy asked. "Yes and no," Lucian replied, gesturing vaguely with his hand. "Do you know about World War II?" "Kinda, but I wasn't really paying much attention in class," Percy admitted, a bit embarrassed. "It doesn't matter," Lucian continued. "The gist is that World War II was a war between two sides, children of your dad and Talia's dad against children of my dad. Those important figures you see in history, they were probably demigods." Percy's eyes widened as Lucian added, "For example, Hitler is my half-brother," which, doesn't sound great when I say it out loud. "What?" Percy exclaimed, looking at Lucian in shock. "Yeah, children of Hades have this thing with holding grudges, like really holding on to them. Hitler got rejected by an art school, and, well, he caused a genocide as a consequence. But I digress," Lucian said with a shrug, as if discussing the weather. As Lucian spoke, the weight of his words hung heavily in the air. Each time a child of the Big Three was conceived, their power grew stronger. Toward the end of World War II, the gods received a prophecy. One child of the Big Three would cause the end of time on Olympus. So, all three gods swore an oath that they wouldn't have any more children. They kept to the promise for decades until... Lucian slowly turned his gaze to Talia, his expression unreadable. "I see," Percy said awkwardly, piecing together the implications. "They broke that oath." Lucian nodded. "One by one, that oath kept getting broken, and here we all are. It's almost like Talia's birth caused a chain reaction. So we shouldn't have existed in the first place because of the oath." Percy mused, his voice tinged with disbelief. "Which is why we're forbidden children." "Oh wait, was that why my dad didn't visit me before? Because I'm a forbidden child." "Yup, most likely to protect you," Lucian said, pointing upward. "When he found out about me, he sent an army of monsters to have me killed. I'm guessing your dad didn't want that for you." Percy looked horrified as he stared at Lucian, taken aback by his casual tone when speaking about being hunted down. Lucian then shrugged, adding with a smirk, or he could have just been a deadbeat, for all we know. Lucian. Both Talia and Annabeth nudged him in the side, their expressions stern, reprimanding him for his bluntness. Percy rubbed his temples, overwhelmed. This is a lot to take in and process. I still haven't gotten over the fact that one of us might be the end of Olympus. Yeah, it's a lot to take in, Talia agreed, her tone softer. That's why we're here, to slowly fill you in on everything. The group continued their discussion, delving deeper into the complexities of demigod life, the consequences of their actions, and the ever-present threats that loomed over them. So yeah, sometimes demigods are given quests they have to complete, Talia explained. When that happens, you get to choose 2 others to go with you. The quests are usually assigned by the gods. They're not as easy as Talia is making them sound, Grover added, his tone more serious. A single mistake can get you killed. I've lost count of how many demigods didn't come back from their quests. Do you guys think I'm going to get a quest from my father? Percy asked, a hint of worry in his voice. Most likely, Lucian said with a shrug. Everything's just too much, Percy admitted, sitting down on his bed and rubbing his forehead. The weight of all the new information was pressing down on him, making it hard to process everything. Maybe we should let Percy get some rest, Grover suggested. It's been a long day, and he's got a lot to think about. We can pick this up tomorrow. Later, Percy, Talia said, throwing a peace sign over her shoulder as she headed out. Get some rest, Annabeth nodded, following after Talia. We'll talk later if you're up for it, Grover added, his voice trailing off with a small bleat. Lucian rolled his eyes with a grin. Are we just saying one-liners now as we leave? I don't know what mine should be. Don't have any dreams. He snapped his fingers and began walking away. Percy scoffed, preparing to lie down, but then something in his pocket reminded him. Wait, Lucian. Lucian stopped, looking back at Percy with a raised eyebrow. Yeah. Percy pulled out the broken spear from his pocket. There are children of the god of blacksmithing here, right? Do you think they could fix this? I kind of broke it, and it seemed important. You broke Clarice's spear? Lucian chuckled in amusement. No wonder she looked like she was ready to choke the life out of you. That spear was a gift from her father. Percy's face fell with guilt. Can it be fixed? Yeah, I can fix it right up. Lucian responded, and from his shadow, a creature appeared, taking the pieces of the spear and handing them to Lucian. Percy stared in confusion. Lucian threw up a peace sign. I'm the camp's best blacksmith/artisan. What? You are? Remember, Annabeth and I helped build these buildings. Sure, others pitched in, but she and I were the main builders. All right, Percy said, recalling Grover's words from the day before. Lucian then put a hand on his chin, thinking, you know what? How about I make you a weapon? What? I don't need one. I've already got this. Percy took out his pen and wiggled it around. You'd be the biggest idiot to turn down one of my weapons. I'll make you a trident, like the one your father uses. It'll help you control your demigod abilities. Do I even have a choice? Percy asked, feeling awkward. Nope. Meet me in my cabin in about 3 hours. It's the black one. You can't miss it, Lucian said as he started to leave. Percy sighed, but couldn't help the small smile that crept onto his face as he lay back down on his bed. Mom, I think I'm making some pretty great friends here, he whispered, closing his eyes. An hour later, Lucian's cabin. Lucian set Clarice's newly repaired spear to the side, letting out a satisfied sigh as he stretched his arms over his head. His thoughts began to spiral as he prepared to create what he knew would be an extraordinary trident for Percy. I'm about to make the best goddamn trident ever, Lucian muttered to himself, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. That trident in his card. I know my work when I see it. I made him that weapon. He paused, his thoughts taking a turn as he considered the paradox he was about to create. That's a paradox in itself, he mused, rubbing his chin. I probably made that trident because I saw the card. But what came first, the weapon or the card? Without the card, the weapon wouldn't have existed, and without the weapon, the card would have been different. Lucian chuckled to himself, shaking his head as he continued to think it over. God, I'm confusing myself, he muttered, but there was a hint of amusement in his voice. He then clapped his hands together, focusing on the task at hand. "All right, enough mind games. Time to get to work," Lucian said, his voice taking on a more serious tone. As the forge flared to life, Lucian's skilled hands shaped the metal with precision, his magnetism aiding in the creation of the sharp trident. The rhythmic clang of hammer against metal was accompanied by sparks of purple electricity, while his eyes glowed red, guiding his strikes with magical insight. Sweat dripped from Lucian's brow as the furnace's heat enveloped him, causing him to remove his shirt and reveal his well-defined muscles. When he finished, he wiped the sweat from his face and admired the aqua blue trident before him. Using his artisan ability, he began crafting intricate sigils into the weapon. The sigils wrapped around the trident, which glowed with a soft blue light and seemed to emanate the faint sound of waves. "I'm so fucking awesome," Lucian declared, pumping his fist with pride. His eyes glowed as he opened the door to his underground workshop. At that moment, Percy entered the cabin, looking around before hearing Lucian's voice calling from below. Percy made his way to the basement, surprised by the blast of heat that greeted him. "Whoa," he exclaimed. "Don't mind the heat. I've lived in hell for most of my life, so you'll get used to it," Lucian said casually, causing Percy to look at him with a mix of surprise and horror. "What? I'm kidding. I lived around North Carolina for the beginning of my life," Lucian added with a smirk. Percy sighed in relief, but then froze, noticing Lucian was shirtless. "Why are you shirtless? Do you not feel the same heat I do?" Percy's attention was drawn to the floating trident, which seemed to beckon him. He reached out tentatively, but as his fingers touched it, he winced as a drop of blood was absorbed by the weapon. The trident then glowed brightly and shot towards Percy, knocking him to the ground. "Ugh, man, I don't think the trident likes me very much." Percy groaned from the floor, eyes closed. When he looked up, the trident had vanished. "Check your hand," Lucian instructed. Confused, Percy stood and saw a trident tattooed on the back of his hand. "This isn't permanent, right? My mom would be disappointed if it was." "No, it's just the trident in its dormant form. Like how my weapon is a ring and yours is a pen. Just extend your hand and move it forward," Lucian explained. Following Lucian's advice, Percy extended his hand and closed his eyes. He felt a solid object materialize in his grip and opened his eyes to find the trident back in his hands, the tattoo gone. "So cool. What does it do?" Percy asked, intrigued. Lucian grinned. "Well, first, it's enchanted with several abilities. Siphoning. It absorbs water and moisture from whatever it touches, turning it into physical water that you can use as you please, whether it's from the air, the ground, or plants. Blood bond. It's bound to you by blood, meaning it's loyal only to you. While others can wield it, they'll be hurt in the process. You can also call it back to you if thrown. Plus, it grows with you, strengthening as you do. Hydrokinesis enhancement. It amplifies your control over water, allowing for greater manipulation, shaping it into weapons, shields, or structures, and even solidifying it into nearly unbreakable material. Sub-Zero. It can instantly freeze water to create deadly ice projectiles, freeze enemies, or form ice barriers for protection. Aqua Restoration. It can heal wounds or restore vitality by channeling water's natural rejuvenating properties, making it useful for both combat and recovery. Percy's eyes widened in awe as he took in the trident's impressive abilities. "This is incredible. Thanks, Lucian. Yeah, I think I might have gone a bit overboard while making it." "I'm not gonna lie," Lucian said awkwardly. Percy just smiled as he watched the trident turn back into a tattoo. "Still, thank you." Lucian then leaned over and grabbed Clarice's fixed spear. "Here." "All right. Thank you for this as well. Now, then before you leave, we have something important to talk about," Lucian said, as he grabbed a towel to wipe himself and put on a shirt. Percy looked at him in confusion. "The cards of blasphemy. Tell me, do you truly know what these cards are?" Lucian asked Percy, his voice calm but probing. Percy hesitated, rubbing the back of his neck. "I kinda do, and I kinda don't. When I first touched it, information about it just poured into my head. At first, I thought this was just another one of my oddities. But guessing by your question, there's more to it, right?" Percy admitted awkwardly. Lucian nodded. And you're right. Think of those sequences as the road to godhood. What? Percy asked in surprise, instinctively reaching out and pulling out his card of blasphemy. Yeah, I'm sure the card already gave you some information about the acting method and how to create each potion. Those potions will give you incredible power, with abilities that are almost like having superpowers, Lucian explained. Superpowers? Percy echoed, still confused. Lucian lifted his hand, and a ball of purple electricity crackled to life in his palm. Remember this from a game? Well, it wasn't magic, I'll tell you that much. My ability to control metal was given by one of the sequences. I see. Percy muttered, intrigued. So if I drink these potions, they'll give me power, slowly turning me into a god. Exactly. Like I told you before, in this world, strength is everything. The opinion of the weak barely matters. Nothing will be taken from you once you're strong, Lucian emphasized, his voice carrying a weight that made Percy feel there was more to his words. Percy frowned, sensing the hidden meaning. What do you mean by that? Why bring this up now? Lucian turned back to his workbench, organizing his tools. Percy, I'm going to be honest with you, he began, his tone more serious. Your mother is most likely alive. Percy's pupils dilated as he stared at Lucian, his voice trembling. What do you mean by that? What do you mean my mother is most likely alive? You saw how she turned into golden dust at the end, right? Well, mortals don't do that. That only happens to monsters, Lucian revealed. Percy's gaze widened in shock. Then where is she? Where's my mother? She was on the verge of death, being killed. What do you think? Lucian asked, raising an eyebrow. The Underworld. Your father took my mother. Percy exclaimed, his face contorting in anger. Lucian scoffed. Why are you looking at me like I did it? What do you think? It's not like you're his son. Percy snapped, glaring at Lucian. Lucian rolled his eyes before his gaze turned an eerie, ominous blood-red color. Listen here. I'm only telling you this because I believe you deserve to know. Do not, and I repeat, do not take your anger out on me. Just because I've been showing you kindness doesn't mean I'm going to be your emotional punching bag. Are we clear? Percy took a step back, gulping loudly as he began to shake slightly under Lucian's intense gaze. You're right, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have done that, Percy said apologetically. Lucian nodded, accepting the apology. Percy then asked, but why does your father have my mother? It doesn't make sense. Because he believes you took something from him. His helm, his symbol of power, Lucian explained. What? But I didn't take it. Percy protested. I know. You don't have to try and convince me, Lucian replied with a dismissive scoff. So he sent the Minotaur after me. My father has no control over such a monster. It wasn't my father who sent the Minotaur after you. He already sent the Furies. So that was him. It's all starting to make sense, Percy said, his mind racing as he began pacing around. Now I get why she screamed at me to return what was stolen when she attacked on the field trip. But if he didn't send the Minotaur after me and my mother, who did? Percy wondered aloud. There are two options here. Option 1, you're seriously unlucky and just attracted the monster by chance. And option 2, Lucian pointed to the skies, letting the implication hang in the air. Don't say his name, you dumbass. Lucian suddenly interrupted as Percy was about to speak the name. All right, Percy said, realizing his mistake. Okay, but why would he send a Minotaur after me? Percy asked, still confused. Because he believes you stole his master bolt, Lucian answered. What? Why am I suddenly everyone's first suspect when it comes to things being stolen? Do I give off an energy that says I took your things? Percy exclaimed, exasperated. Dude, I'ma be honest, you just have such unfortunate timing. Anyway, you should be thanking my dad. He took my mother. Why should I be thanking him? Percy retorted, looking at Lucian as if he were crazy. Because he saved her life, obviously. Without my dad, your mother would have really died by that Minotaur. Yes, she's a hostage, but trust me when I say she's in good hands. And it's better in his hands than the lightning gods. He would have most likely taken advantage of her, Lucian said matter-of-factly. She could have been saved by my father's side. Percy argued. If she was by your father's side, the man upstairs would have taken that as an act of war, sheltering and protecting the guilty, thus escalating the war that's about to occur between them, Lucian explained. There's a war between my father and the man upstairs? Percy asked, piecing it together. Yes. Like I said, he believes you stole the bolt, Lucian confirmed. I see. So are you sure my mother is safe? Percy asked, his voice softening with concern. Yeah. I don't believe my mother or my stepmother would let anything bad happen to her, Lucian reassured him. Percy let out a sigh of relief, closing his eyes. My mother's alive, he muttered, a smile of happiness crossing his face. So what do I have to do to save her? Percy asked, determination creeping back into his voice. Most likely, find where both symbols of power are and who stole them, then turn them in. That will prove your innocence, allowing my father to release her, Lucian explained. I see. So I guess I would have to go on a quest, like what you and the others told me about before, right? Percy asked, already mentally preparing himself for the challenge ahead. Yup, and those quests are filled with unimaginable dangers. I can't tell you how many times I've been on the brink of death, even for you, but you seem so strong. It's because I'm strong that I managed to survive, Lucian replied, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. Hearing this, Percy looked down at the card in his hands. Strength, huh? All right then. What do I have to do to start making these potions? You've already made up your mind? Lucian asked, raising an eyebrow. For my mother, I'd go to hell and back, Percy said, his eyes burning with unwavering determination. I can respect that, Lucian nodded, his expression serious. And I definitely understand the sentiment. But here's a warning. Once you drink that potion, you'll likely become an enemy of the gods in the future. Percy didn't flinch. Like I said, I'd do anything for my mother, even if it means facing the entire world. Lucian nodded, impressed by Percy's resolve. Very well. From what I remember of your card, you'll need a minotaur horn and the beak of a griffin. Fortunately for you, I have the other monster parts you'll need. Go and get the minotaur horn. Percy nodded and rushed back to his cabin. He found the minotaur horn and quickly returned to Lucian, who had finished preparing the setup. Come on, I'll guide you through making your adventurous sequence potion, Lucian said, leading Percy through the steps. As Percy held the minotaur horn in his hand, a smirk crossed his face. The thing that took my mother away is the thing that's going to help me get her back, he muttered, smiling at the irony. With Lucian's guidance, Percy carefully followed the instructions, stirring the mixture until it was ready. Lucian poured the glowing green potion into a small vial and handed it to Percy. Percy stared at the shimmering liquid for a moment, then took a deep breath and downed it in one go. Immediately, he felt a searing pain course through his body, and he collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony as Lucian watched silently. When the pain finally subsided, Percy was on all fours, gasping for air. Ow! Why didn't you warn me that was going to hurt? And where's the fun in that? Lucian replied with a smirk, causing Percy to glare at him. Ignoring the look, Lucian instructed Percy on how to check his new abilities. As Percy recounted them, Lucian listened carefully, nodding in approval. Enhanced survival instincts. The adventurer has an acute sense of danger, allowing them to instinctively react to threats. This includes better reflexes, a heightened awareness of their surroundings, and a strong intuition that guides them away from traps or ambushes. Physical resilience. As a beginner in the path of the adventurer, they gain slightly enhanced physical endurance and stamina. They can survive in harsh conditions longer than ordinary people and can recover from fatigue quicker. Basic combat skills. The adventurer is proficient in the basics of combat, particularly with melee weapons like swords, daggers, and spears, as well as with simple firearms. Their combat prowess is not extraordinary, but sufficient to handle common threats. Basic agility and acrobatics. The adventurer has enhanced agility, making them proficient in climbing, jumping, and performing acrobatic maneuvers. They are adept at scaling walls, cliffs, and other challenging surfaces. Endurance burst. In critical moments, the adventurer can push their physical limits beyond normal capacity, granting a temporary boost in strength, speed, or stamina. This burst of energy helps them overcome challenges or escape perilous situations. Anyways, here you go. You can be on your way now, Lucian said as he tossed the spear back to Percy. I upgraded it, made it way more durable. It won't break just because you put some weight on it. Do you need me to guide you to where you need to go? Percy fumbled a bit as he caught the spear, nodding in appreciation. Thank you, he said, grateful for the gesture. And no, I don't need you to guide me. I remember where the cabins are. With that, Percy exited the basement and made his way out of Lucian's cabin, glancing around the camp until he spotted Ares' cabin a few down the line. Once he reached it, Percy knocked on the door. A boy with black hair and a rugged look opened it, glaring at Percy. What do you want, new kid? I'm looking for Clarice. Is she around? I'm trying to return her spear, Percy explained, motioning to the weapon in his hands. The boy scoffed, amused. I heard how she had our father's gift broken. She's not here. She's at the training grounds. And with that, he shut the door in Percy's face. That was weird, Percy thought as he headed towards the training grounds, where Luke had previously taught him. When he arrived, he spotted Clarice training by herself in a secluded area, her expression frustrated as she swung a wooden spear. Percy hesitated before clearing his throat. Excuse me. He was cut off as Clarice spun around, her spear pointed at his neck, her glare sharp and deadly. What do you want? She demanded, her voice dripping with venom. Nothing, Percy squeaked out, holding up the spear defensively. I was going to drop this off. I thought you might want it back. My spear, Clarice muttered in surprise, momentarily taken aback as she eyed the weapon in Percy's hand. She snatched it from him, examining it closely. The tip of the spear flashed a bright red, small sparks dancing around it, and she nodded approvingly. So you got it fixed? Clarice asked, inspecting the area that had once been broken but now showed no sign of damage. I didn't fix it, Percy admitted. But I saw how much it meant to you, so I asked Lucian if there was a way to get it repaired. He did it himself, and mentioned something about it being more durable now. I see, Clarice muttered, feeling a bit awkward, which only made her more frustrated. Thank you, she mumbled, clearly annoyed at having to express gratitude. Yeah, no problem. Look, I'm sorry for breaking your spear. I didn't realize it, Percy began, but he instinctively summoned his trident to block Clarice's sudden attack as she swung her spear down at him. What the hell is your problem? Percy demanded, shocked by the sudden aggression. Clarice scoffed. Listen here, fish breath. Just because you fixed my spear doesn't mean I forgive you or that we're friends, she snapped, swinging her spear around him. Percy struggled to keep up, blocking her attacks with his trident. I still don't like you, Clarice added, her tone icy. All right. I'm sorry for trying to be nice. It was my mistake for thinking you could be reasoned with, Percy said awkwardly, attempting to defend himself. Was that an insult? Clarice glared, her attacks growing more aggressive. And why the hell are you using a trident? You look so awkward with it. Don't tell me it's because of your daddy, she sneered, looking at Percy as if he were pathetic. No, Percy groaned under the pressure of her attacks. It was Lucian's idea. He said it would help me learn to train my abilities. It's my first day wielding this thing. A son of the big three needing a crutch. How pathetic can you get? Clarice taunted, continuing her assault. Unknowingly, the two spent the rest of the day sparring, with Clarice subconsciously offering Percy advice on wielding a polearm weapon, though she would never admit to it. One day later, Lucian drifted off to sleep, expecting another uneventful night. However, as soon as he entered his dream world, he found himself in the middle of a dense, shadowy forest. Dark clouds rolled in above him, and the wind began to pick up, howling through the trees with increasing intensity. Before long, the sky opened up, unleashing a torrential downpour. The rain was relentless, hammering the ground with a force that made it almost impossible to see. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, followed by a deafening clap of thunder that seemed to shake the very earth beneath him. Lucian's attention was drawn to a family of screeching owls huddled together in a nearby tree. The largest owl, which Lucian assumed was the father, had his wings outstretched, shielding two baby owls from the storm. Beside him, the second largest owl, likely the mother, did the same, wrapping her wings around the chicks protectively. The storm grew fiercer, and just when it seemed the worst had passed, a bolt of lightning shot down from the sky, striking the mother owl in the back. The strike was fatal, and she collapsed instantly, her wings falling limp as she plummeted from the tree. The father owl let out a mournful screech, a sound so powerful and full of grief that it drowned out the raging storm. Lucian wasn't sure if what he saw were tears or just the rain streaming down the owl's face, but the pain and anger in its eyes were unmistakable. The owl turned its gaze skyward, glaring at the storm with a fury that could only come from deep, personal loss. For a moment, it seemed the owl was ready to launch itself into the heart of the storm, to fight back against the force that had taken his mate. But the chirps of the baby chicks brought him back to reality. He looked down at them, then back at the storm, before gently placing them on his back. With fierce determination, the owl flew against the wind, dodging the lightning strikes that seemed to target his precious cargo. He maneuvered through the storm with a precision that spoke of years of experience, his eyes never leaving the path ahead. Eventually, he spotted a river below, where lily pads and lotus flowers floated serenely despite the chaos above. As another bolt of lightning shot toward them, the owl dove down, narrowly avoiding the strike. He carefully placed the baby chicks inside the petals of a large lotus flower, tucking them in so they were safe and protected. With one final, sorrowful glance, the owl nudged the lily pad, sending it gently downstream, away from the storm. The owl then turned back toward the storm clouds, his gaze sharp and filled with murderous intent. As the storm raged on, a golden eagle suddenly emerged from the center of the dark clouds, its wings cutting through the air with a thunderous roar. The owl opened its beak, letting out a screech that made the very earth tremble. The two birds flew toward each other, their cries growing louder and louder until, with a blinding flash, they collided, and everything went white. Lucian was jolted awake by the echo of that final, ear-splitting screech. The sound was so intense it had knocked him off his bed, and he landed on the floor with a loud thud. Ugh! Lucian groaned, finding himself upside down, tangled in his sheets, and rubbing his throbbing head. Okay, old man, he muttered, recognizing the message in the dream. I'll go get them. No need to send me a dream. We can fucking call each other. He sighed, still reeling from the vividness of the dream, knowing exactly what he had to do next. After waking from the strange dream, Lucian sighed and rubbed the back of his head before getting ready for the day. On his way to see Chiron, he bumped into Percy, who was heading in the same direction. Say, when you get strange dreams, does that mean I'm allowed to have a quest? Percy asked curiously. Most likely, yeah. Unfortunately, you aren't the only one, Lucian replied, stretching as he walked. Did you have a strange dream last night, too? Percy asked, a bit anxious. Lucian nodded. Yeah, but mine was a message from my father. Oh, Percy trailed off, realizing their dreams might not be connected. When they arrived at the big house, they found Grover deep in conversation with Chiron. Yo, Chiron, looks like Percy and I have quests lined up at the same time, Lucian said as he plopped down in chair. What? Chiron asked, surprised by Lucian's abrupt statement. He said he had a strange dream last night, and so did I. Mine was from my father. He wants me to retrieve something. Chiron nodded thoughtfully before turning to Percy. And what about your dream, Percy? Percy hesitated before explaining. I saw 3 large men, each wearing different colored togas. One blue, one green, and one black. The blue and black ones were shouting, demanding something back from the green one, who was more defensive. As they fought, lightning struck, the winds grew fierce, and the ground shook. Percy left out the part about seeing someone in the sand, unsure of its significance. Chiron's eyes narrowed. How much did you tell him? He asked Lucian. Everything, Lucian replied casually. Including, Chiron pressed. Yeah, including that he's one of the main perpetrators, Lucian confirmed. Chiron sighed. If what you've told me is accurate, you two need to visit the Oracle. That will determine if you truly have quests ahead of you. Ooh, me first, Lucian said eagerly, raising his hand like an excited student, earning a few strange looks. Chiron sighed again, this time with a hint of amusement. Fine, go ahead. You know where to find the oracle. Yes, sir, Lucian said, practically bouncing as he sprinted toward the attic where the oracle resided. As Lucian left, Percy turned to Grover. Why is he so excited? Lucian loves an adventure, Grover replied with a hint of exasperation. Especially a dangerous one. Lucian approached the lifeless oracle sitting in its chair. All right, you creepy son of a bitch. Hit me with what you got, he muttered. The oracle's skeletal mouth opened as a ghostly green mist escaped and formed into the shape of a woman, her voice echoing the prophecy. Stone eyes will meet a shadowed heart, where something mystical shall start. A child of the grave will break the spell, where the lotus blooms and heroes dwell. In the clash of ages, old battles the new, a fate comes, one of which you already knew. In a final clash, all that was hidden is revealed, all of which the enemy now wields. Great, another riddle, Lucian mumbled to himself, trying to piece together the meaning. Stone eyes and lotus bloom, Medusa and the lotus flower, maybe, but the rest? And that fate I already knew. It's about Luke, isn't it? He sighed, massaging his forehead as the green mist faded back into the oracle. When he descended the stairs, he found Annabeth and Talia waiting for him, their eyes shining with excitement. We heard you got a quest. When do we start? They asked in unison, barely containing their enthusiasm. In a few. I'm curious about what Percy's quest will be like. Lucian answered as Percy made his way up to the oracle. Lucian, always resourceful, sent his shadow mouse, Jefferson, to eavesdrop on Percy's prophecy. As he listened, he recognized the familiar lines. You shall go west and face the god who has turned. You shall find what was stolen and see it safely returned. You shall be betrayed by one who calls you a friend, and you shall fail to save what matters most in the end. Lucian furrowed his brow, deep in thought. Maybe the words are the same, but the meanings differ. As Percy rejoined them, Chiron turned to Lucian. So, what was your quest? Lucian only revealed the first 3 lines of his prophecy. Stone eyes will meet a shadowed heart, where something mystical shall start. A child of the grave will break the spell. I see, Chiron said, nodding. It looks like your quest will be anything but easy. Good. I was hoping for that, Lucian said proudly. Chiron then turned to Percy, who reluctantly shared the first 2 lines of his prophecy, leaving out the rest while casting occasional glances at Lucian. Lucian's eyebrow twitched, recognizing the look. Is that all? Chiron asked, studying Percy's expression closely. Yeah, that's about everything, Percy replied, trying to sound convincing. Chiron nodded and offered a final piece of advice. Very well, Percy, but know this, the oracle's words often have double meanings. Don't dwell on them too much. The truth is not always clear until events come past. Percy frowned. But there's still something I don't understand. Who's the god in the West? Come on, Peter Johnson. Isn't the answer obvious? A voice drawled. They all turned to see Dionysus lounging in a chair, sipping from a can of Diet Coke. Which of the 3 gods stands to gain the most from their fighting? The answer should be obvious, Dionysus said, as if addressing simpletons. Oh yeah? Who? Lucian asked, raising an eyebrow. Come on, Luther, even you should know it's your father, Dionysus scoffed, returning to his drink. And how exactly would he benefit the most from all this? Lucian inquired. Fine, you want to spell it out for you? The 3 gods fight, there's a war. Where there's a war, there are casualties. All those souls end up in the underworld, which only empowers your dear old dad, Dionysus explained. Lucian, Talia, and Annabeth exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. What? What's so funny? Dionysus demanded, bewildered. You clearly don't understand my father at all, if that's what you believe, Lucian said, still chuckling. I'm sorry to say, but Lord Hades doesn't even enjoy his job. If there was a war he could prevent, he would. It means less work for him in the underworld, Talia said, shaking her head. Annabeth added with an awkward smile. He really doesn't like dealing with underworld affairs because it means spending less time with his wife. I take it you two got to know Lord Hades pretty well during your stay in the Underworld? Chiron asked. Talia and Annabeth nodded. He's still a bit scary, though, Annabeth admitted. Talia agreed with a nod. Wait, so if it isn't your father who turned? Percy asked. Lucian looked at him with a confused expression. Did the prophecy make you forget everything? He had something stolen from him, too. Don't you remember me telling you that? All right, but then, if it isn't the Lord of the Underworld, who is the god that turned? Grover asked. Isn't that what quests are for? Go west and find out, Annabeth said with a smirk. After receiving their quest, it was time to choose their companions. I mean, I don't even need to do the whole ritual thing. I choose Annabeth and Talia, Lucian said after Chiron explained to Percy that quests were traditionally undertaken by 3 people. Well, then I'm taking Grover with me, Percy said, flashing Grover a confident smile. Grover responded, pointing to himself in surprise. Despite the prophecy of betrayal, Percy was sure that Grover wasn't the one who would betray him. He trusted his gut, and his gut had proven to do magical things recently. You'll need one more person before you can go on this quest, Chiron said, standing up. I'll gather the available quest takers. Before long, Percy found himself standing by a ritualistic circle surrounded by various demigods. To mostly everyone's surprise, even Luke stood among them with his hands behind his back. Next to him was Chris, a cabin mate and sibling, followed by Pollux and Castor, Clarice, Charles Beckendorf, and many others from different cabins. Being surrounded made Percy nervous, but he didn't show it. He scanned the group, carefully considering whom to pick. If I choose Luke, I'll be constantly paranoid. It wouldn't be fair to him, he thought. Percy continued to look around until his gaze settled on Clarice. The prophecy said I would be betrayed by a friend. So if I take Clarice, wouldn't I prevent the prophecy from happening? She herself said we aren't friends. I choose Clarice to go with me on this quest, Percy said, looking at her with a serious expression. Clarice was taken aback. She hadn't expected to be chosen. What is Fishbreath thinking, picking me? I seriously hope he doesn't think we're friends. I'd hate to hurt his feelings. You know what? I hope he does think we're friends, she thought, a pleasant smile creeping on her face. Those who knew her couldn't help but look at her strangely. It's decided, Chiron announced. Why don't you all pack what you'll need for the trip? Percy was the first to finish packing, and he met up with Lucian, who was waiting. Say, if I want to go to the Underworld, where'd I need to go? Excuse me? Lucian asked, raising an eyebrow. I still want to see my mother, maybe even take her out of there. Since she's there, she's technically dead, right? Well, she's fully mortal, so yeah. But what part of there's a war brewing did you not understand? I understood that, but isn't the whole point of this quest to stop the war from happening? My mother doesn't need to be dead and in a scary place like that if I complete the quest. Whatever, dude. You're heading in the right direction anyway. It's west. The main entrance is in Los Angeles. Okay, then we'll take a plane. You can't do that, Annabeth said, dropping down from above and landing between Percy and Lucian. The Sky Father doesn't like it when children of the other 2 big gods trespass in his territory, so flying is restricted, she briefly explained. He's that petty? Percy asked, just as thunder rumbled in the clear sky. Lucian chuckled. Does that answer your question? Percy blinked and looked up at the sky. Yes, surprisingly it does. Clarice and Talia appeared then, walking side by side with backpacks slung over their shoulders. Talia tossed hers toward Lucian, whose shadow extended and devoured it. Percy turned to Talia, curiosity evident on his face. I'm sorry, but I'm curious. If you're his daughter, why hasn't he given you the quest to retrieve his bolt? Shouldn't you be the first person out there looking for it? Talia scoffed. He's not exactly thrilled with me or my choices. He probably thinks I'm in cahoots with Lucian, the other suspect in the bolt theft, and that I stole his bolt or something stupid like that to get back at him. Who knows what my old man is thinking? What's taking that goat so long? Clarice mumbled, crossing her arms. Percy, meanwhile, was surprised to learn that Lucian was also suspected of being the lightning thief. Just then, Grover appeared, dragging a ginormous bag that was far too big for his body. Sorry to keep you guys waiting. I had a few things to pack. Ever heard of packing light? Lucian asked, raising an eyebrow as he eyed Grover's oversized bag. I know, but the world is a dangerous place. You never know what life might throw at you, so I like to be prepared, Grover replied proudly. Lucian rolled his eyes and effortlessly controlled his shadow to swallow the giant bag. Well, what are we waiting for, people? A grand adventure awaits, Lucian declared as he began marching forward, the others instinctively following his lead. Wait! They all halted and turned toward the voice, spotting Chiron and Luke jogging up to them. Luke reached them first, holding out a pair of basketball shoes. Glad I caught you guys, he said with a charming smile. He's getting good at that, Lucian inwardly scoffed. I wanted to wish you all good luck on this quest, and I thought these might come in handy, Luke said, handing the shoes to Percy. Lucian sharpened his senses, focusing intently on the sneakers. That's odd. There's no hidden enchantment, mechanism, or sabotage. What's going on? Thanks, Percy mumbled, not too enthused about the shoes. Maya, Luke called out, and wings sprouted from the back of the sneakers. Awesome, Grover exclaimed, examining them with enthusiasm. I don't really use them. They were a gift from my dad, so I figured they'd be more useful to you than to me, Luke explained. Thank you, Percy replied with a smile. And nothing for me? I can't help but feel hurt, Luke. I thought we had something special, Lucian teased dramatically. Dude, EW, Luke scoffed in amusement. As if you need anything that you can't already create yourself. But it's the thought that counts, Lucian sighed, shaking his head in mock disappointment. After a few more well wishes and handshakes, Luke jogged back toward camp, leaving Chiron and a new arrival, Argus, the camp's security chief with eyes all over his body. Argus here will drive you to the city and keep an eye on things, Chiron said, with a subtle smile at his own pawn. What's with this favoritism? Or is he during my quest? Lucian asked, feigning exasperation. Maybe if someone had waited long enough and didn't dive headfirst into danger with little to no precaution, he would have had the same privileges, Chiron replied, giving Lucian a knowing side-eye. Lucian just scoffed and rolled his eyes as Argus led them to a large black SUV. Got any candy inside? Lucian asked curiously. All of Argus' eyes focused on Lucian. Should I? Realizing Argus didn't get the joke, Lucian quickly waved it off. No, you're good. Once everyone settled into the SUV, Clarice turned to Lucian, a hint of excitement in her eyes despite her tough exterior. Why are you coming with us on our quest? I thought you'd just teleport away or something, Clarice asked. 2 reasons. First, we're literally heading in the same direction, so I might as well enjoy the journey. My destination is also in the west, though I'm heading to Las Vegas. And second, when Percy finds the man who stole the bolt, we'll most likely find the person responsible for the helm as well. Even though finding the helm wasn't part of my quest, my intuition tells me it didn't need to be in the prophecy since it's my duty to retrieve it. Your duty? Percy echoed. Yup, I'm the prince of the Underworld. It's within my duties to recover what the Furies failed to retrieve from my father, Lucian said with a confident grin. Lucian and the others were in the SUV, with Argus behind the wheel, driving them through the rain-soaked streets. Lucian, holding a handful of cards, looked over at Percy. Got any 3s? He asked. Go fish, Percy replied, glancing at her own cards. Lucian clicked his tongue in annoyance and reached for another card, but the SUV suddenly came to a halt. Argus looked back at them. This is as far as I'm allowed to take you, he said. They all nodded, gathering their belongings before hopping out of the SUV. The group found themselves in Manhattan, standing at a bus stop in the middle of a downpour. Lucian glanced around, then burst into laughter. Oh boy, Percy, you're famous, he teased. Curious, the others followed his gaze and spotted a newspaper in a nearby mailbox. The headline read, Have you seen this boy? Accompanied by a picture of Percy Jackson. Percy grumbled, Yeah, I saw something like that yesterday in the newspaper they delivered at camp. Before anyone could comment further, Percy's attention drifted to the distance. Just as Grover was about to speak, the ground beneath them began to tremble. Please tell me that was just lightning, Percy said, his expression tense. A loud roar echoed through the city, causing Percy to slump his shoulders. Of course, Lucian, unfazed, shrugged. It's only natural we get attacked. We've got 3 children of the big 3 huddled together. We're like a 3-course meal served on a golden platter. In front of them, an enormous claw emerged from the side of a tall building, followed by another. The claws pushed against the structure, revealing the massive head of a dragon-like creature slowly emerging. It reared back, its serpent-like body unfurling as it let out a deafening roar, shaking the surrounding area. As it finished, the creature sniffed the air, then turned its head toward them, its pupils dilating as it locked onto them. A long, forked tongue flicked out, licking its lips hungrily. "What the hell is that thing?" Percy exclaimed, stepping back in shock. A draken. Lucian, Annabeth, and Talia answered in unison, grinning with battle-hungry excitement. Just then, 3 more drakens slithered up the sides of nearby buildings, responding to the first draken's call with their own thunderous roars. Lucian summoned his scythe, spinning it in the rain, while Talia called forth her spear and shield, dropping into a martial arts stance. Annabeth flexed her back, causing her silver wings to unfurl as she raised her fists, ready for battle. "Look at that," Lucian said with a smirk. "A draken for each of us. Annabeth, Talia, and I will handle one. Percy, you, and Clarice take the other." Clarice whipped out her spear, while Percy extended his hand, causing his tattoo to glow as he summoned his trident. Lucian was the first to move, launching himself off the ground with such force that the pavement beneath him cracked. His glowing red eyes locked onto the draken as he shot forward like a bullet, hungry for battle. The others weren't far behind. Talia transformed into a streak of lightning, and Annabeth's wings flapped powerfully as she charged ahead. Clarice let out a fierce battle cry, sprinting toward her target with Percy following closely, his expression serious and focused. As Lucian closed in on the draken, he swung his scythe down in a vicious arc. The draken reacted quickly, raising a massive claw to meet the blow. Sparks flew as metal met claw, the impact reverberating through the night. From Lucian's back, shadow-like tentacles emerged, writhing and twisting as they propelled him around the draken with uncanny speed. The draken followed his movements, its nostrils flaring as it sensed what was coming. It opened its mouth wide, preparing to unleash a torrent of fire. But Lucian was ready. His foresight kicked in, and with a flick of his shadow tentacles, he wrapped them tightly around the draken's snout, forcing its jaws shut. With a swift motion, Lucian pulled himself closer, scythe raised to strike its vulnerable forehead. Just as he was about to land the blow, the draken thrashed its head violently, flinging Lucian off with a force that would have shattered a lesser warrior. Lucian used the momentum to his advantage, curling into a ball mid-air before unfurling to reveal 2 large, devil-like wings sprouting from his back. He swooped down towards the draken, which had now reared up to its full, terrifying height. Lucian's scythe sang through the air as he swung it repeatedly, each strike clashing with the draken's claws. The relentless assault began to take its toll. The draken's claws chipped and cracked under the onslaught. Sensing danger, the draken spun around, lashing its massive tail at Lucian. But he had already foreseen this move. Channeling his shadow magic into the scythe, Lucian swung with all his might, enhancing the blade's cutting power. The scythe sliced cleanly through the draken's toughened scales, severing its tail in a spray of dark blood. The draken roared in agony, its tail writhing uselessly on the ground. In a last-ditch effort, it opened its mouth wide, unleashing a torrent of flames. But Lucian was prepared. He transformed his scythe into a chain scythe and began spinning it rapidly, using his magnetism to guide its path. The spinning blade sliced through the flames, splitting the inferno in 2 as it flew towards the draken's neck. The chain wrapped around the draken's thick neck like a noose, tightening with every pull Lucian made. The draken roared, the sound turning into a choking gurgle as the chain scythe dug deeper into its flesh. Lucian flew onto the draken's snout, gripping the chain tightly as the beast thrashed violently, trying to dislodge him. It clawed at its own neck, desperate to remove the chain, But Lucian only pulled harder, forcing its tongue to loll out as the flames in its throat grew hotter, unable to escape. Lucian's expression twisted into a sinister grin, his eyes turning pitch black with only the bloody red pupils glowing in the darkness. The draken froze under his gaze, its struggles growing weaker as the chain continued to saw through its scales. Blood sprayed like a broken pipe, drenching the battlefield in a crimson rain. With one final, powerful pull, Lucian severed the draken's head clean off. The massive head tumbled from the building, crashing to the ground below with a sickening thud. Lucian flew off the draken's snout, his wings spreading wide as he hovered above the defeated beast. With the draken's body lifeless, Lucian landed beside the corpse, his scythe still dripping with blood. Before the draken began to dissolve into dust, Lucian moved quickly, desecrating its corpse with practiced efficiency, extracting anything of value before it disappeared completely. Watching you suffer was fun, Lucian muttered to the vanishing remains, a smirk playing on his lips. I might be a sadist. Now, then arise. Lucian muttered as the defeated beast shadow swam towards his own. Lucian turned his attention toward the others, watching as they dealt with their own drakens. High above, Talia hovered in the stormy sky, her eyes glowing with the same blue energy that crackled through the rain-soaked clouds. The draken below roared up at her in fury, its massive body writhing as it tried to reach her. Talia's spear began to grow in size, the air around it crackling with electricity. Lightning bolts from the storm gathered around the spear, drawn to it like moths to a flame. With a confident smirk, Talia cocked her arm back, her eyes narrowing as she focused on her target. The lightning surrounding her spear intensified, creating a blinding glow. She threw the spear with all her might, sending it hurtling through the air like a thunderbolt. It sliced through the storm, leaving a trail of lightning in its wake. The spear struck the draken's forehead with a deafening crack, the force of the impact causing the creature's head to explode in a burst of energy. Bits of scales, bone, and flesh were sent flying in all directions, the remains of the draken's head raining down around its now lifeless body. Meanwhile, Annabeth was locked in her own fierce battle, darting through the air as she narrowly dodged the streams of venomous acid being spat at her by another draken. She moved with precision, each movement calculated to keep her just out of reach of the monster's deadly attacks. As she closed in, the draken lashed out with its claws, but Annabeth was too quick. She twisted her body, slipping past the strike and flying straight toward the creature's face. In one swift motion, she grabbed hold of one of the draken's horn-like eyebrows, using it as leverage to position herself directly above its eye. With her fist clenched tightly, she channeled all of her remaining strength into a single punch. Her fist connected with the draken's eye, driving through the tough exterior and plunging deep into the soft tissue beneath. The draken let out a horrifying scream, its body convulsing as it thrashed about in agony. But Annabeth didn't let go. With a grim expression, she yanked her fist back, pulling the eye out of its socket with a wet squelch. Attached to the eye was a long, sinewy nerve that still connected to a chunk of the draken's brain. The sudden loss of its eye and the damage to its brain left the draken effectively brain-dead. Its massive body collapsed to the ground, sending tremors through the earth as it hit. Annabeth landed beside the fallen draken, her chest heaving as she struggled to catch her breath. The effort had taken a lot out of her, the sheer exertion evident in the way she heaved for air. But despite her exhaustion, she remained vigilant, her eyes scanning the battlefield for any further threats. As Percy and Clarice charged toward the draken, the massive beast uncoiled from the building it had been wrapped around and let out a thunderous roar. It slithered rapidly toward them, its eyes glowing with rage. The first thing it did was open its mouth, which began to glow a menacing red. Percy quickly rolled in front of Clarice and instinctively slammed his trident down. The rain falling around them responded, and water from the ground surged toward them, forming a protective dome of swirling water. The draken unleashed a fiery breath, But when the flames hit the dome, an explosion of steam obscured everyone's view. From the steam, Clarice emerged, charging forward with an excited grin. Her spear crackled with red lightning as she thrust it into the draken's still open mouth. The spear tore through the roof of the beast's mouth, causing it to let out a pained roar. Clarice yanked the spear out and rolled away just as the draken's jaws snapped shut where she had been standing. It reared back, ready to unleash another wave of fire, but Percy was quicker, sending a torrent of water to counter the flames. However, the force of the steam explosion knocked Percy off his feet. He rolled across the wet street, his knees and elbows scraping against the asphalt. Meanwhile, Clarice used the explosion as a distraction, climbing onto the draken's back. She tried to thrust her spear into its scales, but they were too tough. With a single shake, the draken sent her flying, and she landed painfully near Percy. They both slowly got up, Percy using his trident for support. He tried to help Clarice to her feet, but she slapped his hand away. Percy gave her a look, but didn't have time to argue as the draken lunged at them, jaws wide open. They dove in opposite directions, narrowly avoiding its attack. As Percy watched the beast slither through the puddles, an idea rapidly formed in his mind. "I have an idea," Percy shouted to Clarice. "But you'll have to follow my lead. Like how I'm doing that. You do your thing, and I'll do mine. Just stay out of my way." Clarice snapped back, her voice full of stubborn defiance. "This isn't the time. Just listen to me," Percy insisted, charging toward the draken. "This idea better be Einstein-level genius." Clarice retorted, clearly annoyed at having to work with him. "It's simple biology. Actually, I just need you to keep it distracted," Percy shouted over the chaos. Clarice huffed but charged toward the front of the beast. "Hey, ugly, how's that wound I gave you? Want another one?" she taunted, waving her spear at its mouth. The draken growled, licking the wound in its mouth, clearly enraged. Meanwhile, Percy slipped around to the side of the beast and tapped its scaly hide. It's raining, so it's covered in water, and this thing looks more like a serpent than a dragon. And what happens when a cold-blooded reptile gets even colder? Ice began to form along the draken's body, just as it was about to lunge at Clarice again. The draken suddenly stiffened, turning sluggishly toward Percy. Percy felt a painful pull in his gut, causing him to grunt, but he held on. The draken looked at him, its movements slow and heavy. Want to sing you a lullaby too? Just go to sleep already," Percy muttered through gritted teeth. The draken opened its mouth, tried to breathe fire to warm itself up, but all it managed was a puff of black smoke. It let out a pathetic roar, nothing like the powerful one it had before. Clarice, watching the frost accumulate on the beast, realized, that's right, drakens aren't dragons. They're just ancient serpents, but serpents nonetheless. It was smart to use the cold against it, even if I don't want to admit it. The draken's head lowered softly to the ground, its eyes growing heavy. "Clarice, finish it off," Percy said, sounding weak. Clarice nodded and approached the draken's nearly closed eyes. "Don't blink," she teased, then jammed her spear into its eye socket. The draken let out a loud, painful roar, lifting its head and taking Clarice with it. But it was too weak to move properly. With a final, strong push, Clarice drove her spear deeper into the beast's brain, killing it efficiently. Both of them sighed in relief. "Loot it! Don't waste it!" Lucian's shout startled them. They turned to see him charging toward them with a demonic, hungry expression. His shadow expanded, and all of his summons appeared, descending upon the draken's body like a swarm. In a matter of moments, they stripped the beast down, not even leaving the bones untouched. All of the draken's parts were laid out neatly on the ground. When it was done, Lucian wiped his brow and sighed in relief as his summons retreated back into his shadow. "There, those are for you two to do as you please with. Every part of a draken is useful and valuable. I can't believe you two almost wasted them," he said, sounding almost scolding. "Wah?" Percy stammered in surprise, while Clarice just gave Lucian a weirded out look. "We can't carry all of this," Percy said, glancing around at the remains, noting that not even the meat was spared. I'll store it for you too. I'll return everything when we get back to camp. As Lucian swallowed the last piece of the draken with his shadow, he noticed the lights of the approaching bus. Arise, Lucian quickly said, conjuring forth all of the ancient serpents into his shadow. Percy looked at Lucian in confusion and wanted to ask him a question, but Lucian spoke first. Our ride's here, let's go, Lucian said, and they all headed towards the bus stop. You two managed to take down a draken. Good work, Talia said as she sat by Grover and Annabeth, as they have long since dealt with their own beasts. Grover looked at Percy with concern. Are you all right? You don't look so good. I'm fine, man. It's just that I'm not used to using that weird gut sensation thing, so I'm pretty much exhausted, Percy replied. That's because you were tapping into the ice aspect of the trident. You're still new to your demigod abilities and jump straight to a high level of power. Naturally, it'll take a toll on you. Once you get more used to your powers, it'll become easier to wield them without getting so tired, Lucian explained. Percy nodded in understanding. It still felt like I kept getting punched in the gut, though. Meanwhile, Clarice was leaning against the bus stop with her arms crossed, a look of contemplation on her face. Just then, the bus pulled up and opened its doors. After paying the fare, Lucian and his group sat together, while Percy sat with his own group in the seats ahead of him. As the bus started moving, Percy glanced back at Clarice with a smirk. So, was the plan Einstein-level genius, or what? Clarice scoffed, looking over at him, more like someone who just passed 5th grade science. Percy scratched his cheek, looking a bit sheepish. I actually failed that subject. I got the idea from a nature documentary. Clarice slowly turned to him in surprise. Are you serious? I'm dyslexic. My best subject is math, since it doesn't have any letters, Percy explained. Grover looked at him, confused. Weren't you also failing math? Ha ha ha. Clarice burst out laughing at Percy's embarrassed expression. I said it was my best subject, not that I was passing, Percy grumbled. Lucian and the others chuckled at their exchange, shaking their heads in amusement. As the bus trundled along the rain-soaked road, it came to a stop, and 3 old ladies, each clutching a knitting kit, stepped aboard. Percy's eyes widened in panic as he slouched down in his seat, trying to make himself as small as possible. Guys, that's her. That's Mrs. Dodds, my math teacher, the one that tried to kill me before, Percy whispered urgently, his voice trembling. Relax, Lucian said, trying to reassure him. They won't do anything. Maybe not to you. But once they find me, they'll all try to kill me. Percy hissed, his anxiety palpable. Lucian rolled his eyes and glanced at Annabeth, giving her a slight nod. She immediately understood and reached into her pouch, pulling out her invisibility cap. She swiftly placed it on Percy's head, causing him to vanish from sight. Percy sighed in relief, grateful for the temporary protection. The 3 old ladies, who had initially sat near the front, slowly made their way toward the back of the bus, where Lucian, Annabeth, and the now invisible Percy were seated. The leader of the group, Alecto, fixed her cold eyes on Lucian. Young prince, she hissed, her voice dripping with venom. Alecto, Lucian acknowledged her with narrowed eyes. What are you guys doing here? What does it look like? Alecto sneered. We're here to retrieve Lord Hades' lost possession. So, young prince, where is he? Where's the thief? We know he's here. I can smell him. Tisiphone, the fury behind Alecto, said, her nostrils flaring as she sniffed the air. Lucian raised an eyebrow in amusement. Are you Spots now? Sniffing the air like that? His tone quickly shifted to seriousness. It's not in his possession. If it were, I would have already taken it from his hands and returned it to my father. So you're abetting him in the theft? Majira, the 3rd fury, asked, her wings unfurling behind her as she spoke. The other 2 followed suit, their fiery whips materializing in their hands. You're betraying the Underworld and Lord Hades by not telling us where the thief is. Lucian's eyes flashed with power and authority, and a menacing aura surrounded him. I'm not abetting anything. You 3 are out of a job. You failed to retrieve the helm the first time, and now it's my responsibility to retrieve it due to your incompetence. His words, laced with power, made the three Furies take a step back in fear. Lucian stood up, his gaze sharp and unforgiving. "You don't even know who the real thief is, and yet you dare to accuse me of betrayal." In a swift motion, Lucian grabbed onto the poles of the bus and launched himself forward, delivering a powerful dropkick to Alecto. The force of the kick sent her crashing into the other two Furies, knocking them back. The Furies roared in fury, their fiery whips crackling to life as they prepared to strike back. Lucian stood tall on the bus, the rain outside tapping incessantly against the windows as the vehicle rumbled along the slick road. His eyes narrowed as he faced the three Furies, Alecto, Tisiphone, and Majura, who now bore their true, terrifying forms, wings unfurled and fiery whips crackling in their hands. Percy was nowhere to be seen, hidden under Annabeth's invisibility cap. She and Talia watched in tense silence, unsure whether to intervene or let Lucian handle the situation on his own. But the moment Lucian launched his attack, it was clear he intended to take them on by himself. Lucian's kick sent Alecto hurtling down the aisle of the bus, her body crashing into the others with a force that dented the metal walls. The bus driver, seemingly unaware of the supernatural battle unfolding behind him, continued to drive calmly, the rain and thunder outside masking the noise of the fight within. Alecto snarled as she righted herself, her fiery whip crackling to life. "You dare strike me, you insolent prince!" she screeched, lunging forward with a vicious swipe. But Lucian was faster. His foresight allowed him to predict the exact moment she would strike, and he sidestepped her attack with fluid grace. His hand shot out, grabbing her wrist mid-swing, and with a twist he disarmed her, the whip falling to the floor in a burst of flames. Before she could react, Lucian delivered a sharp elbow to her sternum, the impact sending her crashing to the floor. Without pausing, he turned his attention to Tisiphone, who was already upon him, her own whip lashing out in a blur of fiery streaks. Lucian ducked and weaved, his movements impossibly fast, anticipating each strike with uncanny precision. He closed the distance between them in a heartbeat, catching her arm and using her momentum to flip her over his shoulder, slamming her into the floor with bone-jarring force. Majura, the last of the Furies, circled around, her eyes blazing with fury. She lunged at him, her wings propelling her forward with unnatural speed. Lucian pivoted on his heel, narrowly avoiding her talons as they raked through the air where his head had been moments before. In one fluid motion, he brought his leg up in a powerful roundhouse kick, catching her in the side of the head. The impact sent her spinning, her wings flapping wildly as she struggled to regain control. Lucian didn't give her a chance. He followed up with a series of rapid strikes, each one landing with precision on her vital points, leaving her stunned and disoriented. The Furies regrouped, their faces twisted in rage as they realized they were no match for Lucian's martial prowess. The bus swayed slightly as it took a turn, the motion throwing off their balance just enough for Lucian to exploit. He leaped forward, landing a flying knee strike into Alecto's chest, the force sending her crashing through the back window of the bus. The shattered glass rained down around her as she sat down on one of the seats. Tisiphone tried to rush him from behind, but Lucian's foresight warned him of her approach. He spun around, catching her by the throat and lifting her off the ground effortlessly. With a flick of his wrist, he slammed her into the side of the bus, the impact leaving a deep dent in the metal. Majura, seeing her sisters defeated, tried to flee, her wings beating furiously as she launched herself toward the front of the bus. But Lucian was already there, his speed blurring as he intercepted her. He grabbed her by the wing, twisting her around before hurling her into the seatbacks with a sickening thud. As the bus barreled down the road and entered a dark tunnel, Percy seized the opportunity to sneak to the front, grabbing the wheel in a desperate attempt to throw the Furies off balance. The sudden shift in control sent the bus careening against the tunnel wall, causing sparks to fly as the metal scraped along the concrete. Passengers who had been unaware of the brewing chaos screamed in terror, clutching their seats as the bus jolted violently. The Furies, caught off guard by the unexpected turbulence, stumbled, giving Lucian the perfect opening. He capitalized on their momentary imbalance, unleashing a barrage of attacks that showcased what true fury looked like. His movements were precise and relentless, forcing the Furies onto the defensive as they struggled to regain their footing. As the bus exited the tunnel, it slammed into a pole, causing the door to burst open. The terrified passengers, seeing their chance to escape, scrambled out into the pouring rain, their screams echoing through the night. Lucian's eyes suddenly glowed, sensing danger. "Shit! Everyone out of the bus!" he shouted, urging his companions to follow the fleeing mortals. They all leaped from the bus just as a bolt of lightning tore through the sky, striking the top of the vehicle. The bus exploded in a deafening crash, and from within, the anguished screams of the three Furies could be heard. Talia, standing outside and drenched from the rain, pointed an accusatory finger toward the turbulent skies. "Are you crazy? You could have killed US!" she screamed at the heavens, her voice barely audible over the roaring thunder. The sky answered her with a series of rapid lightning flashes, but Talia wasn't having any of it. "We are trying to help you retrieve the bolt. You ungrateful." Ugh. She stopped herself short of cursing and instead groaned in frustration, visibly fuming. Meanwhile, Percy removed the invisibility cap and handed it back to Annabeth. He turned to Lucian, a curious look on his face. "So who spots?" Lucian gave him a flat stare. "Seriously?" Percy just shrugged, still curious. "I noticed it got under her skin when you compared her to Spots, so I want to know who that is." Lucian sighed and rolled his eyes. "That's Cerberus' actual name." "Seriously?" "Spots," Percy said, trying to suppress a laugh as he glanced at Talia, who was still arguing with the sky. "But I thought Cerberus was his name." "Cerberus means spotted or speckled," Lucian explained, shaking his head at the ridiculousness of it all. Talia finally finished her one-sided argument with Zeus, huffing as she returned to the group. "So, where do we go from here?" she asked, eyeing the destroyed bus and the stormy sky with clear frustration. "I say we take the woods," Grover suggested, pointing toward the dense forest up ahead. The scent from the trees, mud, and basically nature, along with the rain, should mask our smell. "Lead the way, Nature Man," Lucian said with a smirk, using his shadow to create an umbrella to shield them from the rain. The group followed Grover's lead, heading toward the cover of the forest, hoping to stay one step ahead of the dangers that pursued them. As they entered the forest to cover their scent, Percy couldn't help but ask, "I'm sorry, but do we really smell that bad? Why haven't I been attacked by monsters before?" Grover was the first to respond. "Actually, there's a reason for that. It's the same reason why your mother was with someone like Gabe." "Who's Gabe?" Clarice asked, her curiosity piqued. "My stepdad," Percy muttered. "He's real nasty. I don't understand why my mom even got with him." "I was just about to explain that," Grover said. "She's with him for you, Percy. Gabe is so disgusting that his odor masks yours, making it difficult for monsters to detect you. Not to mention, the supernatural really doesn't like his smell either." Percy stared at Grover in shock, nearly tearing up. Just how much has she sacrificed for my sake? He thought. "The more I learn about you, Perseus Jackson, the more I realize how much your mother really loves you," Lucian added with a low whistle. Percy looked at Lucian in confusion. "Why did you just use my full name like that?" "Because your name itself is a sign of your mother's wishes and love for you," Lucian explained. Percy and the others looked at Lucian, unsure of what he meant. "What do you mean? What does my name have to do with anything?" "As you know, your name comes from the hero of ancient Greece who slayed Medusa," Lucian began. "Yeah," Percy nodded, still not fully understanding. "Was my mother's hope of me slaying her again, or something?" Perseus was the only hero in Greek mythology who had a happily ever after following his adventures, unlike others who met tragic ends. Achilles, Hercules, even Jason. Names have power, as we've discussed many times. Your mother probably named you Perseus in the hopes that you, too, would have a happy ending, Lucian explained, leaving everyone stunned. "Are you sure you aren't reading too much into this?" Talia asked, raising an eyebrow. Before Lucian could respond, they heard a small sniffle. Turning toward the sound, they saw Percy wiping his eyes. That sounded like something my mother would do. She was smart like that, he said, his voice quivering slightly. Grover sympathetically patted Percy's back. Nice going, Lucian. You made him cry, Clarice teased. I'm not crying. It's just the rain that got in my eyes, Percy said defensively. Everyone glanced up at the shadow umbrella Lucian had created, then turned back to Percy with knowing looks. Percy started to blush from the attention, but his stomach growled loudly, breaking the tension. I used too much energy fighting those monsters, Percy said, patting his stomach. I always carry snacks with me, Lucian began, but Clarice interrupted as she spotted something in the distance. Hey, look, what's that over there? She asked, pointing to a building with a large red neon sign flashing in the dark. Percy squinted, trying to read the sign. What does that say? Here, Lucian said, reaching into his shadow and handing him a pair of glasses. Percy looked at him with a straight expression. I'm dyslexic, not blind. Ha ha ha. Lucian couldn't help but burst out laughing, clutching his stomach. I made the exact same joke when my mother gave them to me. He shoved the glasses onto Percy's face. Ouch! Percy muttered as the letters on the neon sign rearranged themselves into order. Where were you my whole life? Do you know how much easier it would have been with you around? Percy exclaimed, holding onto Lucian and reading the sign aloud. Auntie M's Garden Gnome Emporium. Can I keep these? What part of they're from my mother did you not understand? Lucian said, taking them back. But I'll lend them to you when you need them. Clarice sniffed the air as the rain stopped and the sun began to rise, illuminating their surroundings. Does anyone else smell burgers? Perhaps it's a snack bar, Annabeth guessed. Lucian and Talia exchanged a look, a smile passing between them. Shall we go? We could use the break and the energy, Percy suggested. I'm down, Clarice said, taking the lead with Percy right behind her. A quick stop isn't a bad idea, Annabeth agreed as she and Grover followed. I hope they have vegetarian options, Grover said, trotting along. Talia and Lucian brought up the rear. It reminded me of our trip to Europe, Talia smiled. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, Lucian replied. As they entered the Emporium, they were greeted by realistic statues, some depicting mythical creatures, supernatural beings, and even ordinary humans. The detail was incredible, and each statue seemed almost alive. Grover wandered over to one of the statues, sculpted in the likeness of a satyr. Hey, this one looks like my Uncle Ferdinand. Baha! It even has the same mole he had on his chin by his lips. That's so cool. Lucian immediately activated his future sight to check for any danger, but he only gained a perplexed expression. What the hell? He thought. As they ventured deeper into the Emporium, Clarice cupped her mouth and called out, Hello? Is anyone there? A voice responded from the garden in the back. Oh, what's this? I wasn't expecting any visitors. They heard footsteps approaching. Talia leaned over to Lucian and whispered, So, which old lady are we going to meet now? You're going to be surprised. I'll tell you that much, Lucian muttered back, still grappling with his confusion. A woman emerged from the garden, and she was one of the most beautiful women Lucian had ever seen. This only added to his confusion. Lucian wasn't easily impressed. His mother Medea was striking, his stepmother was beautiful. He was practically engaged to Artemis by the three fates, who, despite hating men, was undeniably attractive. He had even met Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty. Hecate, his teacher, is a definition of dark mystic beauty, and not to mention he had come face to face with the true appearances of the three fates. The woman had long pink hair that cascaded down to her waist, a black dress draped elegantly over her figure, and glasses that framed her striking gray eyes. Image. Asterisk seriously, what the fuck is going on? Who is she? Asterisk Lucian thought to himself, his confusion mirrored by the others, who were almost as captivated and intimidated by her presence. Lucian, more accustomed to beautiful women, was the first to move. Sorry to have intruded. We smelled food and saw the sign and assumed this was a snack bar of some sort. The woman giggled, a sound like beautiful chimes. Ah, that was my breakfast you were smelling. But don't worry, I don't mind. In fact, why don't you children join me? It's been so long since I've had visitors, and you all look like you could use the rest. They exchanged looks, communicating silently about what the best course of action would be. Clarice shrugged, taking it upon herself to answer, "Sure, we wouldn't mind." The woman clasped her hands together. "Lovely. Let me go set up some more." She skipped off to the side, where the delicious smell continued to waft through the air. "Okay, who the hell is this goddess?" Lucian asked, looking at everyone in confusion, still lost as to who this woman could be. He. They heard amused laughter from where the woman had disappeared, prompting them to huddle together and whisper. "There's no doubt she's part of the supernatural world, right?" Annabeth asked, glancing around. "Isn't that obvious? She's as beautiful as my mother, and I don't say that lightly," Lucian replied seriously, earning a few looks. "So, should we just book it?" Percy suggested. "I mean, so far, the supernatural has been trying to kill us one way or another. Why would she be any different?" "Because she's beautiful," Lucian said with a thumbs up and a serious expression. "Fair point. I'm in." Percy nodded in agreement. Grover crossed his arms, nodding. "I don't see anything wrong with that statement." The girls exchanged looks of disgust. "Well, she hasn't done anything to warrant suspicion, so I say we wing it," Clarice said. "If she does something, we'll be able to react on time and act accordingly." Talia and Annabeth nodded in agreement. Lucian and the others waited around, studying the statues that surrounded them. "Don't you think these look a little too realistic?" Percy asked as he examined one, poking it as if expecting it to come alive. Annabeth's eyes widened at Percy's comment, and she quickly turned to Lucian. Lucian noticed her gaze and put a finger to his lips. He already figured out who she is, but why isn't he saying anything? And why does he want me to keep quiet? Annabeth thought, nodding subtly to him, deciding to see what he was planning. Crash! They all turned sharply toward the sound, seeing Clarice standing over a pile of broken rubble, her hands clasped in front of her with a stunned expression. They're quite fragile, aren't they?" she said quietly. "Nice going, Clarice. You're about to get us kicked out by the one person who offered us free food," Percy said, his tone dripping with irritation and sarcasm. "It was an accident. I didn't expect them to be so fragile," Clarice shouted defensively. A woman with pink hair peeked her head out from the kitchen. "Are you children all right?" Clarice looked at her apologetically. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to break one of your statues. It was an accident." "Did you get hurt?" No, I'm fine. We'll pay you for the damages." The woman giggled, waving her off. "Oh, don't worry about it. They're mostly old and not particularly valuable," she said, shaking her head before disappearing back into the kitchen. "She seems nice," Talia muttered, lowering her guard slightly after the exchange. "This is all your fault, fish breath," Clarice said, glaring at Percy. "How the hell is this my fault? Are you seriously going to blame every single bad thing that happens on me?" Percy retorted, looking at Clarice as if she were out of her mind. "You're damn right I am. If you hadn't mentioned how realistic they look, I wouldn't have touched them. So yeah, it's your fault." "I'm amazed at how your tiny brain managed to come up with that reasoning," Percy said, slow clapping in mock admiration. "I'll show you who has a tiny brain, you fish-smelling bastard." Clarice snapped, rolling up her sleeve. Before things could escalate, Lucian's shadow moved and restrained them. "Behave, you two. We are guests here and should be mindful and respectful in a place where we're welcomed," Lucian reprimanded. Annabeth and Talia exchanged confused glances. What the hell is he on about? They both thought. An idea suddenly formed in Lucian's mind. "I'll be right back. I'll see if she needs help in the kitchen," he said, walking away as a shadow dissolved from around them. Annabeth and Talia scooted over to the side, away from the others. "All right, what the hell is up with Lucian? Why is he acting like this all of a sudden?" Talia asked. "My best guess he's totally charmed by her," Annabeth replied, biting her thumb in thought. "What? She's a charmer or something? Then we better help him. I thought Lucian had some resistance to mental attacks." Annabeth stopped Talia from moving. "I didn't mean it in the magical sense. I meant in a natural, normal way, which is saying something, since Lucian isn't the type to be charmed." "Hello, do you need any help?" Lucian asked as he popped into the kitchen. He saw the woman rapidly chopping meat, while vegetables waited off to the side. She turned toward him at the sound of his voice and shook her head. I'm fine, thanks. You should be with your friends resting. You all look like you've had quite the adventure. Lucian ignored her words and began washing his hands. I absolutely love cooking, don't worry. Before she could protest, Lucian grabbed one of the knives and started chopping the vegetables, helping her prepare the meal. The woman looked at Lucian's brazen actions and sighed, shaking her head in exasperation before returning to her own work. So, how do you know my mother, Medusa? Lucian asked casually. Medusa froze mid-cut and snapped her head toward him, her eyes wide. Excuse me? She asked in surprise. Lucian looked at her in confusion. What? It's a simple question, he shrugged. 1. I don't even know your name, kid, much less your mother. And 2. You figured it out already? Damn, I didn't introduce myself. Anyway, the name's Lucian Blackheart, Lucian said, stretching out his hand toward her. Medusa, which you already knew, Medusa replied awkwardly, shaking his hand. Even after knowing who I am, you don't seem scared. Most demigods would have attacked me the moment they heard my name. But you don't seem fazed at all. Someone who knows my mother can't be a bad person, Lucian said with a shrug. Kid, Lucian, I don't know who your mother is, Medusa said with a straight expression. Lucian turned toward her, resting his chin on the back of his hands. Of course you do. I look just like her. If where I get my good looks from. Medusa narrowed her eyes, studying his face. She grabbed it roughly, squishing his cheeks as she moved it around. Suddenly, recognition flashed in her eyes as an image of a woman began to overlap, and she gasped. No way. You're Medea's boy. Guilty as charged, Lucian mumbled, his cheeks still squished. Medusa's expression softened slightly, but then her eyes darkened. Lucian groaned in pain as she applied more pressure. She wasn't taken advantage of, was she? Being that you're a demigod, that means she must have been with a god. You're kind of hurting me. My mother loves me very much, and she wouldn't appreciate you doing that. Lucian said awkwardly. Oh goodness, I'm sorry. My emotions got the better of me, she said, a bit apologetic as she released him, noticing how he rubbed his jaw. Her expression quickly turned serious again. So was she. No, it was consensual, Lucian replied, dropping to his hands and knees, devastated. Please, don't ask me more questions about my conception. I've already been traumatized. I see. Medusa nodded, her tone thoughtful. And I take it she must have told you about me then? Actually, no, Lucian admitted, getting up and resuming to his prep work. That's why I asked how you know my mother. All she ever said about you was to ignore the stories people tell about you. She told me you're a strong woman who's faced a lot of injustice, and that if I ever got to meet you, I should be kind. Medusa's stern expression softened into a small smile as she turned back to her cooking. So then, how did you know I knew your mother? Your glasses, Lucian said, pulling out his own pair of glasses from his shadow and showing it to her. I recognize my mother's handiwork anywhere. She made a pair for me, too. Really? Medusa asked, giving him a slightly puzzled look. I'm kind of joking, kind of not, Lucian said with a shrug. It's partly because of the glasses, but I can also sense her magic in them. She made them for you, didn't she? My best guess is they're to suppress your curse. Since your curse is strongest in your eyes, she must have enchanted the glasses to suppress it enough for you to appear normal. But when you take them off, the curse returns in full force, and you revert to the way you're described in the myths. Medusa chuckled, impressed. If you can guess all that just by sensing her magic, then you're definitely her son. How has she been, anyway? She's dead, Lucian replied flatly, as he continued chopping vegetables, pushing them to the side with a quiet efficiency. What? But that's impossible. Medusa stared at Lucian in shock, but the look in his eyes confirmed the truth. I see. That must have been really hard for you, she said sympathetically. Lucian just shrugged. At first, yeah, but now it's not so bad. Thanks to who my father is, I have the privilege of seeing her regularly in the Underworld. Medusa turned to him, her eyes widening. So you're telling me Medea and Hades? Lucian dropped back to the ground, covering his ears. Please, I told you I don't want to talk about my conception. What? What's so bad about it? Medusa asked, her curiosity piqued. Lucian began to softly cry. I was practically the result of a threesome. He admitted, choking out a sob. PhDT, ha ha ha. Medusa couldn't help but burst into laughter. Anyone walking into the kitchen would have been greeted by the bizarre sight of a young boy crying on the floor while a woman laughed maniacally above him. Medusa couldn't help but laugh when she saw Lucian's exasperated expression. Hee, I didn't know Medea got around like that. Can we please move on? The last thing I want to discuss is my mother's sex life, Lucian replied, clearly irritated by her amusement at his misery. Medusa grinned, then shifted her tone. So tell me, what were Medea's last moments like? Lucian, who had been cooking with the skill of an experienced chef, paused for a moment. I'd like to say happy, but I really don't know how she felt at that moment. I can tell you this, though. She passed with a beautiful smile on her face, he said, a soft smile touching his lips. Medusa's eyes softened as she muttered, That's good. She deserved at least that much. Lucian turned to her, raising an eyebrow. You still haven't answered my first question. I'm curious. How did you and my mother meet? Medusa leaned back, thinking, it was a long time ago. I was hiding out in a cave, far from people, craving solitude. It was my only comfort back then. Imagine my anger when this young woman barged in like she owned the damn place. She chuckled darkly, reminiscing. I remember the hatred I felt for her. And some of it, I'll admit, was because she was so beautiful. I resented her for that, especially after what had happened to me. Lucian listened intently as she continued. I attacked her, of course. We fought for an entire day. And yeah, I lost badly. Looking back, she went easy on me. Her spells never aimed to kill, just to maim. When it was over, I was lying on the ground, waiting for her to finish me off, send me back to the abyss to be resurrected again. But she didn't. She spared me. Medusa's eyes glazed over slightly as she remembered the conversation. I called her a naive fool for showing me mercy, but I'll never forget her response. Medusa smirked as she mimicked Medea's voice. Bitch, please. I could kill you any time I want. The strong determine the fate of the weak. And the fate I've chosen for you is mercy. Appreciate it before I change my mind. Lucian let out a low whistle. Now that's a badass mother. Medusa scoffed. She just loved the sound of her own voice, if you ask me. After that, she wouldn't stop talking. Follow me around my own home, yapping on and on. I wanted to bash her head and just to shut her up, but, well, she was stronger than me. A rare smile appeared on Medusa's face. Eventually, she wore me down. I responded with something snarky, and that was the start of it. She'd visit occasionally and even brought me these, she said, lifting her glasses slightly. Then she stopped visiting. It's been about 13, 14 years now. Lucian nodded thoughtfully. That's probably because she got pregnant with me. I'm turning 13 in a few days. Ah, that makes sense, Medusa replied. Motherhood does tend to consume your time. Lucian blinked in surprise, then his eyes widened. Holy crap, I forgot you're a mother too. Medusa stared at him with a deadpan expression as Lucian, realizing his blunder, awkwardly shrank back. I'll just take these plates out, he said, hastily grabbing the prepared dishes with his shadow tentacles and scurrying out of the kitchen. As Lucian disappeared, Medusa's stern expression softened into a smile. He's her son, all right. They both don't have any filters, do they? She thought, picking up the remaining plates and following him into the dining room. Lucian soon called out to the others. Food's ready, he said with a grin, giving 2 thumbs up. Everyone began heading to the dining room, with Annabeth and Talia lingering near the back with Lucian. So, do you fancy her or something? Annabeth asked, raising an eyebrow. Lucian rolled his eyes. She knows my mother and is friends with her. Both Annabeth and Talia's eyes widened. Really? Annabeth asked in surprise as she had already figured out who Medusa was. Yeah, I felt my mother's magic in her glasses, Lucian explained as they arrived at the dining hall. Before them was a large table filled with a lavish 5-course meal that tantalized their senses. Medusa stood at the head of the table, her hands interlocked, smiling warmly at them. Please, everyone have a seat. The group stared in awe at the spread, and Grover sniffed the air excitedly. Lucian, is that your vegetarian enchilada I smell? He asked, his puppy dog eyes fixed on Lucian. You know I always got you, G-Man. As they all sat down and began serving themselves, they expressed their gratitude to Medusa for the food. She shook her head with a smile. I didn't make all this alone. I had some wonderful help, she said, giving Lucian a playful wink. Grover, already stuffing his face with enchiladas, mumbled through tears of joy, Lucian, I love and appreciate you so much. Medusa's gaze swept over them curiously. So what brings so many demigods together? She asked. Percy, Clarice, and Grover nearly choked on their food, and Clarice shot Lucian a glare. You told her? She hissed. She literally has natural pink hair. Tell me what part of her looks even remotely mortal. She sensed us. I didn't have to say a word. Before anyone could respond, Medusa interrupted. Wait, before you answer, I haven't gotten your names. One by one, they introduced themselves. When Percy introduced himself, Medusa gave him a look that didn't go unnoticed by Annabeth and Talia, but said nothing at first. So, back to my question. What are so many demigods doing together? As far as I know, quests are usually carried out by groups of 3. I'm counting 6, Medusa observed, her sharp gaze taking in the group. Annabeth took a breath before answering. We have 2 different quests. Percy, Clarice, and Grover are on one, and Talia, Lucian, and I are on another. Our paths just happen to overlap, so we're traveling together. I see, Medusa said, her gaze lingering on Annabeth for a moment. Your eyes, she started. They remind me so much of your mother's. She then turned to Percy, her tone colder than before. I could say the same about yours. They remind me of your father's. Lucian inwardly groaned. This can't be good, he thought. He didn't even need his precognition to sense where this was going. You knew my father? Percy asked, surprised. Annabeth shifted uncomfortably, already sensing the tension. Lucian had long since told her the true story of Medusa, far different from the one taught at camp. Medusa scoffed. Oh, I knew him. I knew him very well. Percy, curious but cautious, pressed on. So what's he like? Can you tell me anything about him? Medusa's face darkened. For one, he's arrogant and narcissistic. He takes whatever he pleases, without a care for how his actions might ruin the livelihoods of others. What? Percy asked, taken aback. That wasn't at all what he expected. Do you not like my father? Not like. I loathe him. I despise his very existence, down to the core of my being, Medusa replied, a cold smile spreading across her face. A heavy silence settled over the table, the only sound being the scrape of Lucian's cutlery against his plate. Get me out of this mess, Lucian thought desperately, staring at his food. Is a quiet, peaceful meal too much to ask for? Wait, I don't understand. What did my father do to you that made you hate him so much? Percy asked, tilting his head in frustration. Don't answer that question, Lucian said with a sigh, clearly annoyed at the situation. Percy, along with everyone else except Annabeth, looked at Lucian in confusion. What? Why not? I have every right to know what my father did, Percy said, his tone growing serious. Ever heard of blissful ignorance? Trust me, you don't want to know, Lucian replied. I think I should tell him, Medusa scoffed. Every child should know what kind of monster their parents are. Like you said, he's a child, and he can learn when he's older. He doesn't need to be burdened with the past right now, Lucian said, glaring at Medusa disapprovingly. I'm sorry, Lucian, but you don't get to decide what I can and can't learn about my own father, Percy retorted, his fists tightening around his utensils. This has nothing to do with you, so stay out of it. Percy then turned to Medusa, biting the inside of his cheek. Tell me. Suddenly, Talia's eyes widened as realization hit her. By the gods, I just realized, you're Medusa, she exclaimed, interrupting the tension. Everyone turned to stare at her, including Grover, who had stopped chewing mid-bite. His eyes widened in horror, and he swallowed hard, his lips trembling as he looked at Medusa. That really was my Uncle Ferdinand, wasn't it? He muttered. Talia, seemingly oblivious to the tension, continued. I just got it. The statues, the history with Percy's father. It all makes sense now. Lucian and Annabeth exchanged tired glances. And based on how neither of you look surprised, I'm guessing you already figured it out. Thanks for the heads up, guys, Talia said sarcastically. Clarice suddenly jumped onto the table, pulling out her spear with a grin. So, does this mean we have to fight her? Before she could make a move, Lucian extended his hand, and tendrils of shadow shot out, wrapping around Clarice and setting her back in her seat, binding her to the chair. Don't do that again, Lucian said, his voice low and serious, his narrowed eyes warning her. Lucian sighed, clearly frustrated with how quickly the situation was spiraling out of control. Why are you doing this, Medusa? Medusa scoffed. I should hate him for his namesake alone, she said before pausing and sighing, her tone softening. But I'm sorry. His eyes, they remind me too much of him. I couldn't help but get triggered. Clarice, still bound to her chair, frowned. I don't get it. From what we were taught, you and Percy's father were lovers. You were caught, in Athena's temple. Before she could finish, Lucian cursed under his breath and quickly shot tendrils of shadow, covering everyone's eyes. Medusa slammed her hands onto the table, the force rattling the plates and silverware. She stood up abruptly, her glasses sliding off her face as her hair began to grow, revealing serpent-like features. He and I were in no such thing, she shouted, her voice breaking with anger and sorrow. Lies. They are all lies. Tears of rage and shame streamed down her face as she grabbed her glasses and stormed out. Lucian's tendrils slithered away, uncovering everyone's eyes. Nice going, everyone, Lucian muttered, standing up. You just couldn't keep your curiosity to yourselves. He followed after Medusa, looking visibly irritated. I just wanted to know more about my father. Percy mumbled, staring at his plate. If she said it was a lie, then what's her side of the story? Clarice asked, guilt creeping into her voice. It's bad, really bad, Annabeth said, pushing her plate away, clearly having lost her appetite. Tell us. Percy insisted, his tone determined. I'm tired of people hiding things from me. I deserve to know. Annabeth hesitated for a moment, then sighed. Just know that Lucian was trying to protect you from the truth you're about to hear. This is Medusa's story, the real one, not the version twisted to make the gods look good, as Lucian explained it to me. Everyone sat in silence, hanging on to Annabeth's words. A long time ago, in the ancient world, when the gods still walked the earth, Medusa was a priestess, a very special one. Actually, she wasn't just any priestess. She was my mother's most devoted priestesses. She was also said to be the most beautiful woman, with a beauty that rivaled even the goddesses themselves. But that beauty was also a curse. It invited countless suitors, mortal and immortal, seeking her hand in marriage. But she always declined. She was devoted to my mother in both body and soul. Annabeth paused, clearly uncomfortable with what she was about to say. Unfortunately, her beauty attracted not only mortals, but also gods. And one of those gods was your father, Percy, but, as always, she rejected him. She was bound by her devotion to my mother. But your father is one of the three most powerful gods in Olympus, and he couldn't stand being rejected by a mortal woman. His pride wouldn't allow it. The group sat in tense silence, listening as Annabeth recounted the grim tale. Annabeth closed her eyes briefly, clearly disgusted. This is the part of the story I hate the most, she muttered under her breath. She took a deep breath and continued. Your father couldn't accept no as an answer, so he decided to ambush her when she was most vulnerable, when she was praying to my mother. Tears streamed down Annabeth's face as she forced herself to continue, her voice trembling. He took advantage of her. He violated her right in front of my mother's statue, in the middle of the temple. She couldn't fight him off. He was a god, and she didn't have the power to resist. She paused, struggling to keep her composure. And my mother walked in. She saw it happening. Instead of helping her most devoted priestess, she just let it happen. When your father was done and left, instead of comforting her, she punished her. Annabeth's voice grew shakier as she balled her fists, the pain evident in her eyes. My own mother punished her priestess for 2 reasons. First, because she was afraid of your father's power and couldn't stand up to him, so she punished the only one she could. And second, because she was jealous of Medusa's beauty. She was so jealous that she turned her into a monster as punishment. A monster so hideous that anyone who looked at her would turn to stone, petrified. When she finished, Annabeth stared at the ground, her fists clenched tightly, tears streaming freely as her lips quivered. Percy stood frozen, a single tear running down his cheek, his face otherwise expressionless, numb to the flood of emotions washing over him. Talia's fists were clenched in rage, electricity sparking dangerously around her as she struggled to contain her anger. Clarice, overwhelmed by guilt for how she'd once treated Medusa, looked down and held her head in her hands, ashamed. Grover quietly pushed his plate away, the weight of the story draining him of any hunger he once had. The entire room was silent, consumed by the gravity of Annabeth's words. Lucian calmly walked through the corridor until he found Medusa sitting by the stairs, looking up and wiping her tears. He approached her and sat down beside her. Sorry about them. You know how kids are, always seeking answers to satisfy their curiosity, he said in a light-hearted tone, trying to lift the mood. Medusa shook her head. No, I'm ashamed of how I reacted. I'm thousands of years old. I shouldn't have behaved like that, especially in front of a group of children. Lucian chuckled softly. This is the part where I'm supposed to put my hand on yours for support, but I doubt what you need right now is my hand on yours, he teased gently, which brought a small chuckle from Medusa. But that's beside the point. What I'm really trying to say is that what you're feeling is completely justifiable. You don't have to be ashamed of how you reacted or how you feel. They're your emotions, and no one can take that away from you. Lucian leaned back on the stairs, giving her space to process his words. Medusa finished wiping her eyes, then put her glasses back on. She turned to Lucian, studying him with a strange expression. Noticing her look, Lucian raised an eyebrow. What? Nothing. It's just that's surprisingly mature for someone your age, she said, still eyeing him curiously. What can I say? My mother raised me well. She also taught me to be there for people. So if you need someone to listen, lucky for you, I've got 2 ears, he said with a soft smile. Medusa smiled and ruffled his hair, letting out a deep sigh. It's just seeing that kid, Percy, was it? I know he has nothing to do with what happened to me, but those green eyes of his, they remind me of him. It triggered some rather unpleasant memories, and I just snapped when that girl mentioned how the gods altered the events. It was like Medusa paused as if trying to find the words herself, like they were minimizing all the pain and suffering you went through, as if everything you experienced and struggled with was for nothing, that your history was erased, and only you were left to remember the truth. Lucian interjected. Medusa stared at him in shock. That's exactly it. It's honestly scary how accurate that is, she said, her voice filled with surprise. Lucian shrugged. What can I say? I pay attention. I listen, and I understand how that kind of pain sticks with you. Her expression softened into a genuine smile. You really are a good listener. She stared at Lucian for a moment, making him feel a little awkward under her intense gaze, as if trying to make her mind up about something. After a brief silence, Medusa spoke again. Can I be honest with you about something? Something I hope stays between us. Lucian straightened up, sensing the seriousness in her tone. Of course. Medusa hesitated, her voice quiet as she began. I feel pathetic. What happened to me was centuries, millennia ago. By all means, I should be over by now. But as you can see, I'm still haunted by it. Lucian nodded, thinking for a moment. Can I say something that might sound harsh? Medusa nodded, curious. Go ahead. Well, he said with an eye roll, earning a confused look from her. Of course you're still affected by it, Medusa. You were cursed to live as a Gorgon, a constant reminder of the tragedy you experienced. And it wasn't just any random curse. It was from the very goddess you worshipped, the one you placed all your faith in, the one you gave your body and soul to. Lucian used his shadow to form a hand, gently placing it over hers. You're not pathetic. The fact that you haven't gotten over it isn't something to be ashamed of. What you went through leaves scars that don't simply heal. They ache, and they stay with you. He paused before continuing. When I first heard your story, I pitied you. I know you might not like hearing that, but it's the truth. I felt deep sympathy for the injustice you faced. But as I got older and I experienced the dangers of the supernatural world myself, something changed. I stopped pitying you. Instead, I felt admiration, respect. Medusa raised an eyebrow, skeptical. Seriously? Lucian nodded. You could have given up at any point. Immortals can cease to exist if they lose the will to live. But you didn't. Despite everything you've been through, despite being tortured and cursed for eons, you're still here, still living. If that's not a strength worth admiring, then I don't know what is. Medusa smiled warmly, touched by his words. She brushed a strand of hair from Lucian's face and kissed his forehead. Thank you, Lucian. You're very kind. I have to say, Medea did a fantastic job raising you. Lucian grinned. Thanks, Ani. Medusa's eyes widened as she stifled a laugh, turning away to hide her amusement. Ani, now, that's something I wasn't expecting to hear from you. Lucian shrugged playfully. Well, from how you described your experience with my mother, the two of you seem close, and you kind of feel like family after everything we discussed together. Medusa chuckled, pinching his cheek affectionately. Ani, huh? I think I like that. Medusa then hugged Lucian tightly. Thank you, Lucian, truly. Lucian patted her arm with a small smile. It's Lucy. Medusa pulled back slightly, confused. What? Those really close to me. I let them call me Lucy, he explained casually. Lucy? Are you serious? Medusa asked, amusement dancing in her eyes. What? It's a cute nickname I've grown to like. But like I said, only those I allow, he added with a grin. Medusa chuckled softly. I see. So we're giving each other cutesy nicknames now? Then I choose Auntie M, she said proudly. Lucian smiled and nodded in agreement. Auntie M it is. Medusa pushed herself off the stairs, gesturing for Lucian to follow. I think it's best if we head back. The food's probably cold by now. I'll need to reheat it. I can always use magic to heat it up quickly, Lucian offered with a wink. You, my brand new, not related nephew, are a lifesaver, Medusa teased as they re-entered the dining room. But as soon as they walked in, they were met with a solemn atmosphere. Tears streamed down the faces of some of the others, and Percy sat there, his face twisted in shame. A single tear rolled down his cheek, and his head hung low, almost touching the table. I'm sorry for all the pain and suffering you've experienced because of my father, Percy said, his voice thick with remorse. You didn't deserve what you went through, no one does. Medusa sighed as she saw Percy apologizing. She closed her eyes and lifted her glasses. You don't have anything to apologize for. Your father's sins aren't your own, and I apologize for how I reacted earlier. Medusa then clapped her hands together. Now then, why don't we resume eating our lunch together? There was a tense silence, with the only sound being the utensils clattering against the plates. Nice weather we're having, Lucian said, hating the silence. It was literally raining a few minutes ago, Talia muttered. Thanks for the update, weatherman, Lucian muttered back. Talia glared at Lucian. I was just saying. Okay, question. Why did you turn my Uncle Ferdinand into stone? Grover asked, looking at Medusa with his gaze lowered. Who? Medusa asked, confused. I'm sorry, but you'll have to be more specific. As you can see, there are a lot of statues. The satyr with the mole near his mouth, Grover specified sadly. Medusa gave him a weird look. Funny story, actually. I was cleaning my glasses when he just walked in. I looked up to see who it was, and he looked in my eyes. Well, I'm sure you know the rest. Grover put his hands over his goat horns in disbelief. That's how he failed his search for the Great Pan? Of all the ways, that's how he went. Medusa had an awkward expression as she looked at Grover's state. Sorry. Grover shook his head. I don't blame you. When we get our searcher's license, we know the dangers that come with it. Dying is to be expected. Searcher's license? What's that? Percy asked, trying to forget what he'd learned about his father. Grover then explained what being a searcher entails and their job of finding Pan. the god of the wilderness. As Grover explained, the awkwardness that had been tormenting everyone slowly started to dissipate. Grover, you lovable satyr, I'll make you the best enchiladas as a thank you for letting us eat in peace again, Lucian thought as he happily ate. If anyone can find Pan, it's you, Grover, Percy said with a serious expression and tone, showing his unwavering confidence in him. Grover just rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. After they finished eating, they all picked up their plates and helped Medusa clean up. They realized they couldn't stay long, as they each had their own quests to complete. They all bowed their heads slightly toward Medusa. Thank you for your hospitality. Medusa just waved them off with a smile. It was nice to finally have company over. However, before they left, Lucian clasped his hands together in a pleading way. Okay, I know this might seem rude since we just met, but can I have some of your blood? Lucian, they reprimanded. I'm sorry, but I'm a potion maker. If you knew how valuable and rare Gorgon's blood is, you'd all be pleading alongside me. I really am sorry for asking. Medusa chuckled and sighed. You and your mother are a lot more alike than just appearances. She asked me for the same thing in the past. It's one of the reasons I actually like her. She could have taken from me by force when she defeated me, but she simply asked. Medusa then pinched his cheek and started talking in a baby voice. Don't worry, your Auntie M's got you. PhD. Lucian blushed as he heard those behind him, stifling a laugh. He pulled out an enchanted vial and shyly handed it to Medusa. Medusa took the vial, and one of the snakes in her hair elongated toward her wrist, biting it before retreating. Medusa then held her wrist over the vial as shiny red blood cascaded into it. Once it was filled, she handed it back to Lucian, who capped it. Thank you. Medusa smiled as she licked her wrist with her snake-like tongue to stop the bleeding. Thank you, Lucian said again, with appreciation and gratitude. Can I visit you later? Lucian asked, blushing a bit. Why? So you can ask for more blood. Medusa teased. Lucian shook his head. You said my mother used to visit you before she had me. I feel like it's my duty to do what she can't anymore. I'd also like to get to know you better. Maybe ask what my mother was like back then. Medusa smiled softly, seeing how embarrassed he was. She parted his hair and kissed his forehead. You can visit your Auntie M whenever you please. I wouldn't mind the company. And that goes for all of you as well. Come visit. It gets lonely sometimes, she said, looking at the others and waving goodbye. They all thanked her and said their goodbyes before continuing on their way. As they walked, Percy was unusually quiet. Lucian then stopped. Can you guys go on without me? I need to do something important. Aren't we in the middle of your quest? Shouldn't this be important? Talia asked, confused. I know, but this is really important. It will only take around 2 hours, 3 max. I'll shadow travel to wherever you guys are staying. Is it? Annabeth started. Lucian nodded. Yes, it's time. I've been holding back for a year now. All right. Annabeth nodded, and Talia followed, now understanding what Lucian was doing. Before that, Talia, a word? Lucian said, walking a bit away from everyone. Yeah. Talia asked, can you look after Percy for me? I mean, talk to him about his father. Look at him. He's clearly affected. You, more than anyone, can understand what he's feeling. He might feel better if you talk to him. Talia looked toward Percy, who had a lost, pondering look on his face. I see. Don't worry, I got it. Leave it to me. No one understands having a messed-up father better than me, Talia said, giving a thumbs up. That's not worth celebrating. Lucian said with a weary smile. Anyway, thanks. You're in charge, he said, kissing her cheek as he sank into his shadow. Talia blushed. Who do you think you are, deciding who's in charge? I'm the older one. I should be in charge. Damn it. I know him so well I can already hear how he'd counter that. But I'm stronger. Talia mumbled, mimicking Lucian's voice as she kicked a rock and walked toward the others. Lucian appeared back at camp, making his way down to his basement hideout. He looked at the vial of Gorgon's blood in his hand and smiled. Now I have what I need for my 6th sequence. But before that, I need to condense the blood so I can replicate it and make more of it. I'll concentrate it until it's just a powerful drop, then dilute that drop into a large bucket of water, which should return it to its original volume, but in a much larger quantity. 1 hour later, Lucian was surrounded by 10 buckets filled with shiny red Gorgon blood. Now that's what I call an infinite money glitch. He glanced around, nodding in satisfaction. I've got everything I need now to make the Cursed Night Potion. The two main ingredients, tears of the tormented, basically tears of someone being punished, thanks to the Sky Bearer, and the blood of a Gorgon, courtesy of Medusa. As for the supplementary ingredients, I'll need a cursed weapon, plenty of those lying around, a scale of a draken, a wisp of cursed fire, and the blood of the one consuming the potion, which will be mine. Musical notes, mixing, 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 mix. Musical notes Lucian sang as he wiggled his hips, stirring the potion with exaggerated enthusiasm. Musical notes, mixy, 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 mix. Musical notes he continued, watching as the brew began to bubble and churn, turning a deep black with crimson swirls spiraling through it. He stopped abruptly, lifting the wooden spoon out of the cauldron, only to find the spoon's head completely disintegrated, leaving him with just the handle. "Oh goody, it's ready," he muttered. "That's ominous," Lucian mumbled, eyeing the potion suspiciously as he poured it into a bottle. He twirled the bottle in his hands, his smile fading into a weary grimace. "My instincts are screaming not to drink this. They're not saying I'll die, but I'm definitely going to suffer." With a resigned sigh, Lucian raised the bottle to infinity and beyond, he shouted before downing the entire potion in one gulp. For a moment, everything went eerily silent. Too silent. "What?" Lucian muttered, hearing a faint whisper. The murmurs grew louder, but the more they increased, the more incomprehensible they became. "Ah!" Lucian shouted, startled by the sudden sharp pain reverberating through his skull. Even with his natural resistance, it hurt. His hands flew to his ears, trying to block out the maddening noise. The whispers intensified. "Ah!" Lucian cried, his fingers pressing tightly over his ears, but it was futile. The muttering became faster, louder, more chaotic. He dropped to his knees, tears streaming down his face. "Make it stop. Shut up already," he screamed, his voice raw. Blood began seeping from his eyes. "Stop, please," he begged, his voice a broken rasp. "Make it stop." He gurgled through gritted teeth, desperately slamming his head against the ground in a frenzied attempt to make the torment end. "Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!" Each strike against the floor splattered more blood, staining his face and the ground beneath him. Suddenly, a distorted voice pierced through the cacophony, words twisted beyond understanding. Lucian flinched violently, screaming until his throat burned, feeling as though his head was about to explode. "Ah!" Desperately clawing at his own face, he tore at his skin, leaving jagged red scratches as he tried to pry his skull open, as if ripping his brains out would make the agony stop. And then it happened. His arms went limp, his body frozen, his eyes unfocused and hazy. From his chest, tentacles erupted, slithering and writhing, drenched in blood, as they clawed their way out of the gaping wound. The grotesque sight painted his abdomen a dark crimson as they twisted and thrashed wildly. Lucian collapsed onto his back, his face contorting into something monstrous. His once familiar features shifted grotesquely, one cheek warping into a blackened mass, spreading to consume half of his face. The tentacles continued to grow, their dark, wriggling forms stretching ever longer as he lay there, motionless, his half-open eyes glazing over, nearly gray. A single tear, untouched by the blood that stained his face, slid down his cheek. "Mom!" As he hovered on the edge of death, a single thought surfaced in his mind, his mother, the person he treasured more than anything. Even as his body betrayed him, racked by the grotesque transformation, that thought alone slowed the process. The incessant whispers in his head became irrelevant. All he wanted was to see her one last time. He closed his eyes softly, imagining her. Medea, smiling, calling his name, Lucian. He forgot the pain, the torment, even the fact that he was dying. In his mind, there was only her. The monstrous transformation halted as a small, serene smile touched his lips. Then, As if pulled by unseen hands, Lucian's body lifted from the ground, his transformation beginning to reverse. His skin returned to its normal state, the tentacles retreating back into the gaping wound, which sealed itself until no trace remained. Lucian floated, his arms outstretched as his hair fluttered wildly around him. From his fingertips and toes, a black and red glow emerged, spreading across his body. The glow coalesced, forming sleek, black armor with crimson highlights. The armor wrapped around him, encasing him fully. At his neck, a metal helmet materialized, its design intricate and menacing. Simultaneously, his ring shot from his finger, hovering in front of him as it began to glow brightly. Lucian's hand slowly reached for it, grasping the radiant sphere. His eyes snapped open, glowing a fierce red from within the helmet. As his eyes opened, a long, blood-red cape unfurled from his back, and the ring in his hand shifted, transforming into a scythe. No longer the familiar purple, it now gleamed blood-red, matching his cape. Lucian twirled the scythe with precision, slamming its pole to his side as his cape billowed behind him. He was reborn. Lucian had ascended. He was now a Sequence 6, Curse Knight. Lucian took a deep breath before exhaling, watching as his armor slowly retreated back into his skin, and his scythe reverted into a skull-shaped ring with glowing red eyes. He brushed the hair from his face and sighed in exasperation. Well, that was something else. If I'd known I just had to focus on something to drown out the ramblings, I could have avoided all that suffering. Lucian muttered to himself, shaking his head. That was way too close for comfort. Honestly, that's probably the closest I've ever been to death. Looks like death, and I get to maintain our long-distance relationship. A smirk tugged at his lips before he refocused on the task at hand. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Lucian closed his eyes and began reviewing the new abilities he had gained after ascending to a Cursed Knight. All right, let's start with the basics. My endurance, strength, and danger sense are stronger than ever. Honestly, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say I could tank a hit from a train and walk away with just minor injuries. And according to my intuition, my max lifting strength is around 1,000 pounds, half a ton. Not bad at all. Lucian grinned to himself, feeling the power coursing through him. Now for my brand new, super awesome abilities. Curse Manipulation. The Cursed Knight can imbue weapons, armor, or even the environment with powerful curses. These curses inflict debilitating effects on enemies, such as weakening defenses, draining energy, or worsening wounds over time. Lucian can redirect curses cast upon him to others or amplify the effects on foes. He can also lay traps or enchant areas with curses that activate when enemies enter their range. Knight's Resolve. As a true knight, Lucian possesses enhanced physical strength, agility, and combat skills. With particular proficiency in swords, shields, and other knightly weapons, his combat prowess is unparalleled, allowing him to excel in battle. Dread Presence. Lucian exudes an aura of fear and despair, sapping the morale and willpower of nearby enemies. Those with weak will may flee in terror or be paralyzed by fear, rendering them vulnerable in combat. Phantom Steed. The Cursed Knight can summon a spectral warhorse made of shadow and dark energy. The steed is faster than normal horses, capable of traversing cursed or spiritual realms, and is resistant to conventional weapons, making it ideal for battle or escape. Blood Oath. Lucian can forge a blood oath with allies or enemies, binding both parties through a powerful curse. Breaking the oath brings severe consequences, such as death, loss of power, or a terrible affliction. This ability allows him to enforce loyalty or create high-stakes pacts during critical moments. Darkened Armor. Cloaked in an aura of dark energy, Lucian's armor provides both physical and magical defense, absorbing or negating attacks. His attack power is doubled when wielding this shadowy armor, making him nearly unstoppable in battle. Lucian fell to the ground, tears of joy streaming down his face. The pain, it was all worth it. Every agonizing second. He laughed, wiping the tears from his eyes. I'd do it all again in a heartbeat. He remained on the ground, grinning like a madman, reveling in his newfound power. As Lucian finished crying tears of joy, he looked at the ring in his fingers. He slipped it off and examined it closely. This thing has been with me for a very long time. I've had it longer than I've known the others. And now that I'm a cursed knight, I'll need it more than ever. I think it's time to give it an upgrade. With my artisan abilities, I should be able to add a few enchantments, Lucian thought as he transformed the ring into his other weapons. He studied the weapons carefully. I should be able to enchant one thing on each weapon. Too many enchantments would overload them, causing the structural integrity to become unstable and crumble, Lucian muttered. A wisp of magic formed around his fingers, leaving a trail of light whenever he moved. An hour and a half later, Lucian was seen writing and drawing symbols on the flat part of the blade. As he finished, the symbols burned their markings into the sword, becoming part of it. Lucian let out a sigh, happy that it was finally over. Let's review the enchantments of each weapon. Scythe, Soul Reaper, drains the life force of enemies and restores vitality to the wielder. Sword, Morph Blade. The sword can transform into any other sword, adapting to the wielder's preference. Bow Staff, Titan's Growth. The staff can change its size, growing in width and length. Spear, Gravity Pierce. Each strike with the spear increases the weight of the target, slowing their movements and making them easier to finish off. Bow, Piercing Star. Arrows fired from the bow ignore physical and magical defenses, hitting enemies as if their armor or barriers weren't there. Chain Sickle, Binding Force. The chain can increase or decrease in strength, allowing it to restrain targets with varying levels of force or be used as a powerful impact weapon. Ring, Telekinesis Boost. Allows the wearer to move objects they should be able to physically carry with their mind, granting minor telekinetic abilities. Lucian looked at his ring and kissed it before slipping it back on his finger. I should give you a name. He smiled mischievously. For now, your name shall be Bloody Mary. A few hours earlier, after Lucian disappeared, Talia turned to the others. Let's keep going. Lucian's fast. He'll catch up in a bit. And it looks like we've got a long way ahead of us. As they started walking, Clarice slung her bag over her shoulder and looked at the group. I just want to say, you guys are idiots. You let Lucian leave without getting your bags back from him. Who knows what you might need? Annabeth, Talia, and Grover froze at that realization. He won't take long. I hope, Annabeth said, sounding a bit uncertain toward the end. Meanwhile, Talia noticed Percy lagging behind, staring at the ground. She slowed down to let him catch up. Thinking about your father? Talia asked, breaking the silence. It's all I've been able to think about, Percy admitted. Let me guess, you're worried that since your father's done some bad things, that makes you a bad person too, right? A bit. Am I wrong to think that? But it's more than that. I'm disappointed. I was really excited to meet him. I thought, wow, my dad's someone important, one of the 3 biggest gods in Greek mythology. But now, after hearing what Medusa said about my father, I'm ashamed to be his son. Believe it or not, I understand how you feel, Talia said, nodding. I was the same way about my father. I mean, come on, the Sky Father, ruler of Olympus. There was a time when I was really proud to be his daughter. But I was naive. As I got older and learned more about him, those feelings turned into disgust. From what I've heard, he's a womanizer who can't keep it in his pants. He'll sleep with anything that moves. He's a total sexual deviant. Talia turned to Percy with a straight expression. You want to hear something crazy? What? Percy asked. I have an aunt half-sister somewhere out there. An aunt? Just think about that. Really? Percy asked, looking at her incredulously. Talia's deadpan look was all he needed as confirmation. She put a hand on his shoulder. Want my advice? Percy shrugged. I guess. Don't let your parents decide who you are. You decide that for yourself. No one, but you can choose who you want to be. You want to be like your father? That's up to you. You want to be like your mother? That's your call. Just because your dad did bad things doesn't make you a bad person, unless you decide that. Percy sighed and nodded. I suppose you're right. I am my own person, not just the son of Poseidon. Talia patted his shoulder and walked ahead, hands in her jacket pockets. I'm so good at this, she thought smugly. As they continued walking through the forest, Percy seemed in better spirits after his talk with Talia. Talia, now walking ahead, held up her hand, signaling the group to stop. She motioned toward a nearby tree, indicating for everyone to hide behind it. They obeyed, crouching low and peeking over the edge. Ahead of them, they saw a group of Lestrygonians, cannibalistic giants. Around 10 of them were gathered around a campfire, their grotesque forms illuminated by the flames. Percy almost gagged as he realized what they were doing. The giants were spit-roasting a human, a man who appeared to have been an outdoor camper. One of the giants lazily twirled the man over the fire before picking him up and slurping him down whole. The giant chewed loudly, then used the spit as a toothpick before flicking it away. "I think I'm going to get sick," Grover whispered, his face turning pale green as he covered his mouth. "Let's finish this quickly," Talia whispered back, quickly formulating a plan. "With my speed and power, I should be able to distract at least 5 of them." "What? Are you crazy?" Percy hissed, keeping his voice low. "Don't you see how big those things are?" "Just listen," Talia said, maintaining her calm. "Annabeth can handle 3 of them. She's smart and resourceful enough. I need you and Clarice to take down the remaining 2. Each of you focuses on one, but keep an eye on each other. Grover, I need you to stay back as our lookout. Make sure to call out if anyone's in danger." She grabbed a stick and quickly sketched a rough plan in the dirt. "We'll stay spaced out so we're not clumped together, but close enough to help each other if needed. Grover, use the trees as your cover." Talia then turned to Percy and Clarice. "If either of you finishes your fight early, jump in and help Annabeth or me. We all need to be ready to adapt if anything goes wrong. Clear?" Everyone nodded in agreement. "Good," Talia said, standing up. "Weapons out. Let's go." She drew her spear and raised her shield. Annabeth spread her wings. Clarice gripped her spear as its tip sparked a red glow, and Percy's tattoo shone brightly as it summoned his trident into his hands. "Good luck, everyone," Grover whispered as they all charged forward, ready for the fight ahead. Talia surrounded herself with crackling electricity as she charged toward the towering giants, her eyes glowing with power. In a blink, she used her storm step, vanishing and reappearing directly in front of them. Taking a deep breath, she puffed out her chest and roared, H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H. The thunderous sound wave, amplified by her ability, thunderous roar, caused the giants to cry out in pain, clutching their ears in a desperate attempt to block the deafening noise. Staggered and disoriented, they took a step back, trying to distance themselves from the source of the attack. One giant, however, despite the agony, swung its massive hand down to snuff out the noise. Talia reacted instantly, transforming into a streak of lightning as a consequence of using Storm Step, zipping up the giant's arm. Charging her spear with electricity, she unleashed her piercing strike, driving her weapon into the giant arm's midsection with her enhanced strength. The lightning-infused thrust ripped through half of the giant's arm, causing it to lose balance and scream in agony. As the giant began to topple, Talia changed direction midair, using Storm Step to charge right towards the falling giant. Holding her shield in front of her and her spear at the ready, she built up speed with each step, her power increasing exponentially. With a final burst of energy, she pierced through the giant's chest, creating a gaping hole as she passed cleanly through. She used her shield to block the spray of blood, landing smoothly on one knee, sliding back as she braced herself with her shield and spear to slow her momentum. The giant collapsed with a heavy thud, shaking the ground beneath her feet. Talia stood up, casually whipping her shield to the side, flinging off the blood. Smirking, she got into a combat stance, pointing her spear forward. "I think I'm just realizing how dangerous I really am," she said, her eyes glowing with electricity as lightning flashed from them. An aura began to manifest around her, her aura of intimidation, amplifying her already formidable presence. It worked in tandem with her shield, which had a similar effect. The remaining giants gulped, unsure whether they were terrified or entranced by the deadly figure before them. Annabeth soared gracefully through the air, pulling down her goggles with a confident smirk. She weaved effortlessly between the giants, who lumbered beneath her. One of them tried to swat at her, cupping its hands to catch her like a fly. Big mistake. Annabeth spun in midair, her silver wings slicing cleanly through all 10 of the giant's fingers, leaving the giant screaming in pain as it held up its now fingerless hands. She scoffed and unleashed a volley of sharp feathers toward its face. The giant tried to shield itself, but without fingers, it was a futile effort. As it staggered back, Annabeth boosted herself forward with her back thrusters, running across its face before leaping behind it. Mid-jump, she twisted in the air and made a pulling motion. The back of the giant's head ripped open as the feathers returned to her wings, snapping back into place. As she landed softly, wings fully extended, the giant fell backward, hitting the ground with a heavy thud before dissipating into dust. Annabeth exhaled sharply, then held up 4 fingers on each hand, closing them together. She struck the ground with both hands, burying her fingers into the earth. With a smirk, she eyed 2 more approaching giants. "The earth is mine to mold. The very soil are my building blocks," she muttered, focusing on her geomancy abilities. The ground around her began to shift and rise. In moments, 2 massive constructs formed from the earth, giant harpoons, towering beside her, ready for battle. Percy and Clarice sprinted toward 2 of the remaining giants as Annabeth took on 2 others. Percy gripped his trident tightly, the tips of the prongs encased in swirling water. He swung the weapon in a wide arc, sending a sharp crescent of water slashing across the giant's leg, cutting deep into its flesh. The giant roared in pain, staggering as it bent down and ripped a tree from the earth, swinging at Percy with brutal force. Percy's eyes widened in panic. "Oh gods," he muttered, quickly pointing his trident downward and blasting a powerful jet of water, launching himself skyward just in time to avoid being crushed. He landed with a roll to soften the impact, immediately springing back to his feet and charging forward. "I really hate this," Percy thought, dodging as the giant brought the tree down like a hammer, trying to squash him. The repeated strikes turned into a game of whack-a-mole as Percy darted and rolled to avoid each swing. Too close now for the tree to be effective, the giant tossed it aside and tried to stomp Percy into the ground. Percy narrowly avoided the foot, but the force of the stomp sent him airborne. He used the momentum to land on his feet and rushed toward the giant's injured leg. With a shout, Percy stabbed his trident into the deep cut he'd made earlier, channeling a powerful geyser of water into the wound. The leg swelled grotesquely before exploding in a gory mess, forcing the giant to collapse onto one knee, screaming in agony. "Ew, EW. It got in my mouth. That's disgusting and unhygienic." Percy gagged, spitting out blood as it covered him. The giant, furious, swung a massive fist down at Percy. But Percy was faster, using his trident to blast water and propel himself backward, just out of reach. "You know," Percy shouted sarcastically, dodging another attack. If Camp Half-Blood had a brochure, they should really mention the constant life-threatening situations. With a spin of his trident, Percy sent another crescent of water slashing across the giant. Adding more deep cuts, he kept dodging, adding cuts, more dodging, and more cuts. He began to pant, exhaustion setting in. "I can't keep this up forever. Ugh, this is going to be gross." Percy groaned, launching himself up toward the giant's face. The giant opened its mouth, trying to swallow him whole, but Percy boosted himself again, landing right above its lips. He jammed his trident into its nose and summoned the moisture from the air, firing a massive, pressurized blast of water that ripped through the giant's skull from the inside. Blood exploded everywhere, coating Percy in another layer of gore. The force of the blast sent him flying backward. He managed to soften his landing with a hand of water, but was too exhausted to maintain it, crashing to the ground. Kneeling on one knee, Percy leaned heavily on his trident, struggling to catch his breath. Meanwhile, Clarice had been relentlessly slashing at the Achilles tendons of her own giant, forcing it to its knees. With a fierce war cry, she drove her spear into its thick skin, running circles around the giant while opening up deep gashes. Even when it swatted her away, injuring her heavily, she came back, more determined and relentless. She inflicted so many wounds that the giant became too weak from blood loss, too anemic to fight back. Seizing her chance, Clarice finished it off, putting the giant out of its misery. Clarice, breathing hard, glanced smugly toward Percy, only to freeze. Percy, drenched in blood, was standing up from his kneeling position, brushing his hair back as he coldly watched the remains of his giant dissipate. He spat out blood in disgust and wiped his chin before resting his trident over his shoulder. Sensing her gaze, Percy looked over and flashed her a confident thumbs up. Clarice blinked, momentarily stunned, before shaking her head and scoffing. But she couldn't deny the smile creeping onto her face, which she quickly wiped away. She shot him the middle finger instead, then turned back to her own dissipating giant with a smirk. Talia was a blur of lightning as she darted through the battlefield, appearing and vanishing in midair with her storm step. Each flash of her movement left devastation in her wake. She tore through the chest of one giant, then exploded through the head of another, her battle-hungry grin growing wider with every kill. "This is so much fun," she thought, filled with adrenaline as she pierced through yet another giant's chest, yanking its still beating heart out with her spear. Without missing a beat, she spun and severed the head of the next giant in one long sweep. The last giant was barely standing when Talia charged right through its leg, moving upward in a blur as she ripped through its stomach, then chest, and finally took out half of its face as it collapsed to the ground. With a twirl in the air, Talia shook the blood off her body before landing gracefully, her spear resting on her shoulder. She smirked, hands on her hips. "Sigh, if only Lucian were here to see how great I am," she muttered, surveying the destruction she'd left behind. Her gaze then fell on the two giants Annabeth had been facing, their hearts impaled by massive stones like harpoons. Talia gave an approving nod. "Just another day's work, I suppose," she sighed with satisfaction. Suddenly, a loud, panicked voice cut through the calm. "Bah, help me. I'm the one in danger. Bah." There was more to the group than expected. Everyone's heads snapped toward the sound, their faces dropping in shock. There, in the distance, Grover was held tightly by a giant, surrounded by 6 more, all of them leering hungrily. Look, yummy goat," the giant holding Grover said in a slow, dumb voice, causing Grover to squirm in terror. "Grover!" they all shouted in unison, hearts pounding with worry. Talia's body immediately crackled with electricity as she prepared to rush to Grover's rescue. But before she could move, something dark and fast shot down from the sky like a meteorite, slamming into the ground in front of the giant holding Grover. The earth trembled under the impact, a massive dust cloud billowing up from where the black meteorite had struck. As the dust began to settle, a tall figure rose from within it. The silhouette carried a massive buster sword in one hand and something else in the other. With a single swing of the buster sword, the dust cloud was blown away, revealing a dark knight clad in black armor with ominous red highlights, and a cape that flapped violently against the force of his swing. The giant that had been holding Grover froze, confused. Then, in an instant, a thin red line appeared down the middle of the giant's body. The massive creature split in two, collapsing as it was cleanly severed. In a knight's free hand was Grover, no longer in danger. The Black Knight gently set Grover down, motioning for him to run to the others. Grover didn't need to be told twice. He scrambled back to safety, his hooves barely touching the ground as he bolted towards the stunned demigods. A chill ran down all their spines when they heard the Black Knight's voice. It was deep, cold, and commanding. "To me, my steed." The shadow behind him expanded, and from the darkness emerged a magnificent black stallion, its hooves stamping the ground as it reared up and neighed loudly. The knight effortlessly grabbed the reins and swung himself onto the horse's back, his cape flowing dramatically behind him. With a powerful gallop, the Black Knight charged toward the remaining giants, his buster sword gleaming, ready for battle. The demigods could only watch, awestruck by the knight's terrifying yet elegant presence as he thundered toward the enemy. A chill ran down their spines as the Black Knight's voice echoed through the battlefield. It was deep, cold, and commanding. To me, my steed, the shadow behind him swelled, and from the darkness emerged a magnificent black stallion, its hooves pounding the ground as it reared back, letting out a piercing neigh. With effortless grace, the knight seized the reins and swung himself onto the horse's back, his cape billowing dramatically behind him. With a powerful charge, the Black Knight galloped toward the remaining giants, his massive buster sword gleaming, poised for battle. The demigods could only watch in awe, spellbound by his terrifying yet elegant presence as he thundered toward the enemy. The giants roared in fury, watching one of their own fall before their eyes. The ground trembled beneath their feet as they charged the knight. The first giant swung its enormous hand, trying to snatch him from his horse, but the knight leaned low, easily dodging the grapple. As he rode past, one swift slash of his buster sword severed the giant's leg clean off, sending the behemoth crashing to the ground. Without a second glance, the knight and his steed vanished into the shadows, ignoring the giant's pitiful screams as it clutched its stump. The remaining giants stood in confusion, scanning their surroundings, until one of their heads flew into the air, blood spraying everywhere. Out of the darkness, the knight reappeared, his horse shrouded in black smoke, and his eyes glowing with a menacing red light. With a fluid motion, the knight twisted his body and hurled his buster sword through the head of another giant. The sword hovered in midair before snapping back into his waiting hand. As his steed levitated, a third giant lunged toward him. The knight gripped his sword with both hands, the blade turning pitch black as it absorbed the light around it. With a mighty swing, a dark crescent of energy shot from the sword, slicing through the giant's chest. The behemoth stumbled and fell, its chest exploding in a shower of blood, black veins spreading from the wound like an infection. With a crack of the reins, the horse galloped through the air, its hooves conjuring dark clouds beneath it. As it charged forward, the knight drew his sword back, shifting his grip before throwing it once more. The wind twisted around the blade as it tore through the air. A giant tried to block the strike, but the sword cut cleanly through its hands and chest, then curved around to sever its head. The knight caught the blade midair with a flick of his wrist, wiping it clean of blood in a single motion. With a final whip of the reins, the horse descended toward the last giant, the one clutching its bleeding stump, sobbing in desperation. The knight sat coldly in his saddle, his glowing eyes fixed on the giant. He raised his sword high, gripping it with both hands as he brought it down like a guillotine. Die! His deep voice sent another shiver down their spines, the word carrying the weight of an undeniable command. With one clean stroke, the giant's head was severed, rolling to the ground. As the horse landed, the monsters around him disintegrated into dust. The demigods stared in stunned silence at the carnage. Annabeth, her goggles pushed up on her head, broke into a wide grin and ran past the others. Without hesitation, she leaped up and landed in the knight's lap, throwing her arms around him, beaming. "Annabeth, what are you doing? Get away from him," Grover whispered urgently, waving her over. "Yeah, Annabeth, he could be dangerous. What are you thinking?" Percy added, shooting her a confused look. Talia tilted her head, suspicion dawning. "Lucian?" she asked, recognizing him only by Annabeth's reaction. The knight's mask retreated, revealing Lucian's familiar smirk. He glanced down at Annabeth and raised an eyebrow. "How was it that you were the only one who knew it was me?" "Lucian," the others shouted in shock. Annabeth scoffed, rolling her eyes. "Like I wouldn't recognize my boyfriend just because he's wearing some over-the-top armor." "Wah, it's not over the top. I think I look cool." "You don't think I look cool?" Annabeth pinched her fingers together, teasing. "Maybe a little." Lucian chuckled, then scooped Annabeth into his arms, jumping down from the stallion in a swift motion. First a prince, now a knight. Can you get any hotter? She teased with a grin. All right, calm down, cowgirl. The stallion neighed softly, nuzzling Lucian's cheek as he ran his hand down its face. And who's this? Annabeth asked, amused. I named him Sebastian, Lucian said ominously. Uft. Let me guess. Came with the whole Dark Knight package. Free of charge. Clarice, watching in exasperation, crossed her arms. Did you seriously disappear just to change your outfit and make a dramatic entrance? Lucian held up a finger, silencing her as he began walking slowly, his cape flowing elegantly behind him. When he reached the center of the battlefield, he raised his hand to his face level. Arise, he commanded. His cape flared wildly, his eyes glowing a bright, sinister red as his chin-length hair whipped in the wind, and the battlefield obeyed his command. From the disintegrated monsters, shadows formed small dots that rapidly expanded, and from them, 16 enormous black and red figures emerged, kneeling before Lucian in reverence. Raising his hand higher, Lucian watched as their forms dissolved into smoke, swirling together before condensing into a black and red orb that pulsed ominously in his palm. Azura, come forth. The ground darkened as Azura rose from Lucian's shadow, catching those unfamiliar with the creature by surprise. The towering figure knelt before Lucian, bowing with both hands on the ground, waiting for his master's command. Consume this, Lucian ordered, holding out the glowing orb. Without hesitation, Azura took the orb and swallowed it whole. The others watched as it traveled down his throat. Slowly, Azura began to grow, his height increasing until he stood at a staggering 15 feet, 4.5 meters. The red markings on his skin glowed intensely, and an intelligence flickered in his previously dull eyes. Suddenly, a deep, guttural voice echoed around them. "TT, thank you, my lord." Lucian, startled, nearly backhanded Azura. "Holy shit, you can talk now." "Yes, and it's all thanks to you, my lord." Lucian blinked in disbelief. "Sure. I'm glad you enjoyed the gift. Now, go chat with the others. I'm sure they're dying to hear about your new ability." With that, Azura melted back into the shadows, leaving the group staring at Lucian, stunned by what they'd just witnessed. Lucian awkwardly rubbed the back of his neck, clearly embarrassed. Percy broke the silence. "Lucian, what the hell are your powers?" Lucian ran his fingers through his hair, squinting as he puckered his lips. Looking fashionable. "Ow, ow, my hair's caught in my armor." Lucian suddenly whined, his eyes watering as he struggled to free his tangled locks. Talia stifled a laugh behind her hand while Annabeth sighed, stepping forward to help him untangle his hair. "Why don't you just unsummon your armor? That should free your hair," Annabeth suggested, working through the knots. "Brilliant idea," Lucian praised, dismissing his armor with a sigh of relief as his hair finally fell free. He leaped to his feet, grinning with his hands on his hips. "So, shall we continue our grand adventure?" Musical notes, musical note on the road again. Musical notes, musical note. Lucian sang in an exaggerated southern drawl, tugging Sebastian by the reins as he strolled down the sidewalk in a black cowboy hat and boots. The rest of the group followed slowly, staring at him with bewilderment as Lucian happily marched ahead. "Has Lucian officially lost it?" Clarice asked, tilting her head in confusion. Annabeth sighed. "My best guess. He's just really happy he's got the horse." "Oh, really?" Talia said sarcastically. "What gave it away? Was it his singing or the ridiculous cowboy hat and boots he bought?" Percy raised a brow. "So, why exactly are we taking the train? And why is no one freaking out that Lucian is casually leading a horse through the city?" Annabeth nodded toward Percy. "To your first question, we're taking the westbound train. It'll drop us where we need to go, and none of us want to risk taking the bus again. Flying isn't an option for obvious reasons." Talia chimed in. "As for your second question, Lucian is controlling the mist. To the average person, he's just walking a German shepherd. Why does Lucian have so many abilities?" Clarice exclaimed in frustration. "That ability is actually shared by all children of the Big Three," Talia explained. Percy looked at her in surprise. "Really? Yeah, though I don't use it much. I'm not as proficient as Lucian." but I can manage it, thanks to training from his mother and Chiron. I see, so I should. Musical notes, musical note on the road again. Musical notes, musical note. Nay. Lucian tipped his hat, still in character. Grover, what did my partner just say? Grover shook his head with a chuckle. He's singing with you. Huey got the voice of an angel, don't he? Lucian said, patting Sebastian on the face. Talia massaged her forehead when she noticed Lucian now had a toothpick dangling from his mouth. Why is he like this? Percy asked, watching Lucian adjust his belt buckle and adopt an exaggerated swagger. Was he dropped on his head as a baby? Clarice asked, genuinely curious. They soon reached the train station. Lucian put him away. He's not coming on the train, Annabeth said, exasperated. Why, he could fit, Lucian protested, breaking character as he resisted parting with his steed. Lucian, be reasonable, Annabeth said, giving him a stern look. I am being reasonable. I don't want to leave Sebastian behind. I was going to show him what it's like riding the expressway. I'll tell your mother you were being unreasonable on this quest, Annabeth threatened. You wouldn't. You can't. Why would you? You are GH. Gosh darn it, Lucian exclaimed, snatching his hat off and stomping in frustration. He stood in front of Sebastian, pressing their heads together, scratching under the horse's chin. I'm sorry, partner. That which doesn't like happiness and doesn't want us riding into the sunset together. Until next time, old friend, he said dramatically, sinking Sebastian into his shadow. Annabeth crossed her arms. What did you just call me? You heard me. Wicked witch, Lucian grumbled. Rolling her eyes, Annabeth gestured at him. And change your outfit. You look ridiculous. Yes, Mom. Lucian sighed as he used his mist abilities to change his clothes. He now wore black jeans, a black sweater, and a hood pulled over his head, his hands tucked into his sweater pockets. What the hell am I looking at? Percy muttered to Grover. Your guess is as good as mine. They purchased their tickets, and Lucian, now moping, led them onto the train, muttering, I miss my steed. As they made their way down the rows of seats, a woman carrying a doggy bag raised her hand with a friendly smile. Excuse me, I'm not in the mood to entertain you. Lucian grumbled, summoning his scythe and swiftly decapitating her. He then transformed the weapon into a spear and impaled the doggy bag before reverting it back into a ring. He continued walking, kicking his feet lazily. Sigh. Lucian, the group screamed in horror, stunned by what they had just witnessed. Percy rushed over, grabbing Lucian by the shoulders. What the hell is your problem? Lucian raised a brow and motioned with his thumb toward the woman. They all turned and watched as she dissolved into golden dust. What? Who was that? Talia asked, still in shock. Echidna, the mother of monsters. They all paled in horror. How did you know? Annabeth asked. My insight. Plus, she had a baby monster in her purse. Only she would be carrying something like that. Clarice, now calmer, nodded slowly. So all of that was just an act to catch her off guard. Not the most honorable tactic, but effective. Lucian shrugged. Two things. One, I wasn't acting. I'm genuinely upset that I had to put Sebastian away. I only met that horse an hour ago. But if anything happens to him, I'm going on a rampage. He shot a glare at Annabeth, causing her to groan in frustration. And two, aren't you the daughter of the god of war? Isn't all's fair in love and war your whole thing? Clarice scoffed. We're not at war, are we? Lucian smirked. We're in the prelude of one. Now come on, let's stop standing around like idiots. As Lucian walked away with his hands in his pockets, the others followed close behind. His eyes glowed faintly as he muttered, Arise. Two shadows slithered past their feet, unnoticed, before merging with Lucian's. They finally settled into their seats around a small table. The tension from earlier still hung in the air, but they pressed on, preparing for what lay ahead. Lucian, sensing the tension, pulled a few snacks from his shadow and laid them out on the table. Anyone hungry for some snacks? He asked with a grin. Oh, that doesn't sound bad, Talia said, grabbing a piece of chocolate. You got anything blue? Percy asked. Lucian rummaged through the pile and held up a blue Jolly Rancher. This one, I suppose. Percy accepted it with a nod of approval. Can I have the wrappers? Grover asked hopefully, and everyone complied without hesitation, passing them over. Clarice, eyeing the selection, furrowed her brow. How do you seriously have no spicy candies? Everyone froze and turned to her in surprise. What? She said, clearly confused by the stares. Lucian looked at her incredulously. I can't believe you just asked that. There's no way I buy spicy candy. It's disgusting. Your face is disgusting. Clarice shot back, crossing her arms. Spicy candy is actually good if you know which ones to buy. Percy grinned, jumping in. Let me guess, your next favorite flavor is sour? Clarice rolled her eyes. Yeah? And what's wrong with that? You just like tasting pain, don't you? Percy shook his head, amused. There are plenty of good sour candies, Clarice retorted with a scoff. Oh yeah. Percy challenged. Name one. Sour Skittles, she replied instantly. Percy blinked. Ah, she got you there, man, Lucian teased. I bet she can't name another one, Percy said, raising an eyebrow. Sour Patch Kids, Clarice fired back without missing a beat. Talia chuckled. Percy, she's cooking you. How are you going to respond to that? All right, I'll admit defeat, Percy said, raising his hands in surrender. But that's just for the sour stuff. Spicy candy? That shouldn't even exist. Your face shouldn't exist, Clarice quipped, smirking. Percy sighed in exasperation. Is that going to be your comeback for everything? Only when someone says something stupid, Clarice shot back with a grin. They spent the rest of the train ride laughing, teasing each other, and devouring sweets, momentarily forgetting the looming threats, the monsters, the brewing war, or even the fact that they were demigods. In that brief moment, they were just kids being kids. And that was exactly why Lucian had brought out the snacks in the first place. It was the middle of the night, and most of the people on the train were asleep, except for Lucian, who sat with his grimoire in hand. What are you doing? Talia asked curiously. I'm tweaking some of the spells I've stored here. Since my curse is stronger now, I need to adjust a few things, Lucian explained without looking up from his grimoire. This late at night? Shouldn't you be sleeping or something? Talia asked, both of them speaking in low voices to avoid waking anyone. Someone needs to keep watch. Need I remind you we smell like a 3-course meal? If everyone's asleep, even on this train, we're likely to get ambushed. All right, I get that, but you don't have to do it alone. We should take turns keeping watch. Lucian sighed and motioned for her to follow him. He stood up and led her to a more secluded seat where they wouldn't risk waking anyone, even if they whispered. All right, I lied about the keeping watch part. I have my shadows doing that. I just don't feel like sleeping and didn't want you to worry. Lucian, what are you planning? Talia asked, narrowing her eyes suspiciously. Lucian stifled a groan. I can't talk about it. It has to do with the cards. What are you planning? She repeated, eyes still narrowed. Lucian paused, thinking carefully. Here's a clue. A cursed night may never rest. Talia was confused for a moment, then understanding dawned on her. Lucian, you can't be serious. It's the only way I could think of. I didn't have any other ideas on how I should act. So, I cursed myself with insomnia. The curse had to be powerful for the act to be convincing. If I went with something minor, it wouldn't work. It had to be something detrimental. So you went with insomnia? Talia raised an eyebrow. It fit the role best. I'll be fine for a couple of days. Remember, I'm stronger now. Talia sighed, contemplating. Then, surprising him, she sat on his lap, resting her head against his. Lucian raised an eyebrow at her. Are you possessed or something? I'm worried about you, you stupid dumbass. Now, there's the Talia I know and love, Lucian said sarcastically, earning an eye roll from her. I'm doing this to tell you I'll support you if you decide to fully commit. But I'll keep an eye on you so you don't get yourself killed with your reckless actions. Lucian put a hand over his chest with a mock-touched expression. My very own guardian fallen angel. Why am I a fallen angel? Talia asked, amused. Look in a mirror and ask yourself whether you belong more as a fallen angel or a regular one. Lucian retorted with a raised brow. Talia chuckled. I suppose you have a point. She gently brushed his hair away from his forehead before kissing it. Okay, now you're weirding me out. What was that for? You have a very kissable forehead. Did you know that? Thanks, Lucian said, unsure if it was a compliment or an insult. He then turned to her, catching her off guard as he kissed her lips. And you have very kissable lips, he added. Oh, do I now? She smirked, kissing him back. Yes, you do, he replied between kisses. They closed their eyes, savoring each other's taste. Talia straddled him, facing him as Lucian leaned back in his seat, his hands on her thighs. Her chest pressed against his as she held his head and kissed him roughly. Lucian slid his hands to her waist, pulling her closer. Neither of them gave the other room to breathe, clinging to each other. Talia bit and tugged on Lucian's lips softly, both of them panting when they finally broke apart, their foreheads pressed together. Why does it always end up like this when we're alone? Lucian sighed. Talia chuckled. I haven't the faintest clue. You're not even my type. Whoa, wait a minute, back up. Excuse me. Lucian raised a brow. Does it hurt your ego a bit that you're not my type? Talia asked, amused. It hurt my ego a lot, actually. What do you mean I'm not your type? I'm everyone's type, Lucian replied, clearly offended. You're honestly the furthest thing from my type. What's your type, then? Now I'm dying to know. Lucian asked, his hands still resting on her hips. I'm into sunny characters. People who can see the bright side of things, no matter how dark. They have this innocent aura, and when they smile, it's like the sun shines behind them. You're right, that's the furthest thing from me. You're attracted to the sun, while the moon blocks its path, takes its place, and still shines just as beautifully during the night. Talia couldn't help but burst into laughter, burying her face by Lucian's neck, trying to keep quiet. What the hell was that? She chuckled, still trying to stifle her laughter. That was so cheesy. Lucian smirked. I think the problem is that I'm the complete opposite of your type, and it bothers you because you can't help but want me more because of it. It hasn't even been a day, and I already think the insomnia is getting to you, Talia teased, giving him another quick kiss. Like I said, being the furthest thing from your type just makes you want me more, Lucian grinned. Talia shook her head with a smile and rested her head on his shoulder. A comfortable silence settled between them. Hey, can I ask you a serious question? Lucian asked, looking a little unsure. Talia hummed, her eyes closed. Why did you agree to be a part of this, a part of me? I would have thought you'd be the first to get angry at Annabeth for even suggesting it. Don't take this the wrong way, but you're the last person I expected to be part of a harem. Talia pondered for a moment. If I had to say why, it was because of the day we first kissed. It was electrifying. It just felt right, like that's where I belonged. I didn't want to give up that one place where I felt so connected. So I agreed to Annabeth's crazy idea. Talia stopped when she noticed Lucian had turned bright red, covering his mouth with his fist. Are you blushing? She asked in amusement. Forget I asked, okay? Lucian muttered, clearly embarrassed. That's so adorable. Talia smirked, poking his flushed cheek with her finger. But then both of them froze as they heard Percy's voice from a short distance away. No, go away. I won't help you. Lucian and Talia exchanged looks. Lucian sighed, muttering, Looks like our grandfather found his new recruit. Like Lucian said, he stayed up the entire night, and during that time, he messed around with curses while Talia slept on his shoulder. The next morning, Talia was the first to wake up. She and Lucian then rejoined the others in their seats. Talia nudged Lucian and pointed slightly with her lips. Lucian turned towards where she was pointing and saw Clarice leaning on Percy's shoulder, while Percy leaned over Clarice's head, with Grover grabbing and using Percy's other arm. Seeing this, Lucian did the only thing imaginable. He pulled out his phone and took a picture. Talia also took one just for safekeeping. So, did you guys have a good make-out session? They turned towards Annabeth, who was leaning by the window, wrapped in a small blanket, looking at them with a straight expression. Lucian, as shameless as ever, made an okay symbol while sticking his tongue out to the side. The best, he said. Talia nudged Lucian harder and glared with a small blush, while Annabeth rolled her eyes, wondering why she even bothered asking, knowing how Lucian was. The next person to wake up was Clarice. As she opened her eyes, she froze, realizing the position she found herself in. When she looked ahead, she saw Lucian giving her a teasing look, raising his eyebrows suggestively. She turned bright red and quickly pushed herself away from Percy, waking both Percy and Grover in the process. "Get off me!" she shouted in a huff, her cheeks turning a deeper shade of red with embarrassment. "Huh? What? Are we being attacked?" Percy asked, rapidly turning his head, looking around for danger. "Bah!" Grover belched, startled from being woken up so abruptly. "You were drooling your disgusting fishy spit all over me." Clarice glared venomously. "Huh? That's why you woke us up like that? You, violent muscle-bound gorilla." Percy retorted angrily. "I'll show you a gorilla. You fish gills." Clarice exclaimed, rolling up her sleeve. Guys, chill," Lucian said, motioning for them to calm down as he pulled out his phone and showed them the pictures. "Look how peaceful the two of you were. This proves you can be friends if you tried," he teased. Both Percy and Clarice blushed heavily. Clarice glared at Lucian with hatred. "Delete it," she said through gritted teeth. "Lucian, delete it," Percy added in a threatening tone. "Yeah, no. This is going straight into our scrapbook of adventures together." Clarice jumped over the table, trying to snatch Lucian's phone, but Lucian was quicker and stuck his tongue out while flashing a peace sign. "I will literally kill you if you don't delete it," Clarice continued to glare. Percy then turned to Clarice. "And just because there's a picture, I can say, you lean on me first, so it's not my fault." "I didn't lean on you first. I refuse to believe that," Clarice denied. "Well, actually," Annabeth began, "due to you being on his shoulders and him being the one leaning over, it shows that to get into such a position, you would have had to lean on his shoulder first, and then he leaned on your head." "Uh-huh." Percy pointed at Annabeth. "What she said. Sure, I'll admit she's smart when it comes to building things, but when it comes to common sense, she's a damn idiot." "Hey, obviously, you lean on my head first, and that made my head drop onto your shoulders," Clarice defended herself. "That's actually not a bad counter-argument," Annabeth muttered, placing a hand on her chin. "Then I guess we'll never know," Talia said sadly. "By the gods, I hate every single one of you," Clarice huffed, standing up. "And where are you going?" Annabeth asked curiously. "Where else?" "To take a damn piss," Clarice grumbled, walking away. "A real classy woman right there," Lucian said sarcastically, causing the others to chuckle. Clarice, hearing him, raised her middle finger high for him to see. After everyone had calmed down and eaten breakfast together, they watched the scenery through the windows. They spotted a wild group of centaurs galloping, though everyone else saw a herd of horses. "All right, Percy, who were you saying you weren't going to help?" Talia asked, wondering if they had misheard. "What?" Percy tilted his head in confusion. "I heard it too," Annabeth added. "Last night, while you were asleep, you muttered that you weren't going to help them. What was that about?" Percy, genuinely bothered by his dream, didn't mind sharing it with the group, hoping they could help him figure it out. "Well, I was standing by a dark pit, looking down. It didn't seem to have an end. From the pit, a voice started laughing, asking me to help it rise from the underworld. In return, it promised to give me back my mother." Ugh! Talia, Lucian, and Annabeth groaned in annoyance upon hearing his dream. Meanwhile, Clarice and Grover looked confused and lost. Percy stared at them in confusion too. "It seems you all know who it is based on your reactions. Who is it? Because whoever that voice was didn't sound friendly." Lucian and Talia sighed. They looked at each other, then at Percy. "That's our grandfather," they said in unison. Clarice and Grover's eyes widened in horror, immediately realizing who they were talking about. There could only be one person. Percy, however, was a bit slower on the uptake. "Your grandfather? Who's your grandfather? And why are both of your grandparents involved? Are they working together? Why are they contacting me?" They all face-palmed and sighed in exasperation. "What? Percy, Talia, and I share the same paternal grandfather. He's your paternal grandfather as well. My grandfather, too, the father of my father. My father is, so his father is—" "Oh!" Percy exclaimed, finally getting it. "You're talking about—" Before Percy could finish, Lucian turned into a wisp of black smoke, while Talia transformed into a streak of lightning. They both jumped over the table and covered Percy's mouth with their hands, glaring at him. Do you just not learn from your mistakes? Lucian asked through gritted teeth. Talia spoke slowly, did not say his name. It was Percy's turn to look angry. He grabbed their hands and moved them away from his mouth. I wasn't going to say his name. I was just going to say that you were talking about that grandfather, the one who almost destroyed Olympus. Oh, they both mumbled, retreating to their seats. Sorry about that. You just don't have the best track record when it comes to keeping God's name quiet. We didn't want to risk it, Lucian explained, sounding a bit apologetic. Do you guys honestly think I'm that stupid? Kinda. Most of the time. No, of course not. Absolutely, without a doubt. You guys are horrible friends, Percy said, looking at them with a straight expression. Except for Grover, of course.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.